So many of the different fields in science, most people aren't exposed to in their day-to-day life. The more you can get out there and communicate to the young people coming up that are the future of science, the better. You never know what's going to grab one individual, and so that's vital to inspire the next generation.
The Nobel Conference brings together students, faculty, and members of the general public to explore revolutionary, transformative, and pressing scientific questions and the ethical issues that arise alongside of them. We bring leading researchers to Gustavus, including nearly 100 Nobel laureates. We're trying to explore the ideas of science using all of the liberal arts, so the arts, the humanities, the social sciences, all of them working together.
There are a lot of people who are not scientists who like to share in the adventure of discovery and to be able to share that joy with people who also get it, that there's something really exciting and cool going on. It just makes it just an enormous amount of fun.
There's sort of a festive atmosphere, which makes it part of a broader experience.
There aren't that many forums for us to have the discourse at that level with that sort of range of expertise, yet still focused on one sort of overarching topic.
One of the wonderful things about the Nobel Conference is it does give people the opportunity to ask people questions in an informal way. And you never know what statement somebody makes or what interaction that happens will make a change in somebody's life.
It's always very, very encouraging to see other colleagues of yours who are at the top of their game, and it makes you want to lift your game.
As you can feel the audience, and you can really feel when you've helped people to know something that they never knew before. It's really a feeling of discovery that you share.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Tane Danger. I'm with
Maggie Kurth.
We are your co-hosts for the live stream here of the 60th Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year, it's all about sleep Unraveled, and this is day 2. And we're jumping right in with a very special guest, the chair of this year's Nobel Conference, Dr. Philip Voigt.
And soon to be director.
Yes, next. So you have dual roles. This year you're kind of jumping right in to be the chair of this year's conference, and then next year you take over as a director.
That's right. Next year I'll start directing the whole conference series.
Yeah.
It'll be a big change.
So very excited, and we'll touch base on next year. But okay, you're halfway through being this year's chair. So Maggie and I got to talk a whole bunch yesterday. What were some of your things from yesterday that were really resonant?
Wow, I think the whole discussion about how to get underrepresented groups into the sleep research field, that was really interesting. I thought it resonated with a lot of what we learned during the Big Data Conference, which is that many of these studies that are done were actually done on a very select population. Now we're starting to think about, well, there are these individual differences, and there are differences between men and women on some of these scores, and I thought that was both a really interesting point and a huge challenge.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about the piece talking about people who suffer from Down syndrome having been so long excluded from that research. I think that came up in Mariska Brown's talk about how do I go back and create better data sets among populations that might not have the same physician year to year, that don't, that's a problem generating that.
They talked about people with Down syndrome and some of these populations, but then, even Dr. Strickgold talked about that there's a long time where they were just like, women are too complicated to study.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So all of our...
But we are, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Sleep data is just men, and we'll just extrapolate that must obviously work
Because
for everyone.
It works so well in heart disease and so many other types of problems, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, and also children. I mean,
Right.
There's so much medical research that is assuming that children are just downscaled adults, and that's actually not remotely true.
And we're going to get more today, I think, in the 2 sessions in the morning, both talking about the glymphatic system and kind of how that relates to conditions like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's.
Right.
And also the work that Mary Karskadden has done, very much talking about when is the best type of start time for different groups. Should we be thinking differently about things like extracurriculars? And because I do think very much it is not a kind of one-size-fits-all answer. And I think people in Minnesota should be proud that the Edina School District was the one district that immediately changed their start times based on this type of data.
This was a national thing, that the Edina School District was one of the first in the country to really be like, maybe this doesn't make sense for us to have kids here at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and I think, the other kind of takeaway from yesterday, we started talking after Mariska's talk about, I think Bob Stickold made the point, look, a lot of this is a public health communication problem and maybe a delivery problem. We think about different ways to deliver information. And also, I think there are a lot of takeaways that you can adopt in your own life based on the things you heard here, right? So I was surprised to learn that your blood pressure is highest in the morning. I'm like, I take my blood pressure pills at exactly the wrong time. Could be either, but I'm going to start doing that in the evening rather than in the morning.
That's so interesting.
Things like that where you can say, there's a practice here that has an immediate health consequence. And then the other part is kind of thinking about how do we get these ideas through the scientific review process into kind of clinical trials and then into medical schools where it becomes part of the standard of care. And I think that process, several of the speakers emphasized that we're really at this critical turning point where we can start thinking about things like secondhand smoke, if you think about where that started, how long it took, and then you suddenly reach this point where everything was moving. So that's really exciting, I think.
I think we were sitting around talking last night at dinner with Dr. Brown and Dr. Stickold, and one of the viewer questions came up last night about, what to think about melatonin.
Yes.
Whether that's a good idea.
And this is just to say, us answering your question. So somebody sent in this question about, what do you all think about melatonin? And being the good journalist that you are, you took that to our speakers.
To the speakers. And they actually disabused me of the notion that melatonin was a great idea. They were pointing out that melatonin is this natural hormone that's in your body, but it's in your body at these very minute levels, far, 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 far smaller than the dosages that you're taking from over-the-counter supplements.
Generally,
and that most people are also using those supplements in the wrong way because melatonin is not a sedative. It can act as a sedative.
It can, if you take enough of it.
If you take enough of it, it can act as a sedative, but that's not its primary function.
Right.
Its primary function is to sort of regulate that circadian clock and tell you when it's time to start getting tired. So you should be taking it like
an hour and
before
a half,
you actually want to fall asleep.
Right.
And if you're taking it right when you fall asleep, you're going to wake up groggy. It's going to also start to really shift around the way that your circadian clock is functioning.
Right. And one of the things that Dr. Strickgold noted was that, because one of the students who was at our table, we were also students at this, was saying, well, sometimes I like to use melatonin if I'm jet lagged or I'm like going to be flying somewhere and it can help me reset. And he was like, yes, you can use it for that, but you have to be careful because if you take it at one point, it can help move your clock forward several hours. But if you take it at just even like a different time slightly in that same day, it'll actually shift you back like in a certain way. And so it's a very kind of like, you have to be very thoughtful about how and when.
It's actually kind of a complicated thing to use, and we as a society have kind of really been thinking about it as a perfectly safe, natural sedative. And
I can't sleep, I'll take it.
Right, and that's just not how it functions.
Yeah.
When we started thinking about the conference, this whole idea of chronobiology was new to me.
Yeah.
And I think our original working group, when you're kind of shaping things and thinking about what goes with what and what's the kind of most cutting edge place that you should be, we originally were thinking we were going to focus on kind of sleep across the animal world and thinking about, how do dolphins sleep differently than humans? And, what does an organism that sleeps with half of its brain while the other half is fully alert, so it can continue swimming and guard from prey. More along that line. And we really settled on the conjunction of the speakers we have here, because they are all focused on the centrality of sleep and our mental health processes and our physical health. And we'll learn later on today, too, also much about social justice, the social justice implications of talking to certain workers and saying you're basically condemned, because we know from this science that this is not healthy for you, but that's you're, in my class we're debating this same topic. I do a course called Debating Nobel. And the students are kind of coming to the realization of their own role in this, right? If 7-Eleven is open at 2 a.m. so I can go and buy a burrito.
Somebody has to be there.
Someone
has to be taking that task on.
And maybe from when people think about big systems, and Tricia Hersey's going to talk about the grind culture, right? One of the ways that you can also do that is remove yourself from that system. And eventually, if it becomes unprofitable for 7-Eleven to stay open, you don't even need laws as a regulatory mechanism. You can simply remove yourself from that process. So,
well, even like on a very close to home level, at this same dinner last night with Dr. Brown and Dr. Strickgold, they were raising the question, what time do classes start here at Gustavus?
Was it Dr. Strickgold who's talking about encouraging the kids to basically rise up in revolution against you? So good luck with that.
Yeah.
And the other thing in preparing for this conference, and there are many, many more materials on the website, so I'd encourage people to kind of look at some of the peer-reviewed things that we've lifted up to the website. But as I started reading this, I'm like, the entire way I have planned my life for the last 30 years is wrong. I look at that track of things, high blood pressure, obesity, pre-diabetes, all of these conditions are things I never would have thought in a million years are my sleep schedule, but I live in the Twin Cities. I wake up at 4 a.m. to drive down here. I'm in my office by 6:15. And so 3 or 4 in the afternoon is a long, I'm really feeling it. I'm like, I have to worry about being too drowsy to drive home if I do a 7 p.m. event on campus. If I'd had this conference 30 years ago, I think I would have planned that differently. So I do think there are opportunities for structures to re-examine their practices, their start times, the amount of time that they require people to dedicate. Things like, I think perhaps Mary will get into it a little bit today, but I know she has expertise in the area about, is the way that we plan extracurriculars healthy?
Yes.
When we take teams and say, well, you're not missing class. I think that's the overriding concern.
Yeah.
But you are getting really poor quality sleep for 4 days in a row, and waking up in Kansas and driving, 10 hours.
So are you gonna buy a new house? You gonna move?
Well, no, but I might adjust my schedule. So there's no reason why I have to teach that early in the morning.
Yeah.
And so I could, compress my time differently in the middle of the day and not have to face as many types of trade-off. I just always have taught at 8 in the morning. And people say, are you a morning person? I'm like, no, I just was the schedule. When you're the newest person, It's like, well, here's the classes you get.
Do that.
Yeah.
And I just stayed in that same schedule once I got to it.
It's amazing how we all get into those ruts and don't question that we can change it.
So we should thank you for bringing up the website. If you're watching this live stream, you're probably aware of the Nobel Conference website, but there's excellent, we really encourage you, take a little time, go around there. There's supplemental articles, there's materials on all of the speakers. If you missed any of yesterday's lectures, you'll be able to see those there. And 2 other things I'll just note. You can submit a question, which, we're trying to answer some of your questions, but much more interestingly, actually, Phil, you get to sit up there on the dais with all of the speakers in between lectures, and you bring these audience questions to our speakers, and that generates a lot of the conversation that they have.
And I don't know if you noticed, we had so many questions yesterday trying to hook together. It's like, well, I'm going to do a piece of this one and this one and this one, and kind of a 3-part question. But we are getting a lot of questions, which is great. So continue to send them in, because we really do want to get at one of the beautiful things about the conference, I think, is to bring people who are experts in these very small disciplinary subfields together in conversation with one another. So even though we're all involved in the field of sleep research, I may never have had this type of conversation with a chronobiologist before, or with someone who's a neuroscientist. So I think that's a really great opportunity to kind of see a variety of perspectives, and let alone with an ethicist or someone who's a literary historian.
Right.
Yeah.
I will also do the plug. Just this year's conference, first time, it is all entirely free for attending in person, watching the live stream. That's made possible by donors. And so, thank you to the folks who have contributed in the past, endowed the Nobel Conference. It's really, we had folks yesterday, I mean, literally some of our speakers were saying, I don't know of anything else like this anywhere in the country. Dr. Strickgold said, actually, like, I went to something like this once before, but it was much smaller and not as impressive.
Yeah.
So it's a really special thing that donors like you have made possible. And if you are like, that's great, I want to be part of that, there is a big button right on the Nobel Conference website where you can click and you can make a gift and be part of making sure that this is the 60th one, that we do this for another 60 years and beyond. So consider making a gift to the Nobel Conference while we're here and watching today.
And if you have those questions, those can be sent to nobelconference@gustavus.edu. They can also be hashtagged Nobel60.
Nobel60 on your
on
socials.
Facebook, Instagram, TikTok,
LinkedIn, I'm told.
LinkedIn.
Yeah, which is great. Okay, so we have got a big day today. We've already kind of name-checked some of the different pieces, but we've got 4 lectures, I believe, today.
Yes.
And then panel conversations following each of those. And one other thing, just to really... we hope that you stick with us for the live stream all day. We'll have other guests coming in and out all day. But just as a plug for like this special thing about being here in person, there's also breakout sessions and things happening on campus, which are really neat. There was a whole series of them yesterday. There's more of those today. So it's a real 360 experience.
Lisa has described this as a scholarly pageant, not a conference.
I think that's
a great way to think of it. It's really a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, so we're very excited. You probably need to get going because we get started with our very first talk here in just about a minute. So is there anything we want to just say quickly of how we're going to kick off today with our very first speaker, Mary.
Mary Karskadden was one of the pioneers in the field, and if you get a chance after the conference, check out the book, Mapping the Darkness. She plays a pivotal role in that book, and it'll tell you all about the evolution of this field and the Sanford's sleep research studies.
Fantastic. I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and we'll be back after her talk to do a little bit of debrief with Maggie and me. Then we'll be back. You'll be leading again the Q&A afterwards, so send in your questions, nobelconference@gustavus.edu. But this is great. Thank you so much. Congratulations on our first day. Great day, and you know, today's going to be even better, I bet.
Thank you. We're really excited.
All right. Thank you all so much for watching. We are going to throw it now to Christ Chapel here at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year, I will just note, first year, we're doing the entire conference in Christ Chapel, and it looks like already it's a packed house in there. So going now to Nobel 60.
So, good morning, welcome. Thanks for all of you, both online and not in Lund Arena, in Christ Chapel. For being here. By the way, no one has ever said of Lund Arena, this beautiful space. So it is wonderful to be in this beautiful space. I'll stand still, you guys. So more thanks. I want to thank the marketing team here at Gustavus, including Neely Prenslow, whose gorgeous designs are present in the program and in the poster and before us. Also, Sydney Noel, who's in charge of our digital marketing team, Jesse Yackel, photographer extraordinaire, Luke Hattelstead, writer, Jenny Kurth, another of our designers, Steph Ash, who you see, she does the she does the Gustavus Quarterly, and you also see her running around coordinating photography and so on. Miguel Sosa, who is our very able stage manager. And with respect to our live stream, thanks to Matt Dobozensky here on the Gustavus side, and Gustavus Technology Services, also alumnus Tane Danger, along with Maggie Kurth. And then Heroic Productions, who, you know, they named themselves well. Christ Chapel is a beautiful facility, and it has always had certain acoustical challenges. Heroic has been working overnight to to see how we can make the best better, as we used to say in 4-H. And we are trying our darndest to make sure that the sound situation is as good as it can be. Thanks for your feedback on that. Do know that we're continually working on that in order to improve it to be as high quality as it possibly can be in this challenging space. Don't forget you can ask questions via paper with the ushers. Also email nobelconference@gustavus.edu. And please start a conversation of your own online. The number of really terrific questions this year, I think, has exceeded anything in Barb's and my experience of working with the conference. And very few of them, of course, are being asked here on stage. Please know that you are a questioner whose ideas matter, and so please put it out there on social media, or again, conversation over lunch, or send it to Nobel Conference at gustavus.edu. At this point, I want to get off the stage and welcome my colleague in the Department of Education, who's here on sabbatical. Thank you so much, Valerie, for that. Valerie Walker in the Department of Education, to introduce our next speaker.
Good morning. It is such an honor to welcome and introduce Dr. Mary Carskadden. Dr. Carskadden is a professor of psychiatry and human behavior at Brown University and is the director of the Sleep Research Laboratory at the E.P. Bradley Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island. Her honors are numerous and include the National Sleep Foundation's Lifetime Achievement Award, as well as election as a fellow in both the American Association for the Advancement of Science and the Association for Psychological Science. Dr. Carskadden's research established the foundational understanding that sleep cycles vary across the lifespan, and that there are consequences when one's sleep schedule does or does not align with those cycles. You may have noticed that this work was acknowledged numerous times yesterday in both our talks and in discussion. In addition to providing the basis for continued research, her findings and advocacy have influenced policies and practices in education, the workplace, and even disaster management. For example, Carskadden was an advocate for shifting school start times to better align with teens' natural sleep cycles, which was then proven to benefit students' physical and mental health, academic performance, and behavior. And as an educator, thank you for that. To provide another example that might resonate with some of our Gustavus students, she is exploring questions such as, how do travel schedules impact the overall well-being and performance of student athletes? Most recently, Dr. Carskadden has also put out calls for continued research and recognition of the ways in which cultural and socioeconomic factors impact who is privileged by institutional practices, such as work schedules and school start times. In today's talk, Clock, Hourglass, and Teen Sleep, Dr. Carskadden will help us understand the biological and developmental factors that explain why teens have a very good reason to ask for later bedtimes and to sleep in the morning. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mary Carskadden.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning. I hope everyone slept well. I did. Even despite being just overwhelmed by Minnesota nice. Everywhere I go, And I want to thank you all for inviting me to come here, and for all the other speakers you invited who have been stunning. A special shout out to my spirit guides, Eleanor, where did you go? Eleanor, and Mohammed, and Victoria, who guided me all around campus and really carried my bags, just were so gracious, and Minnesota nice. I want to give a special shout out to Coach Tommy, not Coach Tim, to Coach Tommy and the gents on the men's tennis team who were so much fun to work with yesterday. But especially Coach Tommy. Well, let me also mention the students who were at breakfast this morning, from whom I asked fashion advice, and they said, show us your superpowers. And does this make me an official Gusty? Okay, well, you can tell I'm excited to be here and to share some of what I've learned over the many years of doing research. And I hope I can explain it in a way to help you all understand as well. So, clock, hourglass, and teen sleep. So the central observation that underlies what I'm going to talk about today is this. Adolescents who were once such champion sleepers, so eager to start the day, waking with a smile on their lips, joy in their heart, turn into, we won't call them monsters, but they begin to struggle against going to sleep in the evening and struggle to wake up in the morning. So that's the observation. It's not new. In fact, this is a quote from a paper published in 1913, Terman and Hawking. They summed this up as, it may be that adolescents tend to change the individual from the vesperal to the matinal time of sleeping. And so that's, again, those words ring true in a chapel. I don't know, do you have vespers here? Used to. So, in other words, they like to sleep in the morning, and they used to like to sleep in the evening. Parents in the audience, any parents of adolescents, teens? Okay, so you've probably experienced this transition in your own kids. Here's a quote from a parent. My 13-year-old son's sleep phase was a phase-shifted nightmare. That too seemed to happen overnight. Get it? No pun intended. I spent his early childhood wishing I could sleep past 5:30 on a Saturday morning. And now I spend most of Saturday trying to get him out of bed by dinner. So it's really the common phenomenon. This, even novelists. This is from a book by Mary Gordon, and this is her adolescent character saying, my adolescent sleeps were long, dark, and sullen. Never once in all those years did I wake of my own accord. It's a thing, people. It is a thing. And it's a challenge. It's a challenge not just for the teens, but for their families as well, and also for the school system. There's the challenge. That doesn't work. So I want to talk to you this morning about things you've heard about so far to really get the biological foundation, circadian timing, that's our clock, sleep-wake homeostasis, that's our hourglass, and the consequences in adolescence. So, yes. Sleepy, dopey, you know the guys. So just to review, and I'm glad I have a little redundant material here from what you heard yesterday, but these are independent processes. So we call sleep pressure, process S, which is in the top graph here. And so when we're awake, the pressure rises. But it's relieved when we sleep, okay? So that's one independent process. The other is process C, or the circadian timing system, which oscillates daily with a circadian daily rhythm. So these two things independently work to provide the structure for sleep, but they also collaborate. And when we are playing the game right, they collaborate to make our days and our nights very, very good. But we often don't collaborate well. So you see here, so the homeostatic is really a drive to sleep that then we dissipate when we actually do sleep. The circadian timing system provides this alerting signal to offset this pressure to sleep, which allows us to stay awake all day long. Otherwise, by the end of, by supper time, we'd be eating with our face in the plate. So they interact. They're interdependent. So let's look first at the circadian timing system. So I'm going to give you chapter and verse on sort of the terminology so that you can follow the science when we go further. So it's a complex system, but we can describe it with some simple terms. First is phase. So that's any point on the cycle, any point on this oscillation. So shown there, or pointed to, is acrophase, but the trough is another phase. Pick one, pick your favorite, and that would be a phase that we could measure. Then there's period. Period is how long it takes for the cycle to repeat. So that's, we talk about the word circadian. It's meaningful. It's circadian. It's about a day. So we're entrained today, so it's 24 hours when we're living in the real world, but internally the clock isn't quite 24 hours. It's circadian. This just shows you how that plays out. This is, you learned about double plotting yesterday. This is wheel running in a mouse for almost 3 months, and the clock keeps ticking the same time, day after day after day after day. The mouse climbs up on his wheel, is alert and awake about a half hour earlier for us every day, but it's a circadian rhythm. So the period for that mouse is about 23.5 hours. Amplitude, that's the strength of the rhythm, and that also can be measured and can change, and so we'll look at a little bit of data on that. So another complex part of this, which was alluded to yesterday, is that the clock responds to light input, which I'm getting from that spotlight right there. Oh, and that one over there. But it's occurring, that light is occurring for me here in the middle of my daytime. And so it's not affecting my phase. And although the light this morning on the tennis courts was occurring here, or I guess here, at the beginning of my daytime, and so that may have pushed my clock a little bit earlier. So you can manipulate your clock by when and how much light you get. This is just another view of that phase response curve. You get light in the daytime, great, you're supposed to, because we're diurnal animals. We are day active. You get light during the night, early night, it's going to push you later, which makes sense. You get light in the end of the night, it pulls you earlier so that you can synchronize to your light signals. Light phase response. So we measure phase. We can do it with a subjective measure, phase preference. How do you feel at certain times of day? When is your favorite time to be awake or to do your sport or to do your studying? Phase preference. But another way to measure it is what's called chronotype, and I'll show you how that changes during adolescence in a few minutes. But that's more, when are you sleeping? When are you being awake? Then we can measure intrinsic phase, so we have phase preference, but we also have an objective measure, so of a biological signal. We can measure period, the internal day length, not by putting humans in a cage with a running wheel. Humans aren't good at that. The other thing about the mice is it was constant darkness. So mice are nocturnal. They're fine if it's dark all the time. Humans, not so much. So we have a different way of doing this in humans that's also fun. Then we can measure the phase response to light. So we can give a light signal at a certain time and see the resultant activity. And we can measure the amplitude of a biological signal. So let's go through these things and see how they change during adolescence. First, remember this, our central observation, the teen's clock phase gets later. There it is, getting later. So it's not just humans. The biologists who've studied other species during their juvenile phase have seen the same thing. So humans, monkeys, octodontagus, my favorite rodent, the lab rats, lab mice, the fat sand rat. I thought you'd be curious to see what he looks like. Little chubby guy in the sand. And the most recent was the marmoset. So it's not just humans. And I think that's important to know. I'm not calling humans, mammal. I mean, they are mammals, but not these guys, not rats and mice. So we mentioned chronotype. So this is a way to measure chronotype that was developed by Professor Till Rodenberg from Germany, and it's a behavioral measure, but it's changing developmentally. So let me explain this to you. So this chronotype is the middle of sleep on nights when you don't have a reason necessarily to go to bed and nothing is getting you up in the morning. So we call them free nights. So 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Keep in mind that the middle of darkness is called midnight. We're not sleeping with the middle of our sleep being midnight. That's because of all these lights and all of the things we've done to change our sleep and the timing of our sleep in industrialized societies. So this is just showing, you can see the adolescent decade here, and you can see this mid-sleep phase gets later and later and later and later and later. And then there's this inflection, which Rodenberg calls the biological marker of the end of adolescence. So that place right there. At any rate, everyone can see very clearly there's this change, there's this delay in the timing of sleep. So again, it reinforced this behavioral pattern that we start with. So let's look at our intrinsic phase marker. We use melatonin as our intrinsic phase marker in my lab. We get saliva samples every half hour and then measure what we call the onset phase of melatonin. So that when the rising phase begins is when we're measuring. So that's a phase marker for us. And this is a sample of a boy who was 8 years old, so pre-adolescent, and his phase was about 8:36 p.m., his onset phase of melatonin. Here are data from, I'll pause for a minute and explain what Tanner stage is. So Tanner stage is a way of grading pubertal status. Tanner stage 1 is pre-pubertal. So it's kids who haven't started showing any of the secondary sex characteristics that get more and more impressive as those numbers go up. So Tanner stage 5 is the mature adolescent. what we see when we measure this melatonin phase at different puberty stages is it's getting later and later. So here, for example, is that 8-year-old we were just talking about, but now our mature adolescent, 16, 17-year-old, it's hour and a half, 2 hours later. So this biological signal is changing in the same way we're seeing behavior change. So the other thing we know is teens stay up later, so that's also targeting this system as well. When they stay up later, they're delaying their rhythms if they're getting light. Oh yeah, sitting in front of a computer screen or another type of screen, TV screen. So it pushes phase later. And then they sleep in, they don't get that morning pull you back. This is just data from a mouse model. So we talked about model systems, model animals the other day. And here you can see the juvenile mouse given light during the dark phase shows a much greater delay in their rhythms than the adult mouse. So this is another sign that biology is changing. So we also can measure intrinsic period, and as I mentioned, not in a cage with a running wheel, but we use a method called forced desynchrony, where we've had kids come into the lab for 3 weeks under dim light conditions, because melatonin is our phase marker, and the production of melatonin is inhibited by light. So they're in our lab, and they have great fun. Well, why? Because we have undergraduate research apprentices working with them one-on-one. So just a brief pause for the students who may be looking for an internship for the summer. sleepforscience.org, and you can find our research apprenticeship. Just saying, and it's a paid apprenticeship. Anyway, always looking for Minnesota nice. So here you see, so when we do that, at 20 hours day length, your body can't adjust to that, so you run free just like the mouse did. Only in adolescence, they're running free at a much slower period or longer period than grown-ups do. So again, there's another biological signal that something is changing during adolescence. And I mentioned amplitude, so here's Stephanie Crowley, a graduate student of ours, took our data from these kids at the different Tanner stages, and you can see Tanner 1, they had high amplitude. Tanner 5, it was a much lower amplitude. Well, so what does all of this really imply? So, clock and teens. So phase delays, we've confirmed that. We knew that, but now we've confirmed it biologically. So the melatonin onset phase gets later. And also, the light-dependent change also can happen. The period is longer. The delay response we saw in the mouse is greater. The amplitude is lower. The result is late nights are favored by the clock. But so too are late mornings. So it's the whole system that's delaying. All right, so now you know everything you need to know about the circadian timing. What about sleep-wake pressure, the homeostatic system? The hourglass. So you saw nice hypnograms yesterday. So this is what it looks like, and remember, the deepest sleep is occurring most often in the early morning. So that's a qualitative assessment of sleep, looking at the stages across the night. But we can also look at the EEG pattern and do a quantitative assessment with spectral analysis. which we see here, the same data across the night. So low frequencies, that would be the slow, deep sleep, are here at the bottom, higher frequencies at the top. And then we can further take just the spectral data from the very low frequencies and look at how that plays out across the night in spectral power in the low frequencies, or slow wave activity. So it's really clear that the Rocky Mountains of slow wave activity at the beginning of the night dissipate across the night. And this is what we've learned is a perfect, not quite perfect, but an excellent biological marker of this sleep homeostatic system. It increases the amount of slow waves. So again, deep slow wave sleep, the qualitative way, EEG slow wave activity, and then I'll throw in a third, the speed of falling asleep. So what happens during adolescent development? Well, first I'll just show you the look of sleep changes. So here we have this girl who was age 10, Tanner stage 1, and she was then, oh no, these are two different kids, sorry. But the message is the same. So you can see stage 2 sleep with its characteristic waves forms, the deep sleep with the high voltage, very slow EEG activity, and REM sleep, lower activity and sort of more random. So now the mature adolescent shows the same patterns, but what's different? The amplitude of the signal. Well, that's not part of what regulates sleep. That's part of showing what's happening in their brains. So they have this sort of programmed synaptic pruning. So there's less infrastructure underlying brain waves as kids mature. So here's another way of looking at that. Here we have the hypnogram in the gray and the slow wave activity in the black. This is the same child 2 years apart and maturational distances apart as well. So you can see that it doesn't take math to know that this is not the same as this. There's about a 40% decline. And then when we look at slow wave power, again, you can see the huge maturational change that's occurring there. But again, that's not regulating anything, that's just the phenomenology. So my Swiss colleagues, can I back up? Oscar Yaney and Peter Ackerman did some modeling based on some of our data. And you can think of this, the decay, this emptying out of our hourglass, or the recovery from being awake all day, that stays the same in early Tanner stages and mature Tanner stages. But the filling up of our hourglass actually gets slower in the more mature adolescents. So about 9 hours in the pre-pubertal adolescents, about 12 hours in the post-pubertal adolescents. Well, the other thing to show you is this speed of falling asleep, sleep propensity. So here are kids at Tanner 1, Tanner 5 that we kept up all night, and we measured every 2 hours how long it takes them to fall asleep. You can see they're riding along pretty well until they've been awake for 16 and a half hours, at which time they separate. And the pre and early pubertal kids can't stay awake as long, they fall asleep faster. Post-pubertal kids can maintain their wakefulness longer. You get out to 18, 20, you get out beyond that, and we call that the twilight zone. And I'm sure some of the professors here think, oh, my student, that one looks like he's in the twilight zone. It's just the drool and the... Yeah, it can happen. So again, this adolescent change. So we can summarize this: emptying the hourglass, there's no change across adolescence. So to me, that says you need the same amount of sleep. Filling the hourglass is slower. So it's easier. So not only is the rhythm pushing later, but it's easier to sustain wakefulness longer in the older teens. So late nights are easier to achieve, but the same amount of sleep is required. Well, so who cares? Well, here's the fly in the ointment, if you will: school start times. And Minnesotans probably know this better than any place else, because when we first, I gave a talk in Minneapolis a while ago. It's been a minute. And Dr. Mark Mahauld was at the talk, and he said, "This is ridiculous. This is terrible." And he went to the state medical association, and they passed a resolution, and they went to the state, and then we got an educator involved. I'm not an educator. So Kyla Wallstrom from the Center for Education something Research at the University of Minnesota got on board and started doing the work in the school districts locally. And you've all heard about Superintendent Dragseth from, remember the name of the town? Edina, which was the first school in the nation to realize this and to make a change. And then the Minneapolis School District made a change. And all the while, Dr. Wallstrom is collecting data and seeing that, yes, it makes a difference. So you guys led the way. It's a public health issue now. It's now gone global. I mean, I recently had the opportunity to speak in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, in Australia, but I go there anyway because Australia is cool. But it's so interesting to me. Singapore, people are concerned about this. And it disadvantages, at least in the States, it's unfair more so for specific groups of people than for others. So there's good evidence for disadvantaging kids with lower socioeconomic status, kids with learning or behavioral challenges, kids who are from different racial, ethnic, religious minorities are also at a greater disadvantage depending on how things are structured. And I think, we're here, you all have a lot of areas that are rural with centralized schools and high schools. So it disadvantages those kids whose bus ride is longer. And it's so interesting to me. It's like, I wish there was one solution that fits all, but there isn't. Kids in Seattle who might ride city buses, they made the change. They have school buses as well. But, you think about, Minot, North Dakota is going to be different. So it's a challenge, but it's also a concern for educators and parents and students. So this was a model we put together, our perfect storm. So in pre-adolescent, sleep is great. You get nice, long, healthy sleep. You go to bed at a good time. You wake up smiling and happy. Then you start getting through adolescence and you get the circadian phase delay, the slow rise of sleep pressure, pushing the black bars, later. And this is fine because they're still getting enough sleep if the black bar can go this far. Then you have, I want to go to bed later, bedtime autonomy, academic pressure, I have so much homework, and all these other social engagements, again, pushing later. But whoops, then we have society coming in and saying, get up and go to school, or The high school ice time is the earliest in the mornings. Get up so you can get your ice time. And it really then just squeezes sleep out of the picture. And then on the weekends, they have this sleep delay, which results in what we call social jet lag. So on school days, they're living in Rhode Island, but their brains are in LA. And so on the weekend, they can let their brain clocks express itself. Social jet lag. So there are consequences. Excessive sleepiness, impaired learning, impaired behavior regulation. Risk-taking is a big thing, especially for adolescents, because that's part of their job. But this sort of accentuates the risk-taking of adolescents. Substance use, I include caffeine. My mantra is no child needs caffeine. Now, adolescents not getting enough sleep probably do need caffeine. But to give caffeine to the prepubertal kids, not good. Crashes, there's nice data, well, tragic data on automobile crashes with teen drivers who go to school early. Depression, suicidality. I mean, these things are getting worse and worse in adolescence in this part of the 21st century. And then we heard about the metabolic changes of insufficient sleep. So there are hazards. So, this is one of my favorite books, and it's not just because of the title, but it does. So one character, there are only two really main characters. Ryland Grace says, humans are stupid when we need sleep. He's speaking to an alien, Rocky, who says, human no function well after no sleep. And I love this book because this guy knows about sleep and sleep need. So there are challenges, there are problems. For teens, sleep is not a waste of time, regardless of how they perceive it. Oh, and by the way, it's not a waste of time for we grown-ups, for us grown-ups, sorry, English teachers. So I left are any of the men's tennis team here, or are they all online? Because they decoded my last slide yesterday. Can anybody here decode this? Right, less sleep doesn't give you more time because you're much less effective the less sleep you have. You have to read that paragraph 5 or 6 times. You have the problem of not saving your work and your essay gets trashed. Less sleep does not equal more time. So I want to acknowledge and thank undergraduates who worked with me, sleepforscience.org, graduate students, postgraduate students, colleagues and mentors, funding agencies. Where's Mariska? Thank you very much. And the participants and their families. And I want to thank you for your attention and again for your Minnesota Nice and inviting me here. And Coach Tommy. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. Kane Danger here, along with
Maggie Kurth.
We just got done with the first lecture of day 2 of Nobel 60 this year, all about sleep unraveled. And so our very first lecture, we learned all about sleep and teens, young people, not even teens. Like we started pre-teens and teens.
Yeah, it was such an interesting talk because I'd heard before, and I think probably a lot of our listeners had heard before about the need for teens to actually maybe stay up later, sleep later into the morning, and how that affects school start times. But I really loved that she brought up the social, economic, racial disparity connection in this issue. When you think about school districts like Minneapolis, we have our earliest start times on the north side of town, where you have the most children of color, the lowest incomes, and we have our latest start times in the richest, whitest neighborhoods.
Right.
And that's something that I'm really glad that she was kind of touching on.
Yeah, I mean, literally, on one hand, it's like something to celebrate, and she noted the Edina School District here in Minnesota was the first in the country to adopt some of the science and use it to push their start times later. On the other hand, the Edina School
District is also one of the richest school districts in the country.
Right, yeah,
Right,
it's
yeah,
very
exactly.
well off, so
Yeah.
it's this interesting, again, like you kind of have to hold both of those things
Things
to be
in the same
true.
time, yeah. We have another talk coming up here pretty quickly that I think is going to be really interesting on the other end of the age spectrum. That is all about Alzheimer's and the connections between sleep and dementia.
Yeah, so get your sleep when you're young, and get your sleep in middle age, and get your sleep older. I think it's kind of the lesson. And we're actually going to focus in on what is the potential connection here between a memory diagnosis potentially and lack of sleep. So looks like we're already getting started with introductions at the panel. So we are going to go back down to Christ Chapel and get started with our second lecture for here at Nobel 60.
Paradigm shift. Motivated by a complete upgrade in the status of glia as objects of fascination in of themselves. Here today, Dr. Nedergaard will share a landmark discovery made in her lab of a circulatory system whose operation is critically supported by the action of astroglia cells and is switched on by the arrival of slow-wave sleep. Incredible. A groundbreaking finding, indeed, that may bring us closer to solving the mystery of why we sleep, and comes with the potential to offer the hope of a higher quality, longer life to people who may someday have to confront the fate of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Dr. Mike Nedergaard is a professor in the departments of neuroscience, neurosurgery, and neurology at the University of Rochester Medical Center, where she is principal investigator of the Division of Glial Disease and Therapeutics. She earned her MD and Doctor of Medical Science at the University of Copenhagen, where she is now professor of glial cell biology in the Center for Translational Neuromedicine. I believe she supervises over 50 scientists across 2 continents. Dr. Nedergaard is an elected member of the Royal Danish Academy of Sciences and Letters, the Royal Academy of Pharmacy of Spain, and Academia Europea. She has received numerous prestigious awards, including, among others, the Newcomb Cleveland Prize from the AAAS, the Alzheimer Prize in Denmark, the Fernstrom Foundation's Nordic Prize in Medicine, and the Thomas Willis Lecture Award. And I learned last night she lived for a year in Hans Christian Andersen's former apartment. Today, Gustavus Adolphus College is honored to have Dr. Mike Nedergaard tell us all about the glymphatic system. Please join me in welcoming her.
Very sweet. It looks good. So this is a demonstration of Minnesota Nice. We just had a discussion about, I really wanted to use my own laptop, and it works. I would say, to add what Mary just told us about, how nice it's been to be here, is that I just came back from a really excellent No Immune Conference in St. Louis. And I actually enjoy these past 2 days more. And why is that so? It's not because Minnesota is nice, because they were actually really nice in St. Louis too, but it's because that every single investigator gave an update on the most recent work. And of course that was exciting, but here we were allowed to basically dig into why is sleep important, and that's why we are studying sleep, but also what are the consequences for the society, or what should be the consequences for the society now we realize that sleep is so important. So I think this has really been very stimulating, I think, for all of the speakers. And I want to thank Mike, you have been absolutely fantastic, but also my two liaisons, Emily and Victor, that has been so much fun, and I think we would keep contact after this. So far it's been really great. So what am I going to talk about? I'll talk about the brain clearing system. And not so much the background for why we got into that, but my really major interest is glial cells. And why is that so? That is actually so because glial cells expand evolutionary much more than neurons. So the volume of human astrocyte, that's a major subtype of glial cell, is actually 20-fold larger than it is in rodents. And if you look at glial cells that are not electrically active as a chip, then you can say that a glial cells in the human brain can actually integrate 20-fold more information than it can in the rodent. And I believe this is one of the reasons why the human brain is so incredibly powerful to integrate multiple information and make abstract thinking. But that's another thing I would not talk about here because it's very little to do about sleep. So this is a human volunteer that was asked to stay up overnight. And I think you can all tell, yes, the sleep loss affected him somewhat. He clearly have a little bit swollen eyes, and maybe he looked a little bit less focused. But you would probably all agree with me that he probably feels worse than he looks like. We all know how bad it is to wake up after a bad night's sleep, or basically just staying up because of travel, partying, or a Netflix series you have to finish up. So it's very, and you have also learned here that sleep is needed for focus, judgment, and it clearly also affects mental state. But it's actually much worse than that. Loss of sleep actually affect the brain structure. So this is a beautiful study from Sigrid Visay's sleep clinic at Penn University. And what she found was that if she sleep deprived rats for several weeks, it was not very hard sleep deprivation. Basically, the undergraduate would come in, play with the rats for 6 hours every morning when the rats wanted to go to bed. Because as we heard, rodents sleep during nighttime, they sleep during daytime. So they would keep them up for 6 hours, but put them back in their cage so they could recover their sleep. And after several weeks, she harvested the brain, and she looked at one part of the brain, this is locus coeruleus, that makes noradrenaline that gets us to wake up. But what did she find? She found that the processes from these neurons were actually less complex. They have lost almost half of them, or at least 1/3, which is quantified here. So sleep loss actually affects the structure of the brain, and you can actually quantify it. Even worse, here's a beautiful study from David Holtzman's group in St. Louis. And he used a mouse model of Alzheimer's disease. So these mice are overproducing beta amyloid. And it's expected that they develop these black amyloid plaques. But if he did the same as Sigrid Visay, he found that they actually tripled the amount of the amyloid plaques in just 5 weeks. Remarkable observation. Really showing that you cannot recover sleep by just sleeping when you get back to your cage. You actually have to sleep so it's circadian regulated. And that is coinciding with a very large literature we also heard from Maviska is developing, showing that you can actually predict the risk of dementia by looking at the sleep pattern when you're 50, 60, or 70. And if you sleep less than 6 hours a night as a mean, your risk for increasing your risk for dementia is increased very substantial. So as a MD, you always think, why is that so? And one thing we learned in medical school is that the brain does not have lymphatic vessels. So this is what we're thinking. Why is it so bad for the brain? And it is unique to the brain that sleep loss really affect activity. It's very well known that long-term sleep deprivation or sleep loss can affect other organs, but there's probably no organ that is so sensitive to sleep deprivation as the brain. So why is that? And our hypothesis was, and this was from my background from medical school, is there has to be something that's housekeeping that's going on that cannot occur when we are awake, because otherwise we would compensate and do the housekeeping when we could. So what we learned in medical school is that the brain is completely devoid of a lymphatic system. And we don't really think about it a lot, because the brain vessel have a blood-brain barrier that is very interesting in itself, but it also prevents a lot of fluid to enter the brain. So you're saying you don't need a lymphatic system because fluid transport in the brain is probably very minor. But that doesn't really fit with the idea that the lymphatic vessels are actually distributed in the rest of the body according to the metabolic rate. So if you take an organ that have a very high metabolic rate, like the liver or the kidney, you have a tremendous amount of lymphatic vessels. If you take the skin, there's very few. So how is the lymphatic system organized? Basically, the lymphatic system is these vessels that starts as lymphatic capillaries here. So these are blind-ended capillaries that basically would suck up by various mechanisms fluid from the tissue they're in. And then they would transport it first back to the lymph nodes. And the lymph node, we have the white blood cells, the leukocytes, they would be sitting there and they would be activated by antigen, that the fluid is returning to the lymph node to activate the immune system. And this is how most people study the lymphatic system. They're really caring about the immune function and also spread of cancer to the lymphatic vessels. Very few people have actually studied fluid transport by this. But then eventually, all this lymph you're collecting by the lymph capillary would be turned to blood and basically dumped into venous blood and then recirculated. And that's how the body keeps its fluid homeostasis. But then if you look in a peripheral tissue, for example, the liver, you would see that you're returning the fluid here, and it's a huge amount. This might be an underestimation by actually 50%. So you're returning many liters of lymph from all your body to the venous system every day. And if these lymphatic vessels are ruptured or destroyed somehow, for example, after breast cancer, you would remove lymph node in the arms, and one side effect of that can be that the arm would be actually swollen, and it can be very painful for the women after removal of lymph node. So that is a sign of how important lymphatic vessels are. But in addition to returning a lot of fluid, it's also returning 24 grams of protein. That's fairly substantial. That's several bites of a good burger or whatever. It's quite a bit. And if you look at that protein that you basically collect by the lymphatic vessels in peripheral tissue, you'd see this is actually part of the cells. It's not just what is outside the cells or bacteria coming in. It's actually both the cytosol, so the body of the cell, it's the nucleus that makes all the DNA, it's the plasma membrane, and even mitochondrial. So it's not quite known how these proteins end up outside the cells. But probably you always have vesicles basically turning around and releasing some. And it appears it is a way for normal cells to basically get rid of the waste. For example, if you're out running this morning and you run really fast, some of your skeletal muscle would actually burst. The neighboring skeletal muscle would never take up that protein that was released from the cytosol. They would basically let it go into the lymph, let it be transported back to the venous blood, and who takes care of it? Of course, the liver, because the liver is our professional recycling plant that would basically take all these waste proteins up, degrade them, use them for energy, or make new proteins that are circulated. So the question is, why? Why would the brain that have one of the highest metabolic rate in the body, why would that not be able to export its own waste? And simply because there's no lymphatic vessels, so nobody cared about it. So everybody were actually thinking until just 10 years ago that the brain was its own recycling plant. As the only organ, it would have to recycle every time you have a protein that's getting too old, you need to degrade it. The brain cell, the nerve cells would have to do it. And this is a problem because most of the proteins in nerve cell actually only have a half-life of 1 to 2 hours. All the receptors, the transporters, they're in the membrane and they constantly need to be recycled because basically once you bind a transmitter, once you bind something, you're done and you have to be recycled. That's how it works. So is it of relevance for the brain? I thought it probably have tremendous relevance because all the diseases of aging, and this includes Parkinson's disease, it includes Alzheimer's disease, Huntington, ALS, and even prion diseases. They are actually all characterized by having accumulation of waste, protein waste. So once proteins start to aggregate in the brain, it seems to be very difficult for the brain to get rid of them. And once you have this aggregation in brain, what happens? The brain recognizes them as foreign object. It's like a bacterial infection, and you start an immune response, and that immune response is probably what is causing Alzheimer's disease and other dementia, because the low-grade inflammation would, over many, many years, basically make it unfavorable for these very sensitive neurons, and they would first lose their connection, and then eventually they would die. So Alzheimer's brain is it's no joke, it's actually literally a loss of brain tissue. So our brain, hopefully my brain too, weighs about 3 pounds. A late-stage Alzheimer's brain weighs 2 pounds. You are actually losing a third of your brain, and of course it's not working well. So we are not, by far not the only groups that have been proposing that the cerebrospinal fluid that flow around our brain might actually be a semi-lymphatic system. And how is that cerebrospinal fluid? So cerebrospinal fluid is basically made inside our brain. We have some big cavities within our brain filled with cerebrospinal fluid. It's made by what we call the coil plexuses that are within these holes. And once it's made, it's basically circulated out of the brain, and it would bathe the brain, so it's surrounding all part of the brain, and then it would leave the brain. So it could be a way we could export our waste, especially because we make an awful lot of it. We make between 0.5 and 1 liter every day. So it could be an export pathway this way. And of course know that it's protecting the brain, because as we are moving, our brain is actually moving, and we need the cerebrospinal fluid to protect it. But people who are really smart, and this is actually from Brown University, that it came out, Helen Scheer, she said, it can't be right, this cerebrospinal fluid, it cannot act as a way to get rid of waste, because the brain is way too complex. Because if you look at the tissue I just showed you before with nice cubic cells, the brain does not look like that when you get inside the brain. The brain is trillion of processes from nerve cell, glia cells, and other cells that are basically interweaved. So if you're a little molecule that have to pass out to the cerebrospinal fluid out here, it would be very, very difficult, and it would take a long time. So the process of diffusion is such that you would diffuse in any direction, and I'm sure you all know that. And not only do you diffuse in all directions, which is not beneficial if you want to get rid of waste, it would also be bad because most of the proteins that's involved in neurodegeneration, and this is tau and synuclein, they're huge. And since diffusion is dependent on weight, the bigger you weigh, the less you diffuse, you'd basically never get rid of it. So that's the process of diffusion, but we have another process called convection. And what is convection? Convection, it's super simple. It is basically like a river. And if you throw something in a river, it goes in one direction. And it doesn't matter whether it's a little branch or big branch, because it's the velocity of the fluid that would move that apart. So do we have convective flow in our brain? Sure we have. Because you just do a simple scan here, just a very simple scan of a volunteer. And you would see that the brain fluid, this is, here you see the ventricles, so the cavities within brain, they're always pulsing. And why are they pulsing? Simply because the brain receives a tremendous amount of arteries from the heart. And these actually make what's called the circle of Willis. This is a very famous old anatomist from Oxford University. So it makes this circle and the brain rests on it. And since it's embedded in fluid, it's actually very light, and you would all the time initiate motion of the fluid that's pumping it. But that's not enough. Just pumping back and forth does not clean your brain. But then you can engineer your brain so it actually works. You can only pump forward. And how does that work? That works in this way that if you look here at the surface of the brain, so here we would go in and look basically down here. We take a cube and look at it. And you here see the cerebrospinal fluid surrounding the brain. And this is a bone. Super simple. And then the way the arteries, they come from the circle of Willis up, they creep up along the brain. And what do they do then to get inside the brain? They dive straight down, 90 degrees down into the brain. And what more? They have made this second wall around all vasculature in the brain. This second wall is made by the glia cells, and this is how I got into it. And these are called the vascular end feet of astrocyte, or glia cells here. So they make a second wall, and by that they create a very unique space in the brain that's called the perivascular spaces. And that perivascular space are fundamentally different from the complex brain because there's nothing in them. It's just fluid-filled spaces. And that means there's no resistance if you want to push fluid into the brain. It's just like a river going in. And furthermore, and this is probably the best example of beautiful biological engineering, you have the artery right in the middle. And what is the artery doing? It's pumping. And it's transmitting this pulsation to the surrounding and pumping fluid into the brain. So this is actually remarkable because you have one pump, you have the heart, it's actually pumping blood around to provide oxygen and glucose, but you have it also, the heart is pumping cerebrospinal fluid in the perivascular spaces, and these are unique to the brain and to the spinal cord and the eye. They don't exist in any other tissue. And that is simply our lymphatic system of the brain that we have there. How does it look like? This is how we started it out. This is a very talented postdoc. He's now a professor in Seattle. And what we did was super simple. And we were really carried away with this experiment because a new microscopy type called two-photon imaging that allowed us to look into the brain of live mice had become available. People haven't been able to study this because they had to look at dead tissue, and of course there's no heart in dead tissue, and you don't have this pumping, and that was why it was not described before. So what did he do? He looked with this two-photon microscope into the brain of the mice. And here's one movie he made where he basically took and he injected intravenously a red tracer. Because otherwise you'd look at a black brain. The brain is black, of course, there's no fluorescence. And then when you look down in here, he labeled all these arteries that dip straight down into the brain tissue. He labeled those with arrows. And then he injected very far away, actually, I can just show you in the human brain. So he would look here, this is tissue he's looking at. and he would inject the tracer all the way here in a cistern called cisterna magna, and he would wait to see the tracer, so the dye coming up all the way up here, and that's green. So I'll just show you the movie here, and you would see that first you see the vessel, the shadow of the vessel, yeah, you can see it. The shadow of this is the vessel on the surface of the brain. But immediately, this fluid, the cerebrospinal fluid that contains a green tracer, is labeled around the arteries that dip into the brain, really preferentially. So it's a very organized, one-way transport system. The most surprising here is, first of all, that it happens. We were really excited because nobody had shown this before, at least with a movie. But second of all, this is very fast. This is a movie that was collected in 15 minutes and then collapsed to 30 seconds. So this fluid transport system is very dynamic. So of course, what drives the fluid? And we suspected the heart might drive it, but we didn't have any proof of that because you can't quantify a tracer front. It's too unspecific. So I actually did that I called the Professor Jack Thomas. He is an engineer. He was running the fluid dynamic course. I basically took the course catalog and called him up and said, you know what, could we describe, we have this problem, we don't really know how to describe this fluid transport system. And he works at University of Rochester. And he and his associate, Doug Kelly, they did know nothing about the brain. So Doug Kelly was studying fluid transport in batteries, and Jack Thomas is a physicist that studied fluid transport in the outer solar space. But they're probably my best students ever. Within 1 hour, they asked better questions than we have been able to ask. And they had the tools to actually describe what drives the fluid flow. And why is it important to know the driver of the fluid flow? Because we want to know why it fails when we get old. And what they told me was, we don't want to see your tracers because we can't track them. But if you inject small fluorescence particles, we can track them. And then we have the software that can track them, and you can make these velocity arrows here. You can basically see them moving in along the vessel. So this is looking at the surface of the mouse brain again. And we have injected some green microsphere, they're only 1 micrometer, and what you see here is blood. So in blood you see some black shadows, and that are the red and the white blood cells moving in the blood vessel as it's supposed to do. And we know the blood vessels are pulsing, but we can't really measure it because the pulsation is not so large. But what we can do, or Doug Kelly and Jack Thomas can do, is that they can measure the velocity of these microspheres. And you can see this is not just by the naked eye, you can see them move forward fast, slow down, move forward, slow down. And that happens every time the heart beats. So the heart is clearly the driver of the flow, respiration less so. It does matter, but less so. But one of the key observations here was basically based on the microsphere are not great. The microsphere tend to aggregate, and we wanted to avoid that, but we couldn't. We just couldn't get them in good solution. But you can see that the small aggregates of microsphere move with the same speed as a larger aggregate. And that's a hallmark of convective flow, and it's one way. So it is the heart driving it, and it is convective flow. So we made this model, we called it the Glymphatic system, and we got a lot of critique for it, because people said, how can you come and find such a system when it hasn't been described before? And it was basically our ability to not only image the live brain, but also the ability to make a movie like the one I showed you here that could convince the field, because otherwise you don't believe it. And the way it works is that arterial, so vascular pulsation, drive fluid flow into the brain. And here's a key. In this perivascular space is surrounded by the glia cells. The glia cells express a tremendous amount of the water channel aquaporin 4. And Peter Agra actually got the Nobel Prize in 2003 for the discovery of the water channel. But it had been a mystery why glia cells express a tremendous amount of the water channel here facing the vessel. And it didn't make any sense to anyone, because the endothelial cells of the vessel it's a barrier. It doesn't allow any fluid or almost no compound to pass. But we said that's like to direct the flow, because you're going here from the low resistant perivascular spaces. You have to push the fluid into the high resistant brain parenchyma, where you're basically acting like a dishwasher. So the action here is in the brain, where you are basically washing a waste molecule out, and it would leave to the venous spaces or by the big axonal tracts that make cranial and spinal nerves. So this was our model, and a couple of years after our first publication, and 2 other groups actually published observation that around the big veins in brain, we have, so this is outside in the membrane surrounding the brain, you actually have traditional lymphatic capillaries that would transport the fluid to the venous system. It's a really, really beautiful system. So the first thing, of course, is to ask what happened when we age. Very bad when we age. We have a dirty brain as we age because glymphatic flow is very much reduced. It's actually in these mice that are late middle age. Mice can get up to like 24, 30 months old. So these are not so old mice. The activity is actually reduced by up to 85%. So it's a huge reduction. And what happens when proteins don't get washed out and they accumulate, many proteins start to aggregate. And that's probably why we develop amyloid and tau aggregation. So this is, now we have a model. Can we use the literature to actually prove or disprove the model? And again, a very simple system. We have inflow to the brain along the arteries with a pumping action. The dishwashing function is occurring within the tissue. We have exit along the perivenous spaces, and then we have traditional lymphatic vessels. So you can take the literature and see, is this model actually correct? And this is one group had done. We have nothing to do with them, and they actually published before our study. And what did they do? They basically just took a mouse, again, that suffers from Alzheimer's disease. And in these mice, amyloid is produced in the brain only. And they collected the brain, but they also collected other tissues and asked how much amyloid do we have in the different tissues. And what they found was, yes, we have a lot of amyloid in the brain. We have much less outside the brain. But the interesting thing was that the lymph vessels, or the lymph nodes where you drain the brain fluid, they actually had sky-high amyloid, really supporting the model. Another investigator, and this is Ming Chao from Nanjing University, he took the same mouse model and he did something like really like a slow hammer. He just took and put a little suture on all the lymphatic vessels and said, what happened to the amyloid accumulation? And he found that if you had ligated the lymphatic vessel, you get much bigger plaques. So having that, and this is going back probably 7-8 years, we said, if this really is the case, why don't we develop a clinical platform so we can look at patients that are in the middle age and see is the glymphatic system, is its clearance reduced, and would it predispose to Alzheimer's disease? So for this, we worked with Helene Benveniste from Yale University. And she basically did the same as we did, but she used a clinical relevant way of imaging, and that's MRI. And she would inject a contrast agent into, this is actually rat brain, and what she would observe was that, yes, the contrast agent very beautifully entered the brain. It entered along the vasculature. This is the anterior, the middle, and the posterior cerebral artery. And again, the surprising thing was that it's actually really fast. This movie is only 2 hours long, but you can see influx occur the first half hour, and then we're looking at efflux. So again, supporting the idea that we have a very active system. And at this point, we start to doubt ourselves. And we said, how can the brain do all the stuff we expect it to do? We have to move around, we have to process information, we have to make decisions, and at the same time, pumping all this fluid around. And this is how I got into sleep research, because we realized at that point we have only used anesthesia. So all these mice and rats I've shown, they were deeply anesthetized because we needed to have them to lay still. So we asked what happened when the mice are awake, and here two very talented young students, Lulu and Hongni, they set up to basically study what happened in the natural sleep-wake cycle. And what did they do? Very simple again. We looked down into the brain by the 2-photon microscope, but then they had basically 2 syringes. So you could inject one color dye when the animal were awake and one when they're asleep, naturally. And we couldn't trust, you can't look at a mouse and say whether it's asleep or awake. So we measured EEG and EMG in the mice. And this is just, I don't think I have to go into how we defined it by EEG, but here we look at a field of one of the mice. And this is about 0.5 millimeter by 0.5 millimeter. And the same mouse is awake here and it's asleep here. And we inject the same size dye. It's about 4 kilodalton, which is the same size as beta amyloid. So blood is labeled blue because we needed to use the green and the red channel to look at the different influx. And if you look at the sleep first, let's see here, if you look at the sleep profile first, you'd see it comes in along the surface artery, the red dye, and then it dives down into these vessels that go straight into the brain. But almost no tracer got into the awake state. And of course, you're not used to in biology that things are black and white. There is a little bit coming in. It's not like completely black and white. But you always doubt yourself, so we repeated this multiple times. We used different techniques, radio-labeled tracers, harvested the brain, look at that, and we kept saying this huge difference. So we published it and basically said brainwashing when we sleep. And it was very popular because it kind of makes sense. But we're still not that happy because we are looking at a pinhole that's about 0.5 millimeter by 0.5 millimeter. And for this to be efficient and to basically replicate the MRI studies, we wanted to look much more at the whole brain. So next, so what we moved away from was microscopic imaging, and we went on to macroscopic imaging. And the beauty of macroscopic imaging, which basically is a big camera lens you place on top of the brain of the mice. And mice skull is so transparent, you can actually use a LED light to study how the tracer or the dye enter the brain. So when you do that, you look down at the brain. This is the brain of a mouse. So you have the nose up here, and you have the what's called the cerebellum, or the small brain over here. But what you'd see is the anterior, the middle, and the posterior cerebral artery that creeps up along the brain. And then when you inject the dye, and this is a mouse that's anesthetized, you would see that these branches from the vessel get filled up. And the important thing here is this is not blood. This is actually cerebrospinal fluid getting pumped in very quickly. This is a half-an-hour movie along this vasculature here. And then when we repeated it in a awake mouse, you would see that the awake brain was almost completely capable of preventing fluid influx. And I still think this is the most remarkable thing, because how can wakefulness basically dial up and down the brain plumbing? How does that work? And we know a little bit about it, but not a lot. So the other thing now we are talked about circadian timing is it's not just the sleep-wake cycle, it matters when you sleep. So a very young, very talented young investigator in our center, inhibits, she's a circadian trained person, and she basically said, okay, it's fine with sleep-wake, but what about circadian? And in order to study the mice free of being awake or sleep, she anesthetized them. And she looked at them, and I'll not show the great detail, but basically in the inactive state, most of the tracers go into the brain. If you do it at the time where it's supposed to be active, remember it's anesthetized, it flows out by the lymphatic vessels. So there's a clear circadian regulation. And of course, the implication is that you cannot just sleep in the morning. You are supposed to sleep at night because the whole system is built up to work during nighttime. You have to follow the circadian time. I was basically prompted by a question, and that is, why do most animal and human put their head down when we sleep? And we are talking about a low-pressure fluid transport system. And it's actually so that every single animal, including worms and so on, put their head down when they sleep. And we would pay many $1,000s to fly across the Atlantic or the Pacific to be able to put our head down. And that is probably because it is of course because we don't have stable sleep if we sleep, and that is, I would believe, because the glymphatic system does not function well when we sit up. Similar to if we walk around a long time and don't put our feet up, we can get swollen legs. Low pressure system don't work well against gravity. What about human brain? So far it's only been rodents. Many groups, actually over half of the studies published are clinical studies because they have amazing imaging, especially with MRI. I'll just show one example. This is a group from Oslo University, and they're allowed to inject contrast agent into the cerebrospinal fluid of patient. And these are patients where you're suspecting there's a leak of the fluid. And that hurts the patient because they get a headache all the time and they get fatigue. So they're allowed to, and basically you inject the contrast agent and you see where it's leaking out. But half of those patients don't have a leak. They are fatigued for other reasons. So they are they are kind of controlled patient, except they're not doing that well. But when they injected contrast agent, they saw, wow, it goes into brain. It looks like the mice and rat, but it appears to be much, much slower than what we see in the mice, because this is first after 24 hours. So we asked them, many people asked them, what are the patients doing between the 8 hours and the 24 hours? And of course, they said they go home to sleep. So the next study they did was to, and this is where you have most of the influx, they've been awake here. So they designed a study where they basically repeated the same, but they kept half of the patient in the hospital and made sure they stayed awake. And then they did a scan at 24 hours, also at 48 hours, and then after 4 weeks. The 4 weeks is a control to show it's really removed. And I'm just showing one set of data, and basically that set of data shows that in the group in blue that was not allowed to sleep, they cleared less of the tracer, so brain clearance is less efficient. More was left than the control that was allowed to go home. But the really scary message, and they really emphasized that, was it was not enough they were allowed to go home the next day and sleep as much as they wanted. Nobody controlled that. If they came back for a scan 2 days later, they still had more contrast agent. So the recovery of sleep, of waste clearance, was clearly not done in 48 hours. And that coincided actually with the latest, not our study, but other studies, suggesting that it might take weeks to overcome one night of sleep deprivation by different biochemical measures. So sleep is important. So we are allowed to publish this basically hypothesis, but basically to have a working model. And the working model is that many of the things a human would experience during their lifetime, it can be depression, it can be substance abuse, it can be poor cardiovascular health, they would all tend to reduce glymphatic flow. There's not a single disease that's been shown to increase it. It always tends to decrease. And if we do a little traumatic injury to mice brain, we can go back 1 year later and found it's still reduced. So all of this would integrate to slow it, along with poor sleep quality go down at aging. And if you have poor sleep, you would tend to have protein aggregate, and protein aggregate in itself would further slow brain clearance. So it's a bad circle that has to be avoided, and probably the best is a lot of exercise. Exercise is not a disease, it actually increases glymphatic flow when you fall asleep, and of course good sleep. And that would set up the no inflammation that on long time lead to dementia. Also, I just want to emphasize that there's a lot more to this. Now we have a system we can really use to think about the brain-body connection. And everybody in the field are so neurocentric, so they always thought about the nerves. But if we are producing at least half a liter of fluid every day, and we are exporting it to the body, why would that not contain a signaling molecule? For example, all the hype about Wegovy and GLP-1, it's all gastrointestinal driven appetite. But who's actually controlling that to a certain degree? The brain. So there's a huge amount of studies that can be done to actually determine what could be released from the brain that goes down and affect, for example, the gastrointestinal tract or other. And this is just one example where we in the brain injected a tracer, and just half an hour later, we killed the mouse and we cleared it so we can see where is the tracer. And you could see it's not only in the brain at that point, it's down along the nerves, the lymph node here, the spinal nerves, and it's even secreted in the urine. It's going so fast out. So there's a tremendous fluid signaling pathway between the brain and the body that basically has been ignored to now. And this is just showing, it's very cute that we have a lot running down along the nose, along the turbinates in the nose, where it drains into our lymph vessels here in the cheeks. And that might be one of the reasons that it's good to get massage and like therapy here, because it might actually help. There's actually studies on a way, not for my group, but for others that actually show massage here as used places can actually help improve brain clearance. And this is just the brain-body signaling I mentioned. So what are the take-home messages here? The first take-home message is what you've heard from all the really, really excellent talk we have heard, and that is sleep is non-negotiable. You really need to sleep. The glymphatic does not work when you're awake. So sleep is actually a very active state, and you can view it as Mike would view it as the period where the glia cell takes over. It's really the nightlife of glia cell. They wake up and they basically come in and scrub the brain and probably do a whole lot more. The other thing that's important to remember is that the brain is unique in that way that it doesn't have lymphatic vessels. And why is that important? It's important because if your cardiovascular system is not healthy, you're not getting brain clearance because you have to use the energy from the vessel to pump the heart, or to pump fluid out. And the third thing is what I really find fascinating, and that is really to try to figure out how does arousal or wakefulness, how does it control fluid flow? Because that's really a very robust, the glymphatic you can measure so accurately, you can quantify it. So we might have a measure where we can really look at arousal state. And why might that be important? Of course it's important for neurodegenerative diseases. It might be able to explain why vascular diseases is associated with such an increased risk of dementia. But we might also, if we look at it as glia versus nerve cell, we might also be able to look at it like if those cells are not in the same state, our consciousness might not work correctly. And we might have something that could give rise to, for example, schizophrenia, where you hear voices because you're not in tune. If you have fluid flow when you're awake, what happens? You lose a position of synaptic transmission. You know, the brain is not just electrical transmission. You have the synapses where one transmitter have to move from one to the next. If you have fluid flow transporting it around, you'd mess up what is so important for brain function, and that is the position in time and space of all our sensory input. So I think that would be, and now there's tools to actually study that in brain. And then finally, I want to just tell you a story since I'm in a college, and that is that you're by far not the first to describe that. There was a woman that had a small lab at Maryland University, Patricia Grady. She actually, she was interested in nerve connection, and she would inject a very large molecule you can stand for that's called horsewax peroxidase. She would inject it into dogs or cats, so really big animals. And she would find that if she failed and that this dye by accident got into the cerebrospinal fluid and she then harvested the brain, she would see all the perivascular spaces outlined. So she published this, and she was really excited, and she basically described the fundamental of what I've just talked about. But she was a little group, She was actually a nurse with a PhD running a lab, and she had a very small group, and I actually know all of them, but the big groups, and this was at Brown University and at NYU, they said, we never saw that. And they went on to study it, and they were kind of, as big group can be, a little bit obnoxious. Because what did they do? They didn't buy a cat or a dog to repeat this. They took rats and they made a window and looked in, and they didn't see it. So they concluded, and they killed the field. They concluded if perivascular flow exists, it's minor and unimportant. What mistake did they do? They made a hole and they didn't cover it. And if you have a low pressure system, all fluid flow stops because there's no pressure gradients. So they were totally wrong. The outcome of that was that Patricia Grady had to leave science, and she went on to be an NIH officer. And it's actually an extremely happy story because she took on to be, she actually became the director of the National Institute of Nursing. And you might know her, she's a really amazing woman. And she implemented some of the most important direction for how you treat pain in terminal cancer patients in the US. So it's actually really a success story. So I visited her institute. She retired a couple of years ago. I visited it. And maybe what hurted me a little was that after the talk, the audience came up and said, did Patty really do this? She had not spoken about it for 30 years. She thought she was wrong, but she was actually right the whole way around. So, and the only reason that we could publish and we could convince audience was we had a movie like the one I showed you. That was the difference. Yeah. But thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey everybody, Tane Danger back here along with
Maggie Kurth.
We are here in the midst of Nobel 60 this year, all about sleep unraveled, and we just got done with a very interesting talk, all about very interesting and I don't know, somewhat terrifying.
I mean, yeah, I had no clue about how spinal fluid was moving through your brain at night while you slept and like carrying out build-up of proteins and toxins is not the right word.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like basically like there's a whole system that takes care of your brain kind of the same way that your kidneys are taking care of your blood. Right. And that is such an interesting process, and sleep is a part of that.
Right, and a key piece of this talk, just as a part of that this is something that is seemingly largely happening, if not entirely happening during sleep, right?
Yeah. Well, you like one of the things she's mentioned that you were talking about earlier was that the reason we laid down.
Yeah. That there's some piece about this where it's like, even the reason that we rest our heads or whatever, like has some connection with all of this. That there's both a physiological and a physical like piece of this all. Like fascinating, and it's kind of like. I really appreciate it because it's another one of these where like this is like cutting edge science, right? Like this is stuff that we're just kind of figuring out what some of these systems are, and again, the very explicit like note on all of this is that her research is showing. Does this increase your potential for something like Alzheimer's, dementia, although, I mean, toward the end of her talk, she was kind of suggesting, like, anything bad could be, like, seemingly, like, this is just bad, kind of, like, all around.
If you're not getting sleep. Yeah, because and particularly, like, sleep in middle age is protective against all of the bad things that can happen if this system is not cleaning out your brain properly. Right.
And I mean, that's one of the again, to me, it's sort of like terrifying is like, if this is stuff, and we heard pieces of this yesterday, like missing sleep. We sometimes think about it like, I'm like not getting enough sleep. I've got really busy, and that's okay. Like I'll catch up and I'll just be fine later at some other like less busy point in my life. But both what we heard when you're young, when you're a teenager, and now we're hearing like when you're in middle age, all of this builds up over time and can have like impacts much later. Like if you miss out sleep in in this talk we heard, if you missing sleep in your 40s and 50s, like by the time you're 60 and 70, that's when it might catch up with you and have like serious impact.
I mean, well, one way of thinking about this is that it's not like this terror that you have sort of hanging over you, but you can kind of think about it as this opportunity, you know, that your sleep matters.
Yeah.
Your sleep matters when you're young for specific reasons. It matters when you are middle-aged for different specific reasons. And these are all things that you can kind of take into account while you're planning your life and while you are sort of thinking about how to balance different priorities in your life. Because obviously we all have competing priorities that go into things.
Yes, and I should say, because I know somebody's going to write in and be like, Tane, you are totally like oversimplifying this like science. She gave like a brilliant like Nobel level lecture for 30 minutes and had beautiful graphs and videos of how the brain works. And here you're just talking about it like it's flushing a toilet, which I totally understand. It is way more, you should watch her entire talk again and get I'm trying to just sort of like, my take, is this like, there is this process, and it literally, and I liked, I can't remember if she said this in the talk or it's just part of the preview materials, but like thinking about it almost like a marsh, right?
Yes, I love, that was in our wonderful program, which you can download online, had this great analogy about it being like a water system.
Yeah.
Like the water from creeks flowing through a marsh, and the same way that when water goes through wetlands, that's part of how the earth cleans out that system.
Yeah, exactly. So we're getting ready. I see the panel is like lining up on the stage. This is your chance. If you have questions, please send them in. You can email your questions to nobelconference@gustavus.edu, or you can do them on the social media.
We have Instagram, we have Facebook, we have TikTok, we have LinkedIn, and hashtag Nobel60 is the way to get in touch with us. And we are going to have a whole series of interviews with experts coming up after this panel, starting with someone who's going to talk to us about sleep in the workplace.
Right.
Which I know we've gotten a lot of questions.
We have gotten a lot of questions about that. But so, stick with us for the panel conversation and this series of talks we're going to have, as Maggie mentioned, somebody talking to us. This keeps coming up like, okay, if we know all this bad stuff about lack of sleep, why don't we restructure our work days so that we can actually come? So we're gonna put that to somebody. We're gonna try and
try to pin some stuff down. You know, what do you do in a world where you need sleep, but the realities of your workplace environment don't allow for the sleep that you need?
Absolutely. We're also going to have Lisa Helke, the director of the Nobel Conference, here joining us. She's been living and breathing this. She's literally on the stage right now with the speakers. So it's going to be really fun to have her and pick her brain about all the things that she's been learning.
We're going to have Elizabeth Kubek, who is a director of student academic success in the provost's office, and she's also a professor of English, talking to us about spirituality and dreams, and I'm really excited about that.
There's been a lot of questions about dreams and nightmares, so we'll ask her about that. Okay, I'm being told we're getting ready to go back to Christ Chapel, where Lisa Helke, I believe, is going to help us jump back in. We're going to hear from all of our panelists.
For you, Lynn Margulis, very important biologist, was at the Nobel Conference in 1987. She's kind of a hero of mine. One story I heard a friend of hers tell was that she apparently was notorious for not sleeping very much, and one of her friends was saying to her, Lynn, you know what sleeping is. That's what you do when you lie down without a book. So I think if Lynn Margulis were here, she would have learned a lot that would have perhaps meant she had done even more important transformative biology. So with that, Philip.
Great. Well, thanks. And let's begin with any of you that have questions or comments for one another. Let's start there.
Well, let me ask a glymphatic question. There was a paper by Laura Lewis several years ago suggesting that pumping of cerebrospinal fluid occurred during deep slow wave sleep, and then in fact the pulses came along with the peaks of those slow waves. I was wondering, A, if that has held up to, that finding has held up to time, and B, how you integrate that into your thinking.
Yes, so the sleep state is really important, and the slow wave sleep is definitely very important. So the most direct evidence was published in Nature, I think actually this year, by Joni Kipnis' group. And they use optogenetic stimulation, and they use different frequency of stimulation. And they showed, yes, they could increase glymphatic flow in just that brain region they were stimulating. And then Lihai Choi from MIT, she uses auditory or visual stimulation at 40 hertz, and she can basically slow down Alzheimer. And she showed it's because the glymphatic system is enhanced. Yeah. So I think it has kept up. But what I believe is a really major driver is the noradrenaline oscillation during slow wave sleep. Because noradrenaline is not only affecting neural activity, but it's also the most potent vasoconstrictor. Mm-hmm. And I believe these slow vasomotion that occur with a time period, about 50 seconds, might underlie what we believe is restorative sleep. So now we have got these new tools so we can study in real time. We can look at noradrenaline, dopamine, serotonin, and measure it along with sleep, EEG, EMG, and heart rate, and so on. And there's a lot of studies coming out suggesting that those really slow waves, that is, because slow wave sleep is about 1 hertz. This is like 0.02 hertz, so it's really slow. But maybe we should start to look at that. At least we have the opportunity to discover new things about what could be restorative sleep.
So you need not only to have enough sleep, but sleep of high enough quality.
Yeah. And that is, of course, a huge issue now with all the COVID and long-term COVID, eller fatigue, that people would wake up after 8 or 9 hours of sleep and still feel tired. And we should be able to go in and try to define what's going on there.
But, you know, as someone who's not young anymore, one of the things that you lose as you age is that slow wave sleep. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, there are ways to restore those slow waves during sleep, and maybe that's an intervention that could be implants in our 30s or 40s and help with some of this. I mean, if it's slow wave sleep, man, and men lose it faster, sooner, younger than women. Yes. Sorry, guys. But I want more slow wave sleep.
But of course,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's this whole thing about how you lose your slow wave sleep, but that's based on the definition of the amplitude necessary. So when you score a sleep record, you look at these EEG patterns, and the slow waves have to be of a sufficient amplitude to count for slow waves.
But I think even with spectral analysis,
yes, okay,
it's lower.
It's much lower, but the actual slow wave sleep, if you're scoring it, can drop almost to 0, but you still have half of your slow wave activity.
What's the driver?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this is kind of a multi-part question, so we're going to blend together some things that were left over from yesterday with some today. So the specific question from the audience is kind of what should elementary schools be doing and high schools and colleges to promote healthy sleep? What should parents be doing? And the part of it that's kind of a leftover piece was yesterday we talked a little bit about the idea that no one-size-fits-all model. Mary, I believe you mentioned that also. And this problem with data, right? We don't have a lot of good data from certain populations. Should we be doing something to collect our own personal data? Like, should we be doing personal sleep scans if it's true that we might predict something like early onset Alzheimer's disease or something? Should we be building our own data records diagnostically in the way that ex-smokers have low-dose scans of their lungs every year or something like that? So take any portion of that, anyone, if you have a way to jump in on how do we reach populations better and what kind of concrete advice could we give parents, policymakers, individuals, if that makes any sense.
So
I'd like to start with the data collection piece. So NIH has a program called the All of Us Research Program. And what they are trying to do is enroll across demographics in the United States, and it is actively enrolling. And sleep is one of the things that they are collecting, Fitbit data, they have questionnaire data. So I would encourage anyone to kind of look up All of Us research program for sleep. And being able to monitor and track, there are, or actually I'll take a step back. If anyone is interested in clinical trials or clinical studies, there is a site called clinicaltrials.gov, is one word, clinicaltrials.gov. And it's easily searchable, and you can put in sleep, you can put in your area of interest, whether it's sleep apnea, insomnia, and it'll show you trials that are actively enrolling across the US. And so you can contribute in that way, and it would be your data personalized, but being generalizable to everyone else. Again, it's your personal information, so it's not being shared. It's a highly controlled clinical study. And so those are ways that you could potentially contribute to the larger kind of research space or larger research enterprise, personally.
Other thoughts on that one? We've got a hot one coming up.
Well,
Go ahead, Mary, sorry.
Well, I was just thinking, sometimes the data collection can be a problem for some sleepers. And I think about, there are reports in the last couple of decades about a few corporations that try to get their employees to submit their data about their sleep. And there are either bonuses or contributions to their health savings plan based on being able to sleep in an optimal amount. And the idea behind it is, it sounds good and well supported by the science, but if I were working for a company like that, I just would not be able to sleep at all. And sometimes the sense of surveillance and kind of putting all this pressure on yourself to sleep can play mind games with you.
Yeah, and that idea of kind of self-surveillance too. I mean, that's part of these large. I do the low scan lung thing because I'm a former smoker, but that also is something that you're mindful of. That data in the wrong hands is also
that's right
problematic.
Who's seeing it, but then also, how does it affect the thing that I'm studying for me to be obsessing about it in that way?
Right. Well, here's a question from the audience. If a single night of sleep deprivation requires potentially weeks to recover, what is the impact of continual sleep deprivation in early parenting or careers where sleep-deprived people, like medical residents, are frequent?
Well, first we have to distinguish between what scientists, I think, tend to mean when they say sleep deprivation, which is zero sleep, and what we in the profession call sleep restriction, which is just dramatically reduced amounts. So yes, students pull all-nighters, but they're rare. What's not rare is the sleep restriction of only getting 6 or 5 or even 4 hours of sleep. And there's much less research on the long-term effects of that and of the recovery time. I don't know if anybody on the panel can, Mary, can you talk about that?
Well, I just remember one of the most impactful talks I ever heard. The title was The Insidious Effects of Sleep Restriction. It was Carol Everson at the Gordon Conference, and she was describing her studies in rodents, who she would sort of treat them like we treat ourselves. So she would restrict their sleep for 5 nights, and then let them sleep longer for 2 nights. 5 nights, 2 nights, 5 nights, 2 nights, 4, I can't remember exactly how long, a few months anyway. And then a year or a year and a half later, she would do investigations of what their bodies and their health looks like now. She saw that bone wasn't being replaced as well in these animals. The cilia in their gut was not being replaced as well. So there were these insidious things. You know, and part of the reason we don't know is because we misattribute things. From, you know, we restrict our sleep, so we blame, you know, I don't know, smog or something else, or the stress of the elections, whatever. But we don't, or it was cold outside, so I got sick. Right. We don't think about, we don't acknowledge, we don't know that what we're doing to our sleep is part of the issue. And it's really hard in humans to do those long-term studies, those longitudinal studies. I'm sure there's some going on now. I mean, all of us is going to be doing some longitudinal work as well. In terms of your question about what do we tell parents, what do we tell people, I mean, for me, the message is don't forget about sleep, protect sleep.
Can I just, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, what you said is exactly right. Those things are hard to do in humans. Like, what is the long-term cost? Because there are so many factors that go into your life that can you attribute something to just the fact that they didn't sleep well because they were taking care of little kids. In animal models, there is evidence to suggest that the ones that breed are a bit shorter lived. Yeah. So there may be a cost to that time that is spent, you know, forcing yourself to be awake because you have to do certain things.
Also, when you think about the epidemiology, it's pretty clear that short sleep contributes to the array of negative outcomes that we've been talking about. When you look at it as a whole, whether it's the epidemiology, whether it's the mechanistic clinical studies, the basic animal studies, or the clinical trials, the evidence is clear that if you have short sleep, and I appreciate Bob being able to kind of talk or clearly distinguish sleep deprivation as a protocol to short sleep or sleep fragmentation, which is what you or sleep restriction, which you would see in a person, in a human. But again, the data is pretty clear when you're thinking about all of these negative things that we've been talking about, the cardiovascular outcomes, the neurodegeneration, dementia, the mental, all the physical and mental negative manifestations of short or reduced or restricted sleep are pretty clear. And that data has been collected over decades. And this is why we're able to kind of have this panel and this conversation to discuss these things.
Could I ask a quick follow-up to that about the idea of sleep fragmentation? We haven't talked about much. And I'm wondering if the clearance system in the glymphatic system could function, if it doesn't happen when we're awake, but what if we're awake for an hour, asleep for 2 hours, awake for, is there something therapeutic in that idea of fragmentation?
Yes, so we have been very interested in fragmented sleep because the epidemiological studies actually show it's worse than short sleep. And it's really a predictor of dementia. So many sleep fragmentations, very bad predictor. So we actually find that the glymphatic, when we wake up, so arousal is associated with basically that the glymphatic is not only pushing the dirty fluid out, but it's also it's mixing with the clean fluid. So our model is that you're actually recirculating dirty fluid during sleep fragmentation.
Oh, wow.
But it's, of course, really hard to study. We only have chemical-induced arousal right now. So we have used them anesthetized, and then we wake them up with another chemical because we can't study it naturally. But that's what we have right now.
You don't have mice with sleep apnea?
No, there's not a good model with sleep apnea, and that's also a little different.
For sure.
Yeah, but adrenaline goes sky high, and the pressure in the brain goes it triples, and you're basically pushing fluid out and mixing up the pathways.
Here's another one that's kind of more pragmatic. Since we know that the sleep-wake cycle is influenced by light, should we be restricting access to light sources, especially cell phone light and so forth, at night? And is that more a problem with adolescents than other groups?
I think everybody should be restricting light at night.
Yeah.
And everybody should be getting more light during the day. You know, we think that if we have lights on inside a room, that's good enough, but nothing comes close to what sunlight can give you.
Yep.
And what you really want is that big contrast between a lot of light during the day and no light at night to have robust rhythms.
I mean, if you look out there where the sun is shining on the ground, the light intensity there is 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than it is in here. It's just a phenomenal difference. And that's what we need to be getting in the morning to tell our brain, to tell our circadian system, okay, it's daytime, this is when I'm supposed to be up. And we see this problem in nursing homes, right, where you have this sort of collapse of the circadian rhythms because they're in essence in either constant light or always in dim light, and they're not getting that strong light that keeps that would keep their circadian clocks aligned.
You know, I was telling some people yesterday that I collaborate with an ophthalmologist who thinks that the increasing incidence of myopia is because the circadian rhythms in the eye are not properly synchronized. And it's because you're not getting enough light during the day and too much light at night. He says that even the night light, which we think is harmless, can affect the clock in the eye.
Wow.
Interesting.
Maybe related to that question, if you live in a very far north or south zone where it's almost always light or almost always dark at certain types of the day, will that affect your natural rhythms? Are they just wired differently? And is that something that's passed on, or is that something that's totally based on your living in that climate zone?
Well, people who live above the Arctic Circle do have extremes of light exposure. I mean, you know, and the farther north you are, the more extreme you experience around the year. Humans are not really built to be seasonal animals, but it doesn't mean we never were. And I think we still hold some of that ability or capacity, especially people who are, you know, have the heritage of being at high latitudes. But I also think, you know, when I think about sleep, I think of it as has an adaptive function. And so you look around, not just at us, but other species, you think about migratory birds. I mean, they have periods when they're really hypomanic, basically, and then they have periods where they are settled in the environment they're in. So sleep has been shown to play an adaptive role in that. And humans, it's very interesting. One of my favorite scientists, Ruth Benka, has studied these, and she's also a psychiatrist and neuroscientist. And she gave a lovely talk where she proposed that maybe bipolar illness in humans is sort of a vestige of that migratory tendency with the hypomania versus the inactivity and so on and so forth. I mean, so we're not just these perfect critters that we think we are. Yep. And I think, you know, coming back to the original question, we need to protect our sleep. We need to think about, oh, this may make a difference. This is important. In our kids' sleep, we need to protect it. Don't have them doing 6 hours of homework every night. It's not just, you know, the starting time of school. It's what are they doing after school? You know, how much can we load on them? And then we sort of start, it's getting better, but I remember, you know, parents and teachers and school administrators kind of blaming the kids for, well, they just need to go to bed. Well, no, that's not going to do it, and it's not their fault. It's your fault. And it's the fault of their biology. And so to understand that, and every time I go and talk out of school, oh, they get it. They just don't know it yet. And I think we need to do a better job of helping them to know it. And then there are some who just, they don't care. And then they give the kids caffeine for dinner, which is wrong both from, of the arousal function, but if you take caffeine in the evening, by the way, folks, it will delay your circadian rhythm. So it has multiple impacts. You don't need, I know, we all need caffeine.
I just want to, go ahead. I was going to make a comment about the extreme northern latitudes, like Alaska or the Norway and such. First of all, if you haven't seen the movie Insomnia, you should. It's a mystery story about a New York cop who's called up to Alaska to help a friend, but called up in the middle of June and cannot cope with the fact that it's light all the time. So what you see, like in Norway or other Scandinavian countries, is huge rates of depression and, in fact, suicide in the dark months when they're not getting light. And you see this hypomania in midsummer. So even there where they've had, thousands of years to try to evolve to deal with it, they still suffer. And I've been over there, and they have these blackout curtains in their bedrooms like you've never seen. I mean, nothing gets through them, and they say you can't make it through the summer without them. And I think they're using more and more of bright light therapy, where you have these intense bright lights that you sit in front of for an hour in the morning to help them keep their circadian rhythm functioning properly in the wintertime, in the dark phase.
So just to add to that, you're absolutely right that they have seasonal affective disorder is the best known depression that is generally caused by the loss of light during the dark months. And during the summer months, it's hard to sleep unless they have these blackout curtains because it's so light all the time. You see that even in the animals up there. So reindeer that are up in the Arctic region, they suspend their circadian rhythms during the summer months. And you can see that even at the molecular level, like normally these clock genes cycle. In the wintertime, they continue to cycle because in the darkness, you can maintain a rhythm, although there are other deleterious effects of darkness. In the summer, they're flat. There's no cycling.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to add that there is some evidence that among hunter-gatherer societies in extreme northern and southern locations, there's some seasonal variation in the amount of sleep, which makes perfect sense because if you're out hunting caribou all day in the summer, you're going to stay up later to get that protein source that you need in the winter, and when you're not finding that food source, you'd be sleeping more and conserving energy. But if there's some vestigial component of that where people are sort of attuned to sleeping more in the wintertime, it's called seasonal affective disorder. So
that's actually been reported even for people who are not at such northern latitudes.
Is that right?
There was a recent study that I got called by a reporter to comment on it, that people are sleeping more during the winter.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is a question. Okay, it's my question. And I think it's probably deeply naive, but I am trying to understand the relationship between the clock and the hourglass. Is it evolutionary? Is it just that it has just really worked well for these two cycles to be about the same length? That is, to what extent is the sun responsible for the fact that the reindeer's circadian clock sort of flattens out? To what extent does our mouse have a 23.5-hour circadian cycle? In other words, what is responsible for the fact that those come together? Is it just like, well, obviously that would be a good idea, because otherwise we would be cycling in a counterintuitive way that would be great for shift workers, but not for the rest of us who work a regular day? Mary, you're looking at me like, what is she asking?
Well, I mean, I think, again, it's like God had a plan and said, well, we need to adapt to the rotation of the Earth and the 24-hour day. but we also need to have some adaptive capacity for staying awake and sleeping. And oh, look, if we sync them up so they work together, then we can stay, if we didn't have that clock-dependent alerting, as I said, you'd be, asleep at dinner time because the sleep pressure has built up. But now you have the combat, if you will, or the rescue team of the clock helping you stay awake to finish your day. And then at night, we have the reversal where both of them are working together to help us sleep. So I think that, the plan, I don't know if it's God or whoever.
Well, let's say evolution. I think I'm more comfortable with evolution. But
so humans are a little bit long, right?
Right.
Mice
Oh,
are a little
okay.
bit short.
Oh, so humans are a
so
little
we're a
longer.
little bit longer than 24 hours, right? So every species kind of has its own whatever way of adapting to this 24-hour cycle, and we all reset every day. So our tendency would always be to like sleep in a little bit because our periods are longer, but then we get reset. You go with it. If I understand your question correctly about this evolution of the homeostat maybe and the circadian clock and how that happened, there is a paper published recently where it suggested that the first thing that evolved was circadian sleep. Because they looked at a bunch of insects and said they all have circadian sleep, but they don't all have a rebound after deprivation. And so maybe this state sort of evolved with the clock, and then there just became, in some species, a real added need for it.
Interesting.
Which, I don't know.
But
Thank you.
The light-dark cycle drives behavior across the species, and not just mammals. Blue-green algae have a 24-hour cycle because they need light to produce energy, and so they crank up that system during the light and shut it down when it's dark. So all the way back there, every organism on Earth lives on a 24-hour cycle, and that 24-hour cycle both affects when we can be most effectively mobile, but also when we can most effectively get energy from the sun. And so we have evolved to be able to use that cycle.
As long as I've derailed, Phil, it raises an interesting question. So yesterday, Dr. Sego, you observed that there are certain capacities that are conserved, I think was your word, across species. And so I started thinking, so would we say that there is sort of a necessary and sufficient condition to define something as sleep, such that in order for us to say, yeah, blue-green algae, that isn't sleep, but in, what was it, rainbow fish, or in roundworms, it is? Or, in other words, we spent a long time in our group saying, what counts as sleep? And, we sort of punted the question because we couldn't find. So what makes sleep sleep and not what blue-green algae do? And that's an all play.
Yeah, so I think, I sort of went over what people have defined as the behavioral criteria for sleep. Some people will tell you that you should use like an EEG definition. At some point, we hope that we will have markers for internal states that, but I think...
For across species.
Yes, across species. That would be the dream. That would be the dream, that you would have something across species. But, what is sleep? There is a researcher who many years ago tried to claim that yeast sleep. They don't have circadian rhythms, okay? But they have these metabolic states that
count as
cycle with a 3 to 5 hour periodicity. And he was trying to make the case that one metabolic state was the equivalent of sleep. Who's to say that that is not serving the function of sleep? Maybe it is, right? And my worldview is that sleep serves a metabolic function, okay? And I talked about this yesterday. Mike talked about the glymphatic system. We are studying other ways of metabolic clearance and maintaining metabolic, energetics, right? And that is what we think sleep does. And evolutionarily, it may be doing it in organisms, maybe on these shorter time scales if they don't have circadian rhythms. The animals that see light, it gets co-opted into a 24-hour rhythm. And again, this is sort of my worldview, is in the organisms that have any kind of locomotion, sleep evolved because now you needed that other phase to be completely quiescent to make up for the excess activity of locomotion. But this is all speculative.
So let me make a couple of comments. First of all, for the linguists and such in the audience, sleep is what's called a pre-paradigmatic term. That is to say, you guys invented the word sleep, not us. When we invent a word like DNA, we know what it is absolutely. I mean, we've defined it as a scientific concept. But sleep, we're taking from the public. And so we don't have a definition that everybody can agree with. I tell people that it took me years to accept the fact that fruit flies sleep. And I'm willing to say that fruit flies sleep everywhere except in an NIH study section, and they can go and get their own money somewhere else. But we can't, there will never be a definition of dreaming. There will never be a definition of life and death. We'll never know exactly where that line is. We don't know where the line is between wake and sleep. And so we struggle with it, and I don't know that the struggling is all that worthwhile. What I've learned to do is instead of talking about dreaming, when I'm going professional, I talk about sleep-mentation. Any conscious thinking process that occurs while you're asleep. And I don't want to get in arguments with this person or that person about whether this is a dream or not. And so I think you're right that we have to sort of back up to this kind of behavior. Let's call that sleep.
Or this kind of function.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, I also want to say it's a mistake to talk about the function of sleep. You know, if you heard two tongue researchers arguing, and one saying, well, the tongue is for tasting, and the other saying, no, the tongue is for articulation of speech, you'd think they were both crazy, right? But we kind of do that. I mean, I'm sitting here next to you, and I'm getting all huffy, and I'm saying, no, the function of sleep has to be cognitive, because it's the only aspect of sleep that would explain why we have to actually become unconscious, why we act. All of those metabolic things you want to do, you can do those by just lying in bed peacefully.
No. So. we were asked to disagree. We're doing that now,
That's
okay?
great. I told them to
the metabolic is not
well.
in place of the cognitive. The metabolic underlies the cognitive. Why is the cognitive function improving during sleep? We would argue that the metabolism is promoting the cognition.
I'll buy that.
Okay.
But it's not that this is the function of sleep or this is the function of sleep.
Well, they're all
It's
integrated.
That sleep serves many functions, and we all know that.
Oh, yeah.
And each of us tends to be siloed into one function of sleep.
No, I agree with that.
And we get very testy.
I personally am not siloed into a function of sleep because I see the breadth of it, and I see that there are many, many, many functions of sleep.
Yep.
Mine's more important.
Mine's fundamental to all other functions.
I would like to invoke the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein at this point, who would explain that a concept like sleep is a family resemblance concept. And if, for those of you who don't know, that's a really useful concept that says there doesn't need to be one thing that all of these concepts share, but rather just as a family can resemble each other because you have your mother's eyes and your father's nose, so too sleep shares these qualities. The philosopher is always right.
Well,
Benjamin.
Yeah, as a language person, I found what you said really fascinating. And it had occurred to me about dreaming that many cultures don't restrict the idea of a dream to something that happens while we're asleep, where there are waking dreams and spiritual visions that are called dreaming.
And we have daydreams.
Right. And but I hadn't thought about sleep in the same way, that maybe the word sleep is actually kind of mystifying the complexity and the many phases, so that thinking about it as one thing, one word, is part of the problem. And I have noticed that the field of what used to be called sleep research has now addressed that a little bit by sometimes referring to itself as sleep and circadian science research, to sort of say that, sleep isn't the only thing, or it's not quite one thing, it's connected to lots of other things. So the language we use to describe what we're studying is so important. Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Phil. I fear we should, to make sure that people have. So my hobby horse is eating, and I want people to have enough time to eat and have a conversation with each other, so we need to stop, I'm afraid. Just a reminder, this is a zero-waste event. To the extent that you are capable of doing so, please recycle properly and consider reusable containers. There's a napping chapel in the building right behind us here, and if you would like to take part in any of the activities that you could take part in yesterday, except for the breakout sessions, please feel free to do so. Faculty members, my colleagues, will be in one of the dining rooms upstairs. If you'd like to join a table to have a conversation and answer each other's questions, please join one of my colleagues in the dining room upstairs. You don't have to buy a lunch to go there. We'll see you at 12:45 for an organ prelude and 1 o'clock lecture. I have to scamper.
Hey everybody, welcome to this. If you're just joining us, this is the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. My name is Tane Danger.
I'm Maggie Kurth.
We're your co-hosts for the live stream. We just got done with a fascinating panel conversation following 2 amazing lectures this morning. And we'll have some time to talk a little bit more about that. But actually, we have 2 special guests with us. And so I want to, do you all mind just introducing yourselves a little bit?
Yeah. Sure. My name is Tara Cadenhead. I teach entrepreneurship and innovation at Gustavus. I'm also an alum. And I oversee the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship as well as and the Gusty Cup. So a lot of fun things going on. And I have narcolepsy, so I'm extremely interested in this topic.
So many things to talk about.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Angelica Lofgren, and I teach human resources, organizational behavior, and introduction to management at Gustavus. I got my PhD from Stockholm School of Economics, and I'm really interested in this topic because it's a core topic in anything related to humans in organizations. So,
yeah, and you guys are going to tell us a little bit about sleep and business world, jobs, kind of how a lot of these things that we've been talking about this week end up applying to the workplace.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I was wondering maybe if we could start with, why, obviously beyond, we know like why individual workers care about sleep, why should their bosses?
Well, I can talk about this from a research perspective, and research shows that employees who are well-rested, they're more creative, they're more reliable, they get sick less often. That goes both for physical health and mental health. And we also see that they are more emotionally stable. And if you think about, for example, a teacher who meets your kid in school and there's a stressful environment, what kind of teacher do you want to have for your kids? A teacher who's patient and stable, or someone who's stressed, hasn't slept well, and might not handle that stress very well and might maybe lose their patience. And it also makes us better able to handle aggressive situations. If you think of a police officer, for example, being provoked, and how do you respond to that provocation? So there are many situations where we need to feel well rested to be our best selves.
I so appreciate that. And just to dig a little bit more on it, like we were talking a little bit about this yesterday. There's some jobs that this just clicks for people and they get it. And I think that you kind of, something like a police officer, but we were talking about how there are rules for like air traffic controllers. They brought up about truck drivers, but what you're talking about kind of expands this of like, okay, if I'm in some field where I need my employees to be creative or problem solving or collaborative or work with other people, that's also a place where I want folks to be well rested.
Absolutely. We are more creative. We come up with better ideas, we collaborate better. And, even for us as researchers or college professors, we need our brains to be awake to do our best work.
Well, given what we know about how important sleep is to all of these qualities that you should want in the workplace, why have there been such cultures of sleep is for the weak, grind, to demonstrate that you're a good employee, you need to be here all of the time? Like, why don't those match up better?
Yeah. Well, so just, I guess, personally, I think we kind of live in a culture of abundance. There's so many things we can do. So the litmus test I use is, but should we do them? And because, if you're a high achiever, there are a lot of things that excite you or that you want to go after, but I just don't think that it's necessary to tackle everything because, frankly, it's not good for us. So it's really, really important to build downtime, and I think also just to pause and give ourselves time to rest. And what we've learned from all of the speakers is that state of rest and dreaming can actually make your creativity far better. And maybe that's my superpower as a person with narcolepsy is I am a really good dreamer, so I kind of learned that there's a high correlation, I think, to creativity because you're connecting kind of disparate thoughts in your dreams. And that's something I'm really good at.
That's okay.
Wow,
Now
right?
I have two questions now because I was going to ask you about the entrepreneurship part, which I still want to ask you about. But so, do you mind talking a little bit more about for folks who I'm sure heard narcolepsy, but maybe they don't know what is that actually? How does that manifest?
Right. So let's actually go back to my college days because it's a little bit almost funny, full circle, that I'm even here because I was not always the best student. I struggled because I was tired all the time, but I just didn't understand why. And I'm sure my sleep hygiene was not amazing in college. But after I had 3 children, I was getting my MBA and I was working full time in a job that was super challenging, very intense. I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. My husband noticed that I stopped breathing one night. I mean, it was not terrible, but it was enough to scare him. And so when I went in, they were interviewing, asking me about dreams. And I do dream immediately upon falling asleep, like within 2 minutes. So.
And do you remember these dreams largely?
No, not always.
Okay.
Actually, rarely.
Okay. Which is something we heard in the talks yesterday. It's pretty normal,
So somebody once said to me it was almost a blessing that I was diagnosed, and I would agree with that because initially I was really sad, but my quality of life has improved tremendously, and I can actually accomplish way more. I own a business. I teach here full time, and I have 3 kids, and I'm very involved in the community. But I think because I prioritize sleep, and I understand all of the other factors, I'm not always the best at it. Sugar is going to be an interesting Nobel Conference next year, but yeah, because I really prioritize sleep, my ability to manage my life and the things I want to do is far better.
You're talking about changing the way that you have functioned around sleep and the difference that made in your life. Do you guys have examples of situations where people have been able to change the culture in their business, in their workplaces, or in their industries even, to really make sleep more of a priority? We were talking last night at dinner about some of the problems in the healthcare industry and the way that they treat medical students and the expectations there and how hard that has been to change.
I can talk about one specific study from Harvard Medical School. Usually it's really hard to do research on sleep-deprived people because it's not ethical to make people sleep-deprived and have them work in hospitals, for example. But I don't know if you could say this is fortunately, but it's not really fortunate. So they did a study because they changed the rules, the regulations regarding how many hours straight a first-year resident could work in a hospital. So previously, before 2011, they were allowed to work for 24 hours straight. And then they changed it, so they limited it to 16 hours straight. And 16 hours is quite a big chunk of work.
Still a lot.
It's still a lot. And the difference, and then this was criticized, actually. They criticized. People weren't really sure, was this the right move? And so they went back to allowing 24 hours of sleep. So this, created this opportunity to make a study on sleep-deprived people. And so they did a huge survey study on first-year residents, like medical doctors. And they found that when they limited the sleep hours to 16 hours, the reduction in reported errors resulting in patient death, it decreased with over 60%.
So it decreased, the errors decreased when they limited the work hours to 60.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it tells us how important it is from safety. And I mean, we should all be concerned about, the sleep hours our doctors get.
Oh, for sure.
And 60% decrease in errors resulting in patient death. It's huge numbers.
Yeah.
And they could never have performed this study if they planned to do this, because it would be completely unethical to do such a study. But since they just happened to have the data, they took that opportunity to do research on it, and the accidents overall decreased dramatically.
Interesting.
So that's fascinating, and that's talking about a systems piece, and that's a good question. Why do we set up these systems? I want to ask you about entrepreneurship, right? You had the Center for Entrepreneurship. I'm an entrepreneur, and this is a system that we bring upon ourselves in a lot of cases, and we're I gotta hustle. I gotta do.
All
I
the
gotta
time.
be working. If I'm not spinning this wheel, then the wheel will stop.
Right.
And so I'm curious, how you work with students to talk about trying to create that sense of balance or sense of being thoughtful about how you kind of manage your time in your life, and particularly with this, in a place where it's kind of all up to you in some ways, and yet the pressure feels like if I'm not doing something, then maybe I'm losing.
Not anymore, actually.
Okay. That's good. I want to take your
class.
class.
Well, and so let me actually go back to when I was in corporate America. It was an amazing experience, so I'm not at all putting that down. But I do remember after getting my master's, I would commute an hour into the city. I had 3 littles at home, and I think I was done with my MBA at this time. But I had 44 open positions. I was in HR, so I had 44 open positions for an internal big initiative and managing all of my other work, and it was almost just impossible. And so, yes, I was in the office, let's say 9 hours or 8 hours, but it was always on my head, just what I needed to get done, and so it was a grind. And so I think about me personally, I need downtime. I need time to just relax and think. And so I've really built that in. Moving forward to an entrepreneur, when you start something from scratch, as you know, it's really, really difficult because you are the IT person, you are the marketer, you are the designer, all of the things. And so probably after 7 years, I started to figure out that working hard all the time is actually not the best way to do it. And so I am really good about shutting it off. Here's my own little model that I've used for a couple of years. I've worked really hard at it, and it actually started when I was in corporate. How do we as people and as organizations, so I believe this model, we should really go side by side. How do we understand perspective? So analyzing where we're at from a kind of a system or an organization, what really are our priorities based on our mission, kind of where are we at with our employees or as a person with your own health. So having a diagnosis of narcolepsy or apnea, whatever, what does that mean? And just really understanding it. I think that helps center you. Then prioritize. But even more importantly, deprioritize. I've gotten so good at deprioritizing. I used to be helium hand. I can do it, but I shouldn't do it. Do the right things. Do the things that matter for your family and for you because you'll be a better worker. And then put together a plan. So about 2 years ago, I had 5 big things that I needed to check off to give myself mental balance and just time. And I'm on 4.5. So,
wow.
Yeah, so put together a plan and then check in on your progress. So continually reassess, learn about new things for your wellness and weave those in. And lastly is protect. I protect my time very diligently. So my sleep, my time, my downtime.
Amazing.
Well, before we wrap up, maybe it would be really helpful if both of you kind of gave us one tip for sort of getting better sleep hygiene, changing the way that you sleep, and kind of taking better care of yourself in the context of work.
Well, I work with students, and in my organizational behavior course, I've had them do a project where they use themselves as a research object. And one thing I have them go through is their sleep hygiene, but also looking at their own time out in nature. Just walking in the forest is really healthy for us, and other factors. But once you take a good look at your sleep hours, you can actually see where you spend your hours, and you can actually think about, is this where I want to spend my time? And we are currently in a huge social experiment where people spend on average 5 to 8 hours a day on social media. And that time comes from somewhere. It's unheard of. It's something we've never done before in human history. And then suddenly we spend that amount of time on social media, meaning that we take that time away from other things that we really, really need to feel good, such as in-person social interaction, exercise, time in nature, time with family, and sleep. So I think that actually make a sleep inventory. Check your time. How much time do you sleep over a couple of days, or maybe check it for a week to make a table, and see if you actually spend your hours the way you want to spend them, because those hours add up to your life.
Amazing.
And I would echo that. I think there are a lot of complexities in life, and different jobs have different demands that we can't always control. But I do think that we do have some control about how we use our time. So I think very proactively decide how you want to spend your time. And I think that's a big thing. I also want to just comment, years ago I read an article about members of the Jewish faith believe that their day starts at 6 p.m., which I find incredibly fascinating, because my mindset is always, what time can I wake up the earliest? How can I maximize? But I've really started to think about, how does your evening prepare you for the next day? And I think that is an incredibly fascinating way to think about our day.
It's a really interesting reframing.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you both so much
Thank you.
for taking this time to come and chat with us. And bringing the science and the personal experience, phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and we're gonna
do a switch over. We have another special guest.
Yeah.
I like doing sort of the name drop in case somebody is just wandering in here during lunch. This is the 60th Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. We have a very special guest who's going to come in and take a seat. The director of the Nobel Conference.
When is the special guest coming?
Dr. Lisa Helke.
Hi.
You're amazing.
Thanks.
We're so glad that you are making time to come talk to us, because you're running a whole conference.
Of course, everyone says it, and I'm, of course, not running a whole conference. That would be Barb Larson Taylor, the name we cannot say too frequently, because Barb is the one who actually runs a conference.
None of this would be happening
I'm the
without
person
Barb.
who says, what would be really cool is if we, and she says, what are the next steps? What are the next steps? And then she makes the next steps happen. Yeah. I want to thank you guys because, hi, Barb and Sybil. My sisters are watching the live stream.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh. And they and many other people really appreciate the opportunity to be in their own comfortable living room chairs, eating their own sandwiches, and knowing that they're going to get special content that nobody else gets. Ha, 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 ha.
Well, I'm going to use that as a segue to just talking the Nobel Conference in general. This is your 7th?
Ninth.
Ninth.
Yes, and I think it's actually Barb's 10th because she was involved 1 year before I was. But yes, this is my 9th.
And we've been reflecting just here, but then also with some of the speakers, what a thing the Nobel Conference is. It's this interdisciplinary conference bringing together literally some of the top researchers in the world.
100 Nobel laureates.
To southern Minnesota for 2 days to both present and to have these incredible discussions that even they will say, I've never had this kind of a talk before. And so I mean, when you talk to people about Nobel, like what do you say? How do you say what this thing is almost?
Provost Brenda Kelly and I often say, and so Provost Kelly is of course a chemist, biochemist, food chemist, and she and I always say, we tell people this isn't a science conference, it's a science and ethics conference. And you heard Micah Nedergaard this morning say that quite clearly when she said, and of course she was being nice to us, she was being a little Minnesota nice when she said, I was just at a great, high-powered conference where everybody was presenting their cutting-edge research. No one was telling us for the first time something the world has never heard about, the Glymphatic system, for instance. They were telling us their established research, but they had to do so in the context of a bunch of people they don't normally talk with. So this last little exchange between Dr. Stickgold and Dr. Segal, in which they're like, we're going to duke it out because, it's about the metabolic system, or about and he said, no, it's about cognition, and which came first, and so they are forced to sort of interact with people in disciplines that in the sciences and in the humanities are just worlds apart. So I always emphasize, in fact, the reason that I wanted to do this conference, the reason I wanted to be involved was in a way a long-standing gripe going back to 1968.
The best things in life are driven by spite.
Exactly, as our friend Phil Voigt would say.
Yeah.
From 1978, when I was first a student here, there was a long-standing tradition where it would be 6 scientists and then either a theologian or a philosopher. And may I borrow your head for just a moment?
Sure.
The scientists would sort of say, "Oh, you just stay over there and you do your little ethics or religion thing. We'll take care of the big hard science things." And my deal was, this is a science and ethics conference. Everybody is going to talk about science and its ethical implications. If the ethicists are spending the time understanding your research, you're going to think through what the ethical implications are. In a year like reproductive technology, the person who was doing work on embryos was like, "Yeah, don't worry, I've thought about ethical issues a little bit." Some years, plate tectonics, maybe that was a little bit harder. But my position is every scientific question is surrounded by a halo of ethical issues, and we as a society can't do better than to think about those. For me, public policy is an ethical issue. I'm imagining, Tane, that you might, sing out of the same hymn book about that.
Oh.
That understanding school start times, that's an ethical issue. It's a lot of other things. What your previous guests were talking about, 60% improvement in death of your patients, I'm going to say that's an ethical issue. Like, why aren't we letting them sleep a whole, 12 hours or be off 12 hours?
But I'll just say, and
work in a word edgewise, sorry.
One of the last things I love about the Nobel Conference is there are these pieces, but it's also very rarely that it just sort of like, oh, that's easy. Like we just do that.
No.
Yeah, like it's almost always they're like, well, if you
Absolutely.
do that, then you got to deal with this.
Yes.
Right.
And in fact, I think, I didn't want to maybe bring it up during the Q&A, but I believe some of the schools in Minnesota have changed their school start times back.
Oh, really?
I feel like I have heard that. Now, I kind of didn't want to look and find out the truth because it was going to make me really sad.
Well, I think it's one of those really important things of that, like, science does not exist inside of a vacuum. Science, like even physics about vacuums doesn't exist inside of a vacuum, and it's all influenced by the culture, by the societal context around it. It's influencing the societal context.
Exactly.
And that push and pull has to be a part of any discussion. Otherwise, you're not actually learning what you think you're learning.
Right, absolutely. And there's a way in which there's an undergirding ethical issue, which is we as, Barb and I always call ourselves the chief learners of Nobel Conference because we come in being like, holy cow, did you know? And we read the books by the people and we text each other and say, did you know that? And I think that we as citizens in a democracy have an obligation, or as residents of a democracy have an obligation to try to become scientifically literate so that we can be responsible users of science, engagers with science. One of the exciting things over my very long time with the Nobel Conference, first one was 1978. I was 18 years old. The talks in those days were an hour and a half long, usually. An hour and a half of someone speaking in a monotone to the slides, which were, of course, in black and white, fuzzy, off in the distance, to their peers. TED Talks did not exist. The notion that they were speaking to the rest of us was sort of frowned upon. Whereas now, these folks know we want our ideas to be conveyed to the public. We know that we want those people out there to understand those ideas because we understand many things. So they're going to vote for congressional representatives who are going to make funding decisions about the NIH, for just one small example.
They might be involved in their union and what they're going to be pushing for in
Absolutely.
terms of accommodations in the workplace.
Or maybe they're on their school board, or maybe the county commissioner. I'm scrambling to think of a thing. I always think it's all the big decisions in my life are the county commissioner, the ones that are on the Soil and Water Conservation District, actually. But at any rate, there are many ways in which we, as citizens, ought to understand how do these big, seemingly abstract ideas like, the glymphatic system, although that one, I have to say, it's home. Boy, I'm glad I sleep well.
Yeah, we were talking about, there has been kind of this mix of like the magic and mystery and beautiful things about sleep, and we just had a conversation and it makes you more creative, it helps you solve problems better. And then there's been this other side of it, it's like, and if that's not a good enough reason for you to sleep,
yes.
Let us tell you about all the things that
And if you don't sleep, you're doomed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, right, yes. No, if you don't sleep, you die, I think.
Well, if you're a rat.
If you're a rat.
Right, if you're a rat.
Yeah. So
Probably
yeah.
if
like
you're
to
a
think
person,
I'm
but a
not a
long
rat.
enough time too.
That's right.
Yeah, you've kind of talked about how the Nobel Conference has changed. How have you managed to kind of like keep the same truth to that mission over 60 years, even through all of this shift in sort of what we value and how we put things into context?
Yeah, that's a great question. I wish there was someone out there some archivist who really wanted to do a history of the conference, because I think it's taken different, it's taken different shapes at different moments. But I do see a real through line from Richard Elvey, the first, I think of him as having been a kind of impresario. Someone said once, well, you're like the Richard Elvey. I was like, no, I'm not. No one is like the Richard Elvey of this conference. But there has been throughout it that through line of this is a conference about, I say, revolutionary, transformative, and pressing scientific questions and the ethical issues that arise alongside of them. And somehow or other, in whatever form we've done it, every director has said, no, that needs to be at the heart of everything that we do in this conference, somehow. Again, some people have been more interested in having people announce their path-breaking discoveries at this conference. For me, that's been a little bit less of a priority, because I see what happens when people say things like, oh, that thing that person was talking about yesterday connects to what you were just talking about today. For me, the magic of people in the audience becoming their own inquirers and investigators is just worth so much. I'm a kind of a teacher at heart, I guess.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
We're over on time, but that's okay because you're the director. So, but like, we love the live stream and having people tune in this way, and it is very cool. Like, we get to talk to some other people and people.
Yes.
And you also do a lot of work to curate. There's amazing stuff that's happening on campus.
Yes.
That is in addition to what folks here are seeing. And I just thought, I thought I'd give you maybe just a moment to talk about some of those as to give folks a sense of just like what a 360-degree experience this is for folks, particularly if you are thinking about, maybe I'll come next year when we're talking about sugar.
Yes.
Coming next year where it's free.
And it is free.
And it's free, yes. And I have to say that has been one of Barb's and my most, our proudest accomplishments is saying, we're going to make it, we've got a way, we're going to make this free. Because knowing, for instance, that in the past, senior citizens were sitting in the senior center in St. Peter, Minnesota, watching the conference because it was like, that's kind of a heavy lift to pay for that ticket. So we're thrilled that it's free. We have seen, of course, as many public events have, we've seen a diminishment in on-campus attendance because it's challenging. If you're a high school teacher, it's challenging to get the bus and the sub and the permission slips and all the things when you can show the videos in your classroom at your convenience, which is a wonderful thing, and we love it. We love it to death. We love those after-the-fact views. For those of you who had struggled to hear, in the hall, go back and watch it again. But on campus, yesterday I made it a point to go around to every single one of the breakout session talks by my colleagues. It's so fun to see my colleagues being experts in their field, but connecting that up to sleep somehow. And Several of the participants actually went to sessions, which was delightful. So that was a really important thing. Right now, my colleagues are hosting lunch discussions, and I said, you don't have to know anything about sleep. You have to be a good question asker, or that's really interesting. How else might we ask that, or, right, the skills we develop as classroom teachers.
So for a lot of folks, it's, I mean, again, if you're somebody who is out in life, middle age, retired, like, it's kind of getting to be a college student in a really cool way for 2 days.
Absolutely, and you don't have to take any exams. You don't have to go, if you're like bored by something, you just go to a different thing, right? Last night at the Story Slam, there was a dance performance in the middle of it. Philip Glass music, members of the Gustavus Choir, and Jill Patterson.
Yes.
Choreographed this fascinating dance that was just wonderful. And I'm going to say, I bet a Moth Story Slam never had a dance in the middle of it before. And Jason Schaumer was pretty excited because it turns out Einstein on the Beach is a real favorite musical work of his, and that was the musical selection accompanying this. And the Story Slam is just, that just is like, just delightful.
We should just, for folks, last night, the first night, there's a Moth Story Slam.
Yes.
And we had a handful of folks who got up and told stories. And again, it's this wonderful thing, again, just to really brag about Nobel. You have these scientists and this cutting edge research, and the humanities are really like bringing it to life in all these different kinds of ways.
Well, and one of our scientists won.
Yes.
Bob Stickgold. Yes, Bob Stickgold was the audience favorite last night and really just cleaned up, telling a story about how to break all of your own rules as a scientist. I would add, if you've paid attention to the titles of the music that Chad Winterfeld, cantor of Christ Chapel, was playing, almost all of them have a sleep theme. So that's something that we often like to do, is have the music actually explore that theme. When we have a concert, it often explores a particular theme. And what was the other thing I was going to say that we do that's thematic? Shoot, can't remember one other thing. There was something else that was really good that we do. Oh, well, there's an art exhibit, of course, which will be in place for a while.
So you can come
on
campus?
campus, and it is in the Schaefer Gallery, and it is, whenever the gallery is open, it is free. Yes, so all of those are additional things that are happening as a part of this conference.
Okay, so we're all out of time. So we'll say thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And stay tuned this afternoon, when I will say this afternoon is all ethics and social justice issues all the time. It is a real focus of this afternoon's session.
And we've got a couple more interviews coming up.
We're going to talk about Roman ancient sleep, ancient Roman sleep.
And before that, dreams across cultures.
Yes.
Which I think is going to be really super cool. We've got Elizabeth Kubek coming in to talk a little bit about that.
We're doing a switch over. Thank you. Yes, very cool. And hello, come on in. You all are watching the live stream of the 60th Nobel Conference here at Gustavus Adolphus College. Thank you so much, Professor, for joining us.
My pleasure.
Come on down. Sorry to keep you. The director of the conference was going on, and what are you going to do? But thank you so much for taking time to sit with us. And so we're going to talk about dreams, and you brought a book with you. And
I'm a literature professor. I always arrive with things I want people to read and watch.
I love it. We should give you a chance to introduce yourself when you're not, talking on a live stream. What is your role here at Gustavus?
I am a faculty member in the English department. I'm also the faculty director for student academic success. And so I do a lot of work with things that help students feel like they are belonging and becoming. And so this topic actually of building creativity through tapping into your dreams is part of that project.
Oh, interesting. How did you get from that to like dreams across cultures?
Well, I really more target some very specific cultural examples, but one of the reasons it's cross-cultural, I teach in an interdisciplinary area called medical humanities. And so one of the things we ask is there a kind of medical discourse or psychological or neurological discourse that can tell us something about dreams across cultures, while at the same time acknowledging how they manifest differently in different cultures.
That's very interesting.
Professor Kubek, so in the English department. So what is the book that you brought today? Just whenever somebody brings a prop, I love it. So.
Okay, so you may have heard about this one because it was kind of the recommended reading for Nobel, and actually my medical humanities students are reading this, and this is Robert Stickgold's student who wrote this. So it does actually talk about his work and some other really groundbreaking work in sleep and dreams. It is scientifically written, but for a broad audience. So I'm using that in my classes.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, we've had multiple people write into us to ask about nightmares. And I'm wondering how nightmares have come up in the work you do. Like, is there...
Bad dreams and nightmares.
Bad dreams and nightmares, because Dr. Stickgold made a distinction between the two to us yesterday. But, like, do bad dreams play the same role in how people see the world, in creativity, in, you know... Do they have a different role than dreams? Do they have the same role as dreams?
You know, I think that kind of depends what framework you use. If you're using a psychological framework, I like to think of dreams as being either prognostic or diagnostic. That is, a dream might be telling you there's something bothering you, or even you're sick. That would be diagnostic. And I personally think, and I know there are examples of people who've had bad dreams because they were worried about something or because they were unwell.
Yeah.
So I would say that bad dreams, in that sense, can play that role. But even that category is so broad. What makes a dream bad? Is it that you have an emotional reaction to it? Is it that after you wake up you think, I can't believe I dreamed that, that's awful? So what I'm kind of pushing people towards is thinking, what is the function of this dream for the person and also for the culture?
See, so this is fascinating. We were actually talking a little bit about this yesterday following Dr. Stickgold's talk about how scientifically we could still kind of debate the purpose, like, quote unquote, of dreams, right? Like, or are they just sort of like synapses firing or whatnot, right? Like, is that, or, you know, is there an evolutionary, like, reason for this to happen? And, you know, that's kind of, we could talk about that. But what you're talking about is that different cultures are like making sense of dreams and sort of sense making of dreams, like in different ways. And I guess one of my questions is that universal? Like, or do we see that pretty much like across cultures, or is it some do it and some don't, and is there any kind of way that we can sort that out?
Well, that's such a big question.
Yes, fair. You have about 10 seconds.
And of course, if I say, oh no, everyone does this, someone will come up with an exception.
Sure.
But I will say that it does seem to be a very widespread human question. But even within what we might think of as a discrete cultural or belief group, there is lots of disagreement and lots of conversation about what dreams are and what they do. So rather than approaching it as having a kind of coherent cultural function, I like to see it as a site of cultural questioning. This is where we ask things like, what does it mean to be conscious? Are we connected to sources of knowledge or insight of which we are not consciously aware? I think that may be universal, is the question, does this dream mean something?
That's cool.
And I'm sure we've all pretty much asked that question of ourselves at some point in time.
Yeah.
Whether that answer is psychological, whether it's creative, I mean, that's kind of what a lot of this is about.
Yeah. So you were getting at this a little bit a moment ago, but when you're talking with students or anybody and thinking about different ways to interact with dreams, do your own sense making of dreams. I don't know, what are some of the things that you talk about in strategies or tips, I guess, almost like in what to do with this as you're trying to think about it for yourself?
Well, if you're thinking about it from an individual standpoint, I did do a little workshop yesterday, and actually I was using some recommendations that Robert Stickgold made. There's a really great New York Times from 2017, just a very short, How to Keep a Dream Journal. And so one thing that I recommend to people who are interested in this question is follow that advice. It starts with drink a lot of water before you go to bed, so you will wake up.
Oh, interesting.
And then you can write down your dreams, because you have to recollect them and write them down pretty much immediately, or they may get away from you.
Yeah.
So if people are looking at it from an individual perspective, rather than trying to tell people what their dreams mean, which I don't think you can do, ask them to pursue what they mean by writing, but also by drawing. I do a lot of work with how visual images affect the brain and the emotions. So that's one thing I do from the individual standpoint. From a cultural standpoint, this semester, one thing I'm working with, and I want to acknowledge that we're sitting right here on the territory of the Dakota people, whose attitude towards what we call dreaming is very integrative. And I won't presume to speak about that too much because it's somewhere where I'm in a learning space.
Sure.
But I do want people to think about the fact that there are frameworks for understanding dreams that don't put them in a box and say, well, only therapists can talk about this.
Yeah.
Or only brain science understands this. So a deeper, more integrative knowledge from the cultural perspective and a multicultural perspective is what I'm aiming for.
That's wonderful.
This is great, and you are doing amazing work. I want to have a whole other conversation with you sometime about medical humanities, because
Happy to do it. It's a really fun field.
very cool work. Well, thank you so much. We have to take a break to do some dream journaling, but this has been great. And again, the book, just for folks who are curious, Why We Sleep. Written by one of Dr. Strickgold's students, Matthew Walker, and so a good sort of like follow-up to these 2 days.
Wonderful. Lots of information and lots of good questions.
All right, thank you. Dr. Coop, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to do a switcheroo with our guest, but thank you so much for taking this time, because we're going to transition talking about across cultures. Now, across time, we're going to talk about dreams in ancient Rome.
Yes, we've got.
Sorry.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Is what we've got Matt Pansira, who is the Associate Professor of Greek, Latin, and Classical Studies.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is fun, just as like a fun behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Matt was my first advisor at Gustavus.
I was.
It's totally true. I don't know if
I knew you were destined
so you're
for this.
to blame for this.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
And then,
I'll take it.
that I know anything about the classics. Like, delighted. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. So, let's talk about it.
Sure.
Easy question. Did ancient Romans dream?
They did dream. I didn't do much work on whether what they dreamt. I mean, they had crazy dreams all the time.
Yeah.
And they were fascinated by them. So they took that as an important cue for how they should be living their lives.
What makes sleep a particularly interesting subject in ancient Roman culture?
Well, I will confess that before Lisa asked me to give a talk, I had not actually considered or like dove into the evidence for it.
Yeah.
But I'm a scholar of Roman daily life,
Right.
or in this case, nightly life, I guess. And when I went to look at it, one of the things that fascinated me is that I didn't know that they slept in this with segmented sleep, or in this sort of biphasic structure, where they would fall asleep. I mean, they were a pre-modern society, right, before electricity, such that they were probably bedding down at 9 o'clock or so, and they, like many other societies, which we've discovered fairly recently in historical research, they then would wake up at 1, go visit neighbors, hang out, have a bite to eat, stir their fire, do whatever, and then fall back asleep.
So we were actually talking about this last
Okay.
night at dinner, and Dr. Brown and I were wondering about Is that everybody across society having the biphasic sleep, or are you talking about like very different standards for the chambermaid versus the lady of the house kind of situation?
Right. Well, this is one of the as many millions of words as exist written by ancient Romans. It's actually really interesting that perhaps because sleep is just, well, that's the way we do it. We're not going to talk about it much. It's surprising how little you dig at some questions, and it's really hard to kind of get those kinds of answers. I suspect that the sleep patterns were somewhat similar across the socioeconomic ladder, but most of our evidence does come from people who are fairly wealthy. It comes from the elite, both their homes. So I looked, when I gave my breakout session talk yesterday, I talked about their bedrooms, because I think bedrooms are fascinating as an aspect of sleep. But in terms of the evidence for biphasic sleep, it's just a couple little hints here and there that this was actually maybe regular ordinary practice.
Okay, so, one like very practical question on just. We keep saying like ancient Rome. Ancient Rome's a long period of time, right?
It's 1,000 years, and it exists from like Scotland down to North Africa.
Yeah. So are we kind of talking about all of that, or is what you were like focusing in on more sort of like Italian peninsula?
Yeah, a lot of the evidence comes from, for example, the archaeology, a lot of it comes from Pompeii and Herculaneum that were destroyed by Mount Vesuvius.
Okay, and then this is related, but might be a hard question. You mentioned like Roman Empire, like obviously like, and so Rome very characteristically is taking over like a lot of territory and a lot of peoples that have their own traditions and their own ways of doing things. And so do we have any sense of like, are they just going in and like being like, well, now you're doing our thing, or is there any kind of like, and I'm wondering about this with sort of sleep or life patterns or whatnot. Does it look different if you're in Britannia or in like Spain, or is it kind of, because like now you're Roman, you're going to do it our way, or does it keep kind of evolving each place a little bit?
No, it's an excellent question. I think that lots of people are being kind of co-opted into the Roman Empire, and the ones, and some of them who are most successful are very much modeling themselves after the Romans. So they might do things like, geez, we've never, lay down to eat dinner, but that's what the Romans do. Okay, we'll start this practice as well. So I think that some people are kind of like copying the Romans in effect to be successful. But you're right. I mean, lots of these peoples are nomadic or semi-nomadic in some ways, and it's true even for the Romans. The difference between rural and urban was probably huge as well. So, so when I try to like make a statement like the Romans slept with a biphasic pattern and woke up, that's probably not true across the whole society.
Are there other like Roman sleep behaviors that were common that you're particularly interested in?
Yeah. So one of the most basic questions I asked was, did they sleep? Or who do they sleep with?
Good question.
Excellent question.
And we should have led with that.
I've seen some graffiti in Pompeii that has answers to that.
Yeah. That was the sexy moment that we shouldn't have buried our lead. But so I mentioned this in my talk yesterday that again we dig at that evidence and we definitely see. So one of the things that's true about Roman bedrooms and beds is that we actually have the dimensions of about 15 beds that were preserved in Herculaneum. And they range from, basically the biggest ones are about 86 inches tall and between 41 and 49 inches wide, which is basically a little taller than a double bed, but a good bit narrower than a modern double bed.
So this is not like a king-size bed.
No, this is
fit in kind of situation.
So this is not a king-size bed. So most scholars have said when we've looked at it, it seems like people slept either alone or they slept with romantic partners. So the question is, well, husbands and wives, did they sleep together? Because at a certain economic level, what we see in Roman homes is multiple bedrooms. If you have choices or options, perhaps you sleep together for a little bit, but then you move off into a different room. That could be. We just can't actually pin it down. I actually talked with the group yesterday that I think perhaps, even though we see an ideal that husbands and wives would have slept together, we see even them pictured on their sarcophagus, sort of like propped up and sort of embraced a little bit in a bed, that this actually would have been relatively infrequent. Or that there would have been different arrangements anyway.
And I mean, just to again keep going with the part that the audience is begging for, but Roman culture obviously had a very different attitude towards same-sex relationships, and so is there do we have any evidence of that, like whether men were sleeping with men together or women were sleeping with women together, or is it a similar situation where we know, like, yeah, maybe this happened, but it's hard to
Sure, we see artistic evidence of that. We see sort of very fine, beautiful silver cups where two men are in bed together, and there's a little slave peeking through the door. The Romans were very into voyeurism, so. But I think actually one of the realities that I brought up that, again, we don't see discussed in the sources, but was certainly true for a wealthy Roman. It was a slave-holding society, and they often made use of their slaves sexually.
Yeah.
But we also see wives, at the same time as a man would be married in that relationship, he would be having sex with his slaves. We also see wives really getting upset at that. So you can suddenly imagine that separate bedrooms might have been the way for kind of both sides in the marriage to kind of ignore what was going on, which is striking. So yeah, it was really fun to sort of dive in and explore more, because I hadn't thought much about sleep or and aspects of it.
Is there anything, just in our last moments here, this is fascinating, but is there anything that you kind of like take out of this that is something to think that like might inform or be valuable in thinking about it in terms of like how we live our lives now, right?
Sure. I mean, I often campaign for history as being something that's just fun in and of itself, that expands us. But I think that actually this question, as I started to do more research, this question of whether people in the very recent past had this, for example, this sleep pattern, and that was in some ways perhaps transitioned to a monophasic in order to make people more dependable workers during the day. That these questions of like, well, should we be playing with kind of a sleep pattern that evolved for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, that suddenly, historically, that's a really interesting, puts that question into a really interesting frame.
Yeah, it really does.
Man, thank you so much.
This is wonderful. We could go
Thank
on
you.
all day.
I know. I love this.
Thank you so much.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. We're gonna go from ancient Rome. So we did
ancient Rome to semi-modern Sweden.
Yeah, exactly. And so this will be a familiar face if folks watched last year or have been connected with the Nobel Conference before. Tom Ansley, 1975 graduate of Gustavus, professor emeritus from Michigan Medicine, University of Michigan.
Correct.
And you're, I don't know, I think of you as almost like Mr. Nobel. Like you're very embedded and part of this thing.
I'm kind of the unofficial Nobel archivist for the conference. How's that?
I love it.
I love to study the history of the Nobel Prize.
I mean, yeah, Lisa Helke was just making a pitch that somebody should do sort of like an overarching, I don't know, a book or something about like the Nobel Conference. So I don't know if you've got
I'm the
free
man.
time.
It's in the works. The problem is every time I think I'm getting to the last chapter, some new topic comes up, and I'm never going to finish the book if I keep running into fun stuff. So that's the best part about Nobel conferences and Nobel Prizes.
Well, speaking of fun topics, what do we know about sleep and Nobel Prizes? How do those are the Nobel Prize winners getting enough sleep?
The answer generally yes. In fact, if you listen to interviews from Nobel laureates, now maybe they're wise now where they weren't then, but they give advice to young scientists, young people, wherever they go, that getting enough sleep, letting your mind rest is important. So at least when they're trying to mentor the future generation, whether they practice it, they actually say that's a firm belief, which has helped them in their career.
That's really wonderful.
So sleep is important.
Are there Nobel Prizes that have been awarded tied to sleep specifically?
Yes. There's probably a good dozen of them.
Wow. Do you have favorites?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a scientist, so, my favorite ones have been related to the science, and many of those were discoveries that came by accident. There are some ideas that came to people in dreams.
Interesting.
What's one of those?
The periodic table.
I've heard this
Really?
before.
I did not know that.
I don't know if I
about
believe
because of
this.
Well, there are notes on it that kind of semi-support it, but if they claim in their memoirs and their writings.
I mean, to understand, like for folks, I mean, I'm sure everybody has a copy of the periodic table up in their house right now.
I carry mine in my wallet.
Yeah, but it is this beautiful work of art where, all of the elements like line up and it works like horizontally and it works vertically and it goes up like numerically. And the idea here is that came to him in a dream.
Correct.
Like the organization system for it? Is that what he was dreaming?
He was famous for the organization system. So there were elements known at the time, 40 or 50 of them.
Yeah.
And people arranged them based on when they were discovered. Some thought they should do it alphabetically. He was of the mindset that nature thought things should have order. And when people suggested alphabetization by time, he said, all of these elements must somehow be organized in some natural fashion. So he used to play around on paper. He actually made cards that he wrote the elements on, and he would use them on his desk, and he tried to move them around to create that. And I think that formed the basis for the fact that one night when he fell asleep, where he had the cards kind of in his mind gelled into a table form. And he woke up and he wrote down the table as it was. What's kind of remarkable about that is that in his dream and his table, he had a bunch of question marks. There were gaps, like they were just missing. But he thought there might be something to this, so he was a firm believer in that maybe they represented elements that hadn't been discovered yet.
Wow.
So when he came up with his original paper, he left question marks in a lot of these spots and said, I predict there will be elements that will be discovered here. And it turns out 2 or 3 years after he discovered it, published his periodic table, elements were discovered that fit exactly with the masses that he had predicted. So,
amazing.
Dream or not, at least he had the boldness to firmly believe what he did, and where there were gaps in what he was looking at, he said, no, gaps represent opportunities rather than a mistake. And it turns out the gaps were filled in further by science.
I like this because it reminds me of what we were hearing yesterday about Thomas Edison having problems that he was trying to solve and ideas that weren't quite gelling, and then like sleeping with the spoon, letting himself fall asleep until he woke back up, and that kind of clarifying something that he was struggling with. And it sounds like a very similar...
It's very similar.
Yeah.
Albert Einstein had a dream about E = mc squared. Where he was sledding and he was gradually approaching the speed of light. Einstein is believable. Well, he loved it. He thought it was one of the most. He was sledding with friends, so that's what made it.
Sledding with friends at the speed of light.
That's right.
And they were sledding past each other and smoking cigars.
They weren't smoking cigars, but it was kind of like Star Trek, where they'd say warp factor, whatever, and the lights would flash.
Oh, wow.
And that in his mind, that's what he was seeing, and he played with that theory and came up with E = mc squared.
That's so interesting.
So dreams, whether they represent something that's in a scientist's mind or not, somehow gel and become Nobel Prize material.
I mean, I will just make a plug, and again, at this point, people probably are used to hearing this, but there is just something beautiful about this notion. We think about science and as like literally, we use the term hard science.
Right.
We're like thinking about somebody like in a laboratory. They've got test tubes. They're like running all these different experiments, and yet there's this profound creativity element to it. To think about like what are the questions even to ask, and then once I ask that question, how am I going to take this disparate information and like put it together in a way that nobody else has put it together in? You can't do that without some level of creativity, which is what we heard yesterday from Dr. Strickgold. It's like that sleep lets us do that creativity, and it just isn't possible without it.
And the other thing, in the sleep and the Nobel Prizes are a good example is science is never direct. People don't wake up one morning and say, I'm going to come up with a cure for narcolepsy, or I'm going to come. So people will start out studying one example is they're studying appetite. And they found that the hormone orexin increased appetite. But when they took away this hormone in animals, they thought the animals would starve. No, they ate the same. But what they did is they'd fall over and fall asleep. And they discovered it created narcolepsy in these animals. So they started studying appetite and ended up in narcolepsy.
That's so interesting.
Another one related to narcolepsy and sleep is another group studied the bird flu and found out when there were high incidences of bird flu around the world, somehow there was a spike in narcolepsy. And they found out differences in receptors between the H1N1 viruses and those in the brain. But they weren't studying narcolepsy, they were studying bird flu and ended up in a totally different discovery related to sleep. So I think, even the greatest discoveries were sleep were not those where somebody said, I have a solution. It's I'm studying A, and all of a sudden I end up at B.
Have there been any scientific discoveries around sleep in the past few years or recent time that you think we should keep an eye on for
Well, one of
future
those is
animals?
narcolepsy. That's been a problem for many years. The researchers that probably are likely to get the Nobel Prize sometime soon had been working a long time on it. They won the Lasker Award and some of the others, and they're very highly cited. So, finding a cure for narcolepsy is really something that's been long sought after. And now that they found the key to what causes narcolepsy, now they can develop treatments and things like that. So keep an eye out for narcolepsy. Those same sorts of studies will help out some of the speakers talked about Alzheimer's disease and receptors. Probably those same sorts of receptors might be involved in, proclivity towards Alzheimer's disease. So some of these discoveries of these new hormones like orexin and that cause narcolepsy, the treatments will be very important for not only that, but Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease, and things like that. So those are the things I would keep my eye out for.
And to be clear, were they finding one cause for narcolepsy, or because it sounds like there's multiple different hormones that they're running into that sort of lead to the same pathway?
Well, they ended up with the same solution. So one group was working with the actual compound orexin, which is a hormone, the one we talked about with appetite. And they ended up finding out that the orexin and its receptors were the cause of narcolepsy. The other group that found basically the same thing started on the opposite side. They weren't working with the hormone itself, but they found that people that were deficient in the receptors for that hormone,
Oh, I see.
like people who have autoimmune diseases, people that have bird flu where they have, hyperactive immune responses, when they have damage to those receptors where the orexin can't work, they get narcolepsy. So they ended up in the same place, but they ended up one starting at the active compound, the other at the receptor, and finding out that basically, the two work together to cause this disease.
That's very cool.
Wow, that is tremendous. I mean, I'm just curious about this for you. You were with us last year, and we were talking, and now so is this is this a fun project every year? What's the Nobel Conference about? Let's dig in all things Nobel and sleep.
Yep, it's fun every year, and next year it's on sugar.
Right, are you excited for that?
I'm excited. I'm ready to talk on sugar next year. So there have been a number of Nobel Prizes related to sugar or insulin.
Right.
There's some of the weight loss drugs that are out now were glucagon, sugar activators. So there's a lot going on that's related to sugar besides rotting teeth that has some scientific value. So there are Nobel Prizes even related to sugar.
Have you started doing your reading for sugar yet?
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything you'd recommend we start reading to get ahead for next year?
I would look at two things. One thing that's very new is one of the speakers next year, Carolyn Bertozzi, who got the Nobel Prize.
She's our Nobel Prize winner.
Yeah, she branched out into finding that sugar binding to certain proteins is related to immune response and is related to certain diseases. So she's going to be talking about the things that sugar does in the body besides making our bellies grow. So that'll be good. Another thing that's a fun read, and it's indirectly related to sugar, is insulin.
Sure.
And the story of insulin, if you just ever want to look it up on the internet, and the luck involved in the discovery of insulin, it's a fascinating story. It covers help from people who worked in breweries.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's postdocs who walked into a lab one day who'd never been there and said, oh, I have an idea about this. You know, so it's like the whole discovery of insulin had so many factors involved in it, besides somebody saying, I'm going to study the pancreas. You know, they could have never purified insulin without help from the Carlsberg Brewery.
That's wonderful.
I love it. I feel like I feel like it always comes back somehow to like a brewery.
Yeah, a brewery. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's Nobel Prizes related to beer, 4 of them. So yeah.
All right. Well, this is fun. We
Good.
so appreciate you taking
I
time,
enjoy coming
bringing
back.
us to the Nobel kind of connection to all these different
Yeah,
things
the
in sleep.
connectivity.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
That's beautiful, and we're excited to already be talking with you about next year's conference, Sugar. So
Hopefully I'll be back.
Yeah,
Well, I'll be back just to learn, if not to
yeah,
talk
I think you'll be back. So we're excited, and we'll try and do the reading with you and be prepared.
Great. It's good to see you too.
Thank you very much,
All right.
sir.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. All right, we have one more guest, I believe, here before we come back, and this is another fun one because we talked about cultures, we talked about Nobel Prizes, we talked about Roman history, and now we are going to talk about sleep and religion. And faith, and I am so excited. Do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
Sure, thank you. I'm Blake Cooey. I teach here in the religion department, and my specialty is biblical studies.
Very exciting.
And you are specifically talking about Job 33:15. Can you just remind or catch everybody up?
I mean, I'm sure we all know it, but yeah.
What that reference is.
Yeah, so it was the title of a breakout session I gave yesterday, When Deep Sleep Falls Upon Mortals. And it's a description of, it's part of a passage about the ways that God communicates with human beings. And in the ancient world, people thought gods were really scary and didn't want gods to communicate with them that often in everyday life. And so divine communication wasn't something that was looked on as positively as, say, in Christianity today, where people pray or imagine that they can communicate with God anytime. But so in Job 33, there's a list of ways that God communicates with humans, and one of them is dreams. And I think that reflects that these ancient writers they knew dreams, there's something really weird happening when we dream, but also potentially something really special and enlightening, which I think matches nicely with the first talk yesterday about how dreams are how we can form some sense of our identity and our place in the world.
So this is really interesting to me. Again, obviously, Greek sort of pantheon of gods, like they physically come into the world, like, and it's sort of understood in that way. But they also show up at times in dreams, like, is to some degree. And there are times where, Christian God, like, speaks directly to people. But, and so my question here is there some difference that we can tell between when God is actually talking to someone, saying to, say Moses, I need you to do this, versus showing up in a dream for someone? Is there any, like, why one would be one and one would be the other?
Yes and no. They're treated as two separate things. So prophecy is God communicating directly to someone and giving them a message to tell someone else, like Moses. And then dreams are God communicating to someone. Could be in a more oral fashion, but also visual in dreams. And they're treated as separate, but they're also somewhat interchangeable, and they show up. So, like in Genesis 15, Abraham has a vision that he's presumably awake for, and God tells him to look at the stars, and his descendants will be numerous. And then he falls into a deep sleep, and he has a dream about all the things that are going to happen to his descendants over the next 400 years.
And follow up on that, because again, like thinking about ancient Greek culture, like we have like the oracle, right? Like and in that case, it's like inherently like a prophecy or like a prediction that you can't totally trust, right?
Yeah.
And so like, is most of the time our sense in the Bible, you should, like, God is actually just telling you, like, this is what to do, or this is, like, what to understand? Or is it ever sort of, I don't know, this, like, Apollo double-speak that we see in Delphi or something?
Yeah, so people who are Israelites, who are part of God's chosen people in the Bible, typically understand their dreams and can even have the gift of being able to interpret other people's dreams. So In both Genesis and in the book of Daniel, you have Israelites who are foreigners in a foreign king's court in Egypt or in Babylon, and the king has this really portentous dream that they don't understand, and their own dream interpreters can't figure it out, but the Israelite dream interpreter can.
Interesting.
Yeah. But there does come to be some kind of suspicion. You see it in the book of Deuteronomy and Jeremiah that, wait a minute, any idiot can just get up there and say, hey, I had this dream and God told me we should do this, so let's go do it. And so there start to become sort of tests for figuring out, all right, is this guy legit? And I think ultimately that suspicion of sort of the haphazard way God communicates through dreams or visions is part of what actually leads to the development of the Bible, something that's seen as a reliable, stable, solid text that you can count on God to communicate consistently through to anyone who can read it.
And, you know, when you're talking about particularly the Old Testament, you're talking about stories that are coming from a place that ends up getting shared by three different religions, right? Yes. When you're thinking about those Abrahamic religions, about Christianity, about Judaism, about Islam, are they all thinking about the dreams and the interaction of God and dreams in those stories the same way, or are there like kind of different ways that those different religions have taken on this idea of dreaming?
I mean, Muhammad is like, that's dreams are what...
Right, he receives the Quran in night visions, and so dreams are seen as a place through which God communicates to prophets in the Quran. But similar to the Bible, now that you have the Quran itself, it's the final revelation. Right. So that's how God speaks to you, and any other way you think you might be hearing from God, you have to test against the Quran. The New Testament, I mean, interestingly, the Gospel of Matthew really seems interested in dreams as a possibility for divine communication.
Because that's where God is like, hey, go ahead, you can eat the pigs now, and
well, no, that's actually the Book of Acts.
Oh, that's in Acts. I'm sorry.
And that's a vision, not a dream. To the degree those we mixed up.
That's so interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but in Matthew, it's actually in the Jesus' birth story when Joseph is worried about the fact that, okay, my fiancée is pregnant and I'm not the father. It's in a dream that an angel says, hey, it's okay. It's the child is conceived by the Holy Spirit. Then he has the dream, hey, Herod's trying to kill the baby, take him down to Egypt. Then he has a dream that it's okay to go back.
So Joseph gets dreams. Does Mary get actual divine, like, angel visitation?
Yeah, exactly. So in the counterpart in Luke, right, it's a direct angelic visitation while she's awake. Yeah, to deliver the same message that in Luke to Mary that Joseph gets in a dream in Matthew.
Fascinating.
And I mean, who knows how those traditions develop, but it does seem to be part of maybe a larger fascination with dreams in Matthew, because near the end of the gospel, when Jesus is on trial and you've got the Roman governor Pilate trying to decide, what should I do with him? I think he's innocent, but I'm getting pressured to crucify him. His wife sends a message saying, have nothing to do with this innocent man. I couldn't sleep all night because I was having dreams about him.
Pilate's wife,
Oh, that's interesting.
He doesn't, of course, ultimately listen to her and hands Jesus over to be crucified.
This is kind of making me think of a different story in the Old Testament, and I cannot remember whether this is Samuel or Saul that is getting woken up in the night by God calling their name
Samuel.
over and over.
Yeah.
And it's this interesting line between God communicating in dreams and God communicating awake, because he's being called through a dream.
Right.
But then he's instructed to be like, hey, I'm here, and then has like the waking vision.
Yeah, and he thinks that it's his mentor, the priest, because he's in the temple, and so he keeps going down, and Eli, the priest, says, I didn't call you out. And Eli finally realizes, hey, it must be God calling. So the next time it happens, say, hey, I'm listening, what do you want to reveal to your servant?
Yeah, that's such an interesting, when you're talking about like this difference between awake and asleep.
Yeah.
To have something that crosses over.
Yeah, but I think it's partly the idea that when we're in these sort of in-between liminal spaces, we're more prone to have encounters with the divine than in our everyday waking life.
Is that because sleep is a metaphor for the afterlife in some ways?
Yeah, it's a metaphor for death and the afterlife.
Yeah.
And when you think about it even today, and until recently, when people die in American burial cultures, they're laid out like they're asleep in a coffin. People even say, "Oh, they're just asleep."
Yeah,
and similarly, in ancient Israel, people were buried laid out on benches and tombs like they were asleep. And there are references in the Bible to the sleep of death. And Job even has this really remarkable vision of the afterlife, where in the midst of all of his intense suffering, he's like, I wish I was dead so I could just be asleep and at rest in the underworld, where everybody goes and everybody gets to rest, including the slaves and the laborers who no longer hear the call of their masters, forcing them to work without rest.
I didn't realize that was their understanding of the afterlife at that time.
Yeah, it's not in the Hebrew Bible, at least until very late, it's not the sort of heaven and hell double afterlife, but everyone goes to Sheol, similar to Hades in Greek mythology. It's just it's the realm of the dead, and you're just basically this shadow who sleeps all the time. It sounds pretty appealing to me, frankly.
Considering, depending on other ideas. So, I want to go back to Passion Story because I'm as we were talking about sleep, I'm realizing one of the few times I feel like you see Jesus upset in the Bible is when he is in the garden praying, and the disciples keep falling asleep. When he goes off and prays, and he comes back, he's like, "Wake up! This is a really important night for me." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we're fine." And then he goes off and he goes and prays again. And he comes back and they're asleep again. And so, and I'm just curious. I bring this up. We've been actually having this whole conversation with a bunch of folks about how sleep is so often framed as like, you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing, or you're like, you're not working or doing something. But actually, we're trying in this conference to say sleep is really important. In that moment, like Jesus is like, no, but I want you to stay awake tonight, which is this interesting kind of frame.
Yeah. I mean, in part because this is a unique night.
This is unique. Really, this is one of a kind in history.
But you're right. I think it does pick up on this idea that sleep can be a metaphor for sort of being spiritually dull or unperceptive. And so there's Paul in some of his letters say, wake up. Pay attention to what's happening to you. And then in the book of Proverbs, in the Old Testament Hebrew Bible, which is this, there's some great things in Proverbs, but it's also this super scoldy book. There are lots of passages about how sleep is a sign of laziness, and that's where you get poverty. So this, a lot of rhetoric we hear today where poor people it's their own fault that they're poor because they're lazy and they sleep all the time. A lot of that, unfortunately, has some really biblical roots. Fortunately, there are counterpoints where good sleep is seen in Psalms as a gift from God. Psalm 127 says, it doesn't really matter how early you get up or how late you stay up working hard. God will give sleep to the people God favors. And
wow, that's good. It also makes me wonder: does that mean the people God doesn't favor don't get the sleep? Then that's
Yeah, and that's one thing people complain about in particularly lament psalms is I'm not sleeping well. I'm so worried I can't sleep. I'm crying all night instead of sleeping, and I thought I was on your side, God. You should be letting me have a good night's sleep. Why relieve my anxiety? Let me. And in fact, there's this contrast in one of them between, let me get a good night's sleep and lest I sleep the sleep of death. And, this anxiety keeping me awake at night ultimately does me in.
This sounds so relatable.
Yeah. Am I projecting just again, one last there is pro-sleep is the Ecclesiastes is there there's a time for waking and a time for sleeping?
Yeah, time for waking and sleeping. And there's actually another verse in Ecclesiastes that sort of counters Proverbs. Proverbs says, well, if you sleep too much, you're going to be poor. Ecclesiastes says, well, if you're too wealthy, you're not going to sleep well because you're going to be up all night worrying about how to make more money or what's going to happen to your wealth. And you get that in Sirach as well, which is a wisdom book in the Apocrypha in Catholic and Orthodox Bibles, that being wealthy is, just too much sleep might make you poor, but too much wealth makes you not sleep well.
Interesting. Yeah. And you're trying to figure out how do I get through that eye of that needle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I went to Gustavus.
Right.
It's good.
Billy took some religion courses.
Yeah, exactly. This has been fascinating.
Yes, very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I mean, we have like 30 seconds. So I mean, just any last things that you would just encourage people to think about, like in sleep and yeah.
Well, I mean, we do have the lectures coming up almost right now about sleep and justice. I think that's a connection you see in the Bible, in the Sabbath commandment to take a day of rest every week. It's a commandment to people to give their workers and their livestock a day off to rest.
Right.
And there's even biblical laws that if you take someone's blanket or coat as the pledge for a loan, you got to give it back to them every night so they can have a comfortable night's sleep. And if you don't, God's going to get angry with you for oppressing the poor. So there is a sense in the Bible that making it possible for people in other economic classes to get sleep to the degree you have control over it is a justice issue that God cares about very much.
That's really interesting.
That is a beautiful note to end on because it sets us up perfectly
It
for
really does.
our next lecture, which is going to begin in just a couple of minutes here. So,
Headed out to hear it right now.
Yeah, thank you so much for spending this time with us. Yeah, this has been fascinating.
No, it's great fun.
Very interesting.
I always tell Lisa, if you need the Bible and just let me know and I'll get ready with it.
That is an open invitation I'm going to take advantage of.
Sugar's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I'm
next
looking
year,
forward for
though,
the Bible
but
and sugar.
Got a little while to think about it.
Yeah, think about it. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
This is great. Folks, maybe hopefully you were here for this fabulous conversation. But just to name check, this is the Gustavus Adolphus College Nobel Conference 60. My name is Tane Danger.
I'm Maggie Kurth.
We're your co-hosts for this live stream coverage, and we are heading into actually the last two lectures, which, as we just heard, are really teed up around sleep, rest, and justice, like sleep inequality, sleep in as a tool for rest and being able to seek justice. And so we've got two talks to round out today, and it'll be again like I think a very interesting thing where these themes have come up throughout these other lectures we've had, which have been very science focused, but they've been talking about like we know some of this science, and yet the justice or the sort of social order of it hasn't caught up.
Well, and we've gotten so many questions from viewers that have been touching on these subjects. You know, I see all of this stuff that says I should be getting this amount of sleep, but what happens if I can't because of my job? What happens if students can't get the sleep that they need because of the way that society structures their schooling? What happens if, you know, how do we deal with the scientific realities in the context of the systems that society has created all around us?
Right, and so that is explicitly like some of what our next two speakers are going to dive into. They will both talk about this in a historical context, which again, we got some pieces of in some of these conversations we've done, but then also really like living present moment. And I think that this is a really valuable piece because we can hear a lot of these ideas and kind of, I don't know, almost be overwhelmed by like, yeah, it seems like a lot of big issues and challenges and problems. What do I do with any of this? Like, what do I do? And I think our final speaker of the day, Tricia Hershey, is going to really kind of maybe try and bring that home for, as we walk out of this together, like what would you carry forward and actually try and bring to the world in terms of a sleep justice, sleep sort of sense of like what we all want this world to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important. You know, Lisa was in here earlier sort of talking about the importance of philosophy and ethics when it comes to science. And I think that sleep is such a important place for those things to dovetail, because it's one thing to know facts, and it's another thing entirely to understand how to apply them and whether you can apply them and what stands in the way of applying it and how to break through those walls.
Yeah. And we will again have our final kind of opportunity where we bring all of the panelists, everybody from yesterday, everybody from today, up on the dais together to answer more questions, to hash out and have some conversations with each other. And again, as you kind of saw in the last panel, these get really interesting because these folks haven't always had these conversations with each other. And I'm guessing that might be particularly true, that these talks will spark some things in these folks.
The interdisciplinary, I have been so fascinated over the course of my life with the way that quite often, two hands don't know what the other hand is doing, right? In sciences, so you'll have people whose work overlaps in ways that are very obvious to me as the reporter, but they don't even know that it exists until you are interviewing them both for the same story. And that is one of the things that I think is so valuable about the Nobel Conference and about these big panel discussions that we have, because it gives us a chance to have that discussion that then can lead to even more steps forward. It's kind of how you put people on the shoulders of giants is by making them confront those things.
I love this. So I think that we're getting very close, but I will do one more call out, ask your questions.
Yes, please.
Because we have a lot of fun with these, but more importantly, probably, our panelists, this generates the conversation for a lot of them. So you can email questions to Nobel Conference at gustavus.edu, and you can put them in the social channels if you use hashtag Nobel60. And again, we see these coming in. We get a lot of them. We've used some of those as ways to talk to some of our panelists up here, which has been great.
Yeah, and some of the things we talked to our panelists about last night at dinner.
Yeah.
Speaking of, one of the things that we did talk to people about last night at dinner was a couple of people had messaged asking about, Dr. Brown had mentioned the desynchronization of all of these clocks, internal clocks that we've been talking about. Your circadian rhythm that has the one big system and all the other little circadian clocks that kind of manage different organs and different tissues in your body. And people had emailed in asking what happens when those clocks get desynchronized. What does that mean? What does that result in? And I loved this answer because it was kind of on the surface a little obvious. That's all of the bad things we've been talking about at this conference. The entire conference has been, in some ways, about the results of desynchronization of those clocks, and that desynchronization happening from lack of sleep, from not taking care of your body or not being able to take care of your body.
Yeah. Again, it's over and over again. But it's such a good lead into these final two talks of just how bad not just not getting enough sleep, but this lack of sleep hygiene is for folks. And I know there's probably a lot of people wondering about some of the sleep hygiene tips. And this was also one of the things we were talking with Dr. Brown and Dr. Strickgold and others about last night. And some of these, just to say out loud though, for everybody who's watching at home, that they were really pointing folks to, I feel like a lot of these are things we know, turn your devices off.
Yes.
A period of time before you go to sleep, ideally an hour or more. I thought Dr. Brown specifically said, your bedroom is for sleeping and then
grown-up activities.
Grown-up things, potentially, but it is not for a TV. It is not for screens as much as you can possibly do. Light being really bad for you.
Yes.
Which came up, actually, some of the students talked about. There were a couple of students at our table who have worked in nursing homes.
Yes.
And that is bad.
Well, and just the structure of nursing homes doesn't allow people to get the kind of darkness that they need. And that's kind of falls into this justice issue and this way that we set up our social systems. I know I went home from dinner last night and I didn't fall asleep to TikTok.
That's good.
I took care of myself a little bit better, and instead I turned on a podcast called Boring Books for Bedtime.
Love it.
And somebody read to me from an 1890s Sears catalog.
And this is a totally true thing. My husband and I actually have an 1890s Sears catalog at our bedside. I did not know this before you said that.
It is great to have someone read to you to fall asleep to.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
It's beautiful. So these are the kinds of things and then they were saying to be really careful because the question came up about melatonin, and they were saying to just be. They wouldn't explicitly say like no, never use melatonin,
Right.
or like yeah, it's fine, just use it whenever you want. Their note about it was you can, but you have to be really careful about.
And you have to understand what it is and what it's not.
Yeah.
And it's not just meant to knock you out. It's meant to help you regulate those systems.
Right, yeah, and your body is naturally producing this through darkness, right? Like that was one of the, your body gets the signal as it's dark, I should be making melatonin. Another thing they said is as often as possible trying to like set your meals consistently and then
3 hours before bedtime, which was the big hard one
really
for you.
hard.
Yeah.
It's hard because you work until like 6, 7 o'clock, then you want to make something, and then you're not eating until 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then
Well, in my case, I eat dinner with kids at like 5:30, like a time that would work for that. But then you go through all of the parenting, and you get the kids down to bed, and you're just like, I just want one little nibble before. But apparently, that's not what we should be doing.
Yeah. So this is great. So we'll be back a little bit later to do this. Oh, I'm going to do one quick shout out. So we've got Elizabeth City State University in North Carolina. We understand they're tuning into the live stream right now.
Oh.
So hello, Elizabeth State City State University, Elizabeth City State University. I hope things are okay there in North Carolina and you're able to tune into this and be part of this. But thank you so much. And I'll just say, if there are other schools or anybody else watching, send that in too through the Nobel Conference at Gustavus.edu. We'd love to know who all is watching today, who's tuning in, and yeah, we'll give you a shout out because this is fun. So we're getting the note that things are teed up, ready to go back in Christ Chapel at Gustavus Adolphus College.
With Benjamin Rees on the history of sleep.
Sleep and inequality.
Yes.
Yes. So going to Benjamin Rees, but first, Lisa Helke, director of the Nobel Conference, getting ready to get this afternoon started.
The folks
so
who
going
make
now,
our time
Nobel
here so
60.
comfortable and delicious and inviting and clean and all of those things. So thanks to all the people on physical plant and in dining services and in custodial services and in campus safety who make sure that everything runs really smoothly. I left my phone somewhere and I didn't know where that was, and I didn't care or worry because I knew that it was just going to be somewhere safe. So I appreciate, although it would have been maybe nicer if I'd lost it, right? So thank you to all of those people. I can't see into the back. She promised she would be here. Is Barb Larson-Taylor way in the back there? Is she? Barb Larson-Taylor, wouldn't it be nice if Barb came to the front so we could clap for her in the front? Yes, can everyone, yes, Phillips. She's an extrovert who doesn't like to be thanked for things, but she is, everyone should have the experience that I have had to work with someone like Barb Larson-Taylor. We are, as an actress once said, we're like one brain with two bodies. She is the most next steps person you will ever meet, and also the most idea-generating person you're ever going to meet. And seriously, it has been nothing but sheer joy for these last 9 years we've been working together to work together. So thank you, Barb, so much for making everything actually work. Thank you to you, the audience, for being here in person and online and in perpetuity, we hope. So know always if there was something you didn't hear well or didn't quite understand, the lectures are already being archived on YouTube. You can always come to them through the Nobel Conference website. We have, as long as there have been recordings, video recordings, those recordings are stored online. And there are some real chestnuts out there, some things we don't say anymore, some things that we say, wow, we were already thinking about that then. There's a real treasure trove there. Any of you who are archivists looking for a really interesting history of science project, I think there are several in that archive. So, yes. So, as I said, we're ready for our final session of the conference, our last 2 lectures, and our last discussion together. So for that, I would like to invite Sean Easton, my colleague and neighbor across the hall in the Old Main, Greek, Latin, and Classical Studies scholar and Peace Studies scholar, Sean Easton.
Welcome, everyone. It is a tremendous honor to be able to give this introduction. Dr. Benjamin Rees is professor of English at Emory University, a specialist in American cultural history, and a leading scholar in the field of critical sleep studies. In particular, Dr. Rees's scholarship has been focused on the experiences of people marginalized in categories of health, race, disability, and madness. His notable works include The Showman and the Slave, which examines the experience of Joyce Heth, an enslaved disabled woman exhibited by P.T. Barnum as the world's oldest living person, and Theaters of Madness, exploring the creative lives of patients in 19th century insane asylums. In his book, Wild Nights, Dr. Rees takes up a key theme of critical sleep studies to identify and understand the impacts of society's desire to control sleep by isolating individuals and limiting their rest within 8-hour blocks. In particular, he considers the ways in which such sleep patterns exacerbate inequalities for marginalized and minoritized persons, who often face significant barriers to restful sleep and experience the negative health outcomes that result. His lecture today, Sleep and Inequality, A History, represents these values and priorities that he has pursued throughout his career. Nobel Conference 60 is excited to welcome Dr. Benjamin Rees.
Thanks so much, Sean. Oops. Thanks so much, Sean, for that wonderful introduction. I just want to say to my fellow presenters, I'm sure you've all been well hosted. But they gave me the 3 best people, so, I don't know what that says about it. Sean, Christina, and Taylor, thank you so much. It's been great hanging out with you all and getting to know you. Taylor says she told all of her sorority sisters to come today, so are you in the house? If not, we may have to report you to the national chapter, but, Anyway, this has been great, and thank you to the conference organizers. This has been just a tremendously exciting couple of days for me. I've learned so much. And if I could summarize what I've learned in one sentence from all of these talks, it's that being awake is really terrible for your health, and we should avoid it at all costs. You build up all these poisonous substances in your brain. We should start a society for the prevention of wakefulness, I think is the next step. But I'm really excited to be talking right before Tricia Hersey, and I think you'll, without knowing exactly what she's going to say, I think you'll find that this talk gives a kind of deep historical background for a lot of the issues that she's going to raise, and we've been down some similar tracks in our own work. And the title of my talk is Sleep and Inequality, A History. But one could reasonably take the view that there is no inequality when it comes to sleep. After all, sleep is one of the last freely available natural resources. It's an energy source that's available to anybody who can simply close their eyes and find a soft surface in a relatively quiet place. Or, in another way, we could think of sleep as a ghost that haunts each of us equally. In its grasp, even the most powerful and wealthy among us become immobilized, virtually insensate, and vulnerable to all sorts of malefactors and environmental hazards. And we share that not only with other humans, but with other species. So either way, we could think of sleep as a great leveler. As Walt Whitman, the great poet of American democracy, put it in his poem called The Sleepers, I swear they are averaged now, as he looked on a kind of row of sleeping soldiers. One is no better than the other. The night and sleep have likened them. Or as the popular Jamaican proverb goes, sleep has no master. Yet paradoxically, sleep is also a zone of conflict, division, and inequality. Some people have the power to dictate the sleeping patterns and configurations of others. Ask any screaming child who is sent off to bed against their will. Other people lack the means to find restful conditions. Ask any prisoner in a cell, any resident of a city under siege, any person scratching out life in the streets. In the US, the unequal distribution of the resource known as sleep has produced a slew of studies, and many of them are published in this excellent journal, Sleep Health, which is really about sleep and demographics. So looking at different occupations, different social identities, different familial experiences, different environmental factors that all affect access to the conditions necessary for restful and restorative sleep. And one very important factor, which I'll be talking a lot about today, is race, or more accurately, racism. There's been a great deal of research on racial disparities as they relate to sleep health, showing a prevalence of shorter sleep durations, poorer sleep continuity, more severe insomnia and breathing-related sleep disorders among minoritized populations in this country, and particularly black folks more than any other racial group, kind of being vulnerable to these conditions. And as we've heard, poor sleep can then lead to or worsen a whole slew of other health problems like heart disease or diabetes. We learned about neurodegenerative diseases today, and so on. Yet, to my knowledge, there's no scientific study that's revealed a genetic factor that would make one racial group sleep better or worse than another. So the causes must be cultural, social, and environmental rather than inherently biological. So I think this is where the humanities come in. And so welcome to the humanities. We do things a little differently here. If you're Monty Python fans, I would say, now for something completely different. I'm going to give you kind of a history of some of these disparities. But instead of speaking about racial disparities, we really should be talking about disparities that are based on structural racism. And that's a term that's sadly become very politicized today. But it really explains something important, and that is the inequalities that persist even in an officially egalitarian society. Things that aren't necessarily acts of overt discrimination, but might be responses to conditions that are decades or sometimes centuries in the making, and that still persist. History is still with us. And so some of these issues involved in ongoing structural racism include different levels of access to quality schools, different levels of access to credit to buy homes, to get health care, and the like. But lack of access to restful sleeping conditions or heightened exposure to factors that can impede sleep can also be considered an aspect of structural racism. And this is an article that I co-wrote with two epidemiologists and a psychologist, kind of outlining what that would look like in sleep studies research. And that's my book, Wild Nights, and some of what I'm going to be talking about today is drawn from that book, but there's also a lot of new material as well. So, the poor sleep, if there's a population that is experiencing relatively poor sleep, as we can see, it really has cascading effects, and we learned a lot about those as well today, too. So think of a child with parents who work irregular shifts and have difficulty maintaining appropriate bedtimes. Well, this can lead to the child's attentional problems or agitation or dozing off during class, and then that can lead to all sorts of additional problems. Or, think about somebody who's operating dangerous machinery at work on scant rest. In these situations, sleep deprivation can lead to deepening social disadvantage and health problems because of all the additional things that come from it, all of which can worsen sleep troubles in a vicious cycle. And sleep can even, as we learned today, affect the very structure of the brain. So, returning to that quote from Walt Whitman, sleep may average us all, but that's only if we're using the same equation. So to understand sleep's relationship to inequality, we need to understand the context in which we sleep. And I'm going to start with a story from my own life. So in the summer of 2005, I was living with my spouse and 2 young children in New Orleans. And before going to bed one night, I checked the weather forecast and saw a mounting storm gathering in the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane Katrina was barreling down on the city. And like other New Orleanians of sufficient means, I quickly planned an escape. And my first thought was finding somewhere we could all sleep in safety, comfort, and privacy out of harm's way. And the nearest place we found out of harm's way was ordinarily a 4-hour drive north in Shreveport. But in the slow motion frenzy of the evacuation, it took us 16 hours to arrive at a chain hotel where we settled into a suite that looked something like this. 2 rooms, heavy drapes, kind of bland but functional decor. And here our kids could sleep in privacy, apart from their parents, more or less at the bedtimes we had worked so hard to enforce, while my wife and I could stay up a bit later, watching the news on TV, anxiously planning our next steps with heavy shades drawn to allow us to recover some of our lost sleep the next morning. This separation of parents, which we were really quite desperate to find a place that would allow us to do it, it's one of the hallmarks of Western European and North American sleep, putting children in a different room from the parents. And it's actually a very strange arrangement historically. Almost nobody thought to do that before about the late 18th, early 19th century, and I'll get into some of that history, but most peoples across the planet and across history would have considered it unthinkable or maybe even abusive to put children apart from parents at nighttime. Nighttime in many cultures is a time for intergenerational closeness and physical contact, but in our society we're taught to prize separation and individuality. But having escaped the eye of the storm, we were able to recreate that scenario that we had taken for granted as middle-class American sleepers. Parents in one room, children in another. New Orleans might be underwater, but bedtimes could be restored. Well, we had plenty to worry about at that time. What would become of our city, our jobs, our kids' schools. But we had connections. We had a reliable car. We had some money in the bank. We had a network of friends and family who could help us get on our feet. I think we knew that as bad as things seemed, we would be all right. In the safety of our hotel, we turned on the television, and some of what we saw emphasized the fragility of our privilege sleeping in comfort, safety, and privacy in the midst of a disaster. So this is a photo of exhausted, frightened people sleeping in the New Orleans Convention Center in the immediate aftermath of the storm. And I've blurred their faces so that you won't, to kind of protect the identity of these folks. Most had probably lost their homes. Few, if any, had the means to flee to safety. Instead, they lay together, huddled, snatching scraps of sleep in the midday light. Children sleeping on top of parents, closely guarding their few possessions in a time of great scarcity of supplies. No walls separating them from other rough sleepers. No heavy drapes to block off the light. Not even the basics of comfort, privacy, or security. You will also notice that the skin tones of these weary citizens are darker than mine. In that context, a comment by a prominent member of a political family, whom I won't name at the time, calls up some of the worst aspects of our history, inadvertently justifying what researchers call sleep health inequities. And this is what this person said, looking at a scene very much like this. So many of the people in this arena here were underprivileged anyway, so this is working out very well for them. This was on, broadcast news, television. This wasn't said in private. This was in an interview with the mic in the person's face. That's what she said. What this callous comment unintentionally acknowledges is that the conditions for restful and healthful sleep in a safe and private space were unequally distributed well before the storm ever hit. As is so often the case with disasters, Katrina just laid those conditions bare for all to see. If parents in this slide feared for their children's safety at night, Was that really a new fear for them? If they were exhausted at odd hours, might irregular or uncertain work shifts have made this a familiar feeling? If they lacked privacy and comfort, might some of them have long-standing fears of being evicted and living on the street? How many people in this picture had generational family wealth to help get them to safety? Probably none, I would guess, or they wouldn't have been trapped in the convention center in the first place. The conditions that led my family to sleep in safety and others in great peril were a long time in the making. What the humanities can offer us in studying sleep or any other human behavior is to deepen our sense of context, including the element of time. Humanities scholars are guardians and interpreters of the documentary record of human experience and expression. The two slides I've shown you are such records, and they have histories, long ones. Those histories involve large forces such as economics, technology, cultural belief systems, and relationships of power. So the rest of my presentation will lay out some of that history as I see it. So I'll begin in the late 18th and early 19th century. We go a long way back to explain what's happening here. A time of immense social, geopolitical, economic, and intellectual change. And period goes by different names. It's the Age of Enlightenment, the age of the Industrial Revolution, the height of the transatlantic slave trade, the age of European colonialism, the age of revolutions. Some recent work in social and cultural history also calls this the period of the golden age of privacy. Pay attention to that word. And one historian calls it the age of comfort, thinking about European history. Two terms that might make us think of sleep. Privacy was a key term debated by philosophers and legal theorists, and it described, and still describes, two distinct but related concepts. The first is a psychological place of security and independence for autonomous individuals. For example, we have a right to privacy. You know, these folks have a right to privacy. And an arrangement of physical space, that's the other meaning of privacy, apart from the public, that allows for solitude and seclusion, like a private carriage or private house. Comfort was a value that was increasingly sought in the consumer societies of Europe at a time when factories were churning out an impressive array of goods that protected one from discomfort. Everything from umbrellas, which were new in the late 18th, go out in 18th century London and you suddenly have this protection from the rain. But also bedding supplies were like really in vogue in the sort of early part of the industrial age, providing comfort for the masses. But comfort and privacy for whom? And enlightenment and revolution in industry for whom? So the next two slides are kind of difficult ones to talk about, and the second one in particular to witness, but they depict scenes of sleep during the transatlantic slave ship voyages of the 18th and the 19th century. So the first is called Plan of an African Slave Ship. It's a diagram that was produced by the British abolitionist Thomas Clarkson as part of his campaign to gather evidence of the abuses of slavery. And Clarkson showed this image of the slave ship Brooks on his many lectures around Europe beginning in the 1790s, and it was widely reprinted across the first few decades of the 19th century. The diagram looks kind of abstract, almost like a game board, but what it depicts is anything but. Each thick black line going up and down represents an African person who was chained and packed below decks into the tightest space imaginable. Lacking privacy, bereft of comfort, and forced to sleep, or at least to lie down, in the most unsanitary conditions, the enslaved were treated more like cargo than like passengers or even prisoners. Packing prone bodies together so tightly was not only efficient, but it created better opportunities for surveillance and control, which were enhanced by the use of iron chains. And this is another image that was circulated by abolitionists nearly a half century later, which conveys the face of human suffering behind this inhumane arrangement. The image pictures human faces and bodies struggling to snatch moments of rest in a deliberately unrestful environment. Males are chained to other males. part of a deliberate effort to break family bonds that were systematically destroyed under the slave system, and bonds that in many African societies were strengthened by intergenerational sharing of sleeping surfaces. So you not only break up the family, but you chain males together at night. The formerly enslaved activist named Olaudah Equiano, who wrote just a really powerful narrative of his experience, both being captured and subsequently in the New World as an enslaved man. He offered verbal testimony of what it was like to be packed into the ship in this way. He wrote that the apartments of ships in the middle passage were, in his words, so crowded that each had scarcely room to turn himself. The stench was absolutely penitential, with the shrieks of the terrified and the groans of the ill and dying keeping others awake. Slave trader turned abolitionist John Newton, he's actually the person who wrote the song Amazing Grace when he saw the light. He wrote in his memoir, this is what he said: "The poor creatures, thus cramped for want of room, are likewise in irons, for the most part both hands and feet, and two together, which makes it difficult for them to turn or move, to attempt either to rise or to lie down without hurting themselves or each other. Every morning, perhaps, more instances than one are found of the living and the dead fastened together." This is a horrifying, horrifying, hellish scene. During the height of the transatlantic slave trade, sleeping arrangements for European white people were undergoing a transformation that produced the opposite of everything that we've just seen. My next image is taken from Harriet Beecher Stowe's massively popular, an early illustrated edition of her massively popular 1852 novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin. The fame of this novel spread so quickly throughout the world that by 1873, it was translated into no fewer than 37 languages. Inspired plays, spin-offs, rebuttals, toys, everything. It's a huge sensation. And the spiritual climax of this classic anti-slavery story takes place in a young girl's bedroom, her private bedroom, a space that was described by the French historian named Alain Corbin as a temple of private life, privacy, comfort. The temple in question is that of little Eva, whose deathbed scene convinces her father to commit himself to Christ and to free those he has enslaved. Unfortunately, he too dies before he can make good on his commitment. Her pious talk of Christ's love for the lowly takes place in a curiously overstuffed room, which takes the notion of comfort to an almost absurd level. The room is described as containing rose-colored and white muslin curtains, a floor mat ordered from Paris, a statue of Jesus on the mantel, marble vases and sculptured angels with drooping wings on the shelves, rose-colored cushions on the bed, and an alabaster writing stand on a book-strewn desk. In a reflection of racial disparities that were often taken for granted in Stowe's day, as in some ways they are today, the novel's principal black character, the enslaved man known as Uncle Tom, sleeps on a pallet in the hallway outside of Eva's bedroom so that he may tend to her well-appointed death. As opposed to the enforced privations for weary Africans aboard the slave ship, Europeans and Euro-descended Americans, like little Eva, increasingly sought refinement, comfort, and privacy in their sleeping as well as waking lives. These values became key components of what Europeans meant when they described themselves as civilized during the 18th and 19th century. Nowhere did bourgeois Europeans and North Americans seek privacy and comfort more than in bedrooms. Domestic spending on bedding increased dramatically from the 16th through the 19th century, enabled by newly available raw materials that came largely from enslaved and colonized labor. Advances in industry yielded ever more comfortable sleeping surfaces in Europe. For those who could afford them, you could buy an iron spring mattress, which was invented in 1840. It caused kind of a sensation. And that amazing product displaced more traditional horsehair or grass-filled sacks that people had slept on previously. It became part of a sort of sleep industry in a way of, downy pillows and fancy covers and all of that sort of stuff, drapes for bedrooms. And so the products adorning little Eva's bedroom marked her membership in a growing bourgeois class, as did the fact that she had a room to herself in which to put all these things. The fact that a young girl had a private bedroom seems unremarkable now, but it was an astonishing development in the history of sleep and of family life in general. As the research of Sasha Handley shows, through medieval and early modern Europe, all but the wealthiest families slept in common rooms or hallways that had multiple functions in day and night. But gradually, fueled by wealth that was generated by industry, colonialism, and the slave trade, middle-class homes in England grew large enough to accommodate separate rooms for sleeping. And this is an image of a sort of typical middle-class 18th century bedroom. Pretty darn nice. Not super fancy, but it's got, carved bedstead, and it looks like really soft and thick mattress, and, very private space. Got its own fireplace. Bedrooms that were stuffed with sleep-related products like down pillows, sleeping visors, prayer rosaries, candles, later oil lamps, became the chief domestic space associated with Europe's vaunted valuation of privacy. The bedroom during this period became the preferred site, not just for sleeping, but for sex, for childbirth, for prayer, for writing letters, for reading novels, and for dying. From the Enlightenment period to our day, it was the architectural development necessary for constructing autonomous individuals who would learn in their own private space as children, to start separating themselves from families and then go off and make your way in the world. The spread of private bedrooms was also shaped by health concerns. In the dominant miasmic theory of disease was understood to be generated by decomposing organic matter, which could be spread by body fluids that were either soaked up in sheets or that were carried through fetid air. In England, the growth of industrial capitalism attracted the rural working poor into cities where they often slept dozens to a room in crowded boarding houses. And here's one from, I think it's either London or Liverpool, from mid-19th century. In 1842, the pioneering British health reformer Edwin Chadwick reported on such unhealthful practices as multiple families sleeping together in rooms without windows or chimneys, on makeshift beds lacking sheets. And in his view, the result was what he called a dense accumulation of bodies that were not fit for a swine to live in. Drawing on miasmic theory of disease, he warned incorrectly that such sleeping practices contributed to the spread of cholera. But as other kinds of diseases proliferated in boarding houses, the Parliament passed the Common Lodging Houses Act of 1851, which mandated hygienic practices and more private sleeping arrangements for factory workers. In 1861, a British Royal Commission even recommended that each soldier be given his own bed and at least 200 cubits of space. In this context, sleep was often a dividing line between cultures, and this gets to the idea that sleep, it's a common experience, but it can really divide us. European travelers to Africa and other colonized regions frequently reported on sleeping arrangements that they considered primitive. A late 18th century French travel writer hinted darkly of incest among Hottentots in southern Africa, and he wrote, "The savages sleep all promiscuously together in the same hut, and are neither acquainted with difference of age nor that invincible horror which separates beings connected by blood." Missionaries in New Zealand, Africa, and Australia, and other locations tried to stamp out these co-sleeping practices in order to promote the ideal of Western-style nuclear families. By the mid-19th century, the European ideal of private sanitary sleeping was frequently presented in overtly racial terms. This is something that white people do, and it shows that, we're a superior culture. And this is the physician William Whitty Hall, who wrote kind of the best-selling sleep hygiene book of the 19th century called simply Sleep. Went through about 9 or 10 editions. And he said, as men improve in their condition, eventually, instead of several members of a family sleeping in the same bed. Each child, as it grows up, has a separate apartment. In contrast, he wrote disparagingly of co-sleeping societies, compared them, in his words, to the vilest and the filthiest of the animal kingdom, wolves, hogs, and vermin who huddle together. And so, when we picture the space, the sacred space of little Eva's private bedroom, we have an image of sleep that helped to define a society's self-image. And we maybe have a partial explanation for why Europeans who were committed to privacy and comfort would countenance bringing enslaved people packed into sleeping spaces like sardines. Privacy and comfort were for us, not for them. Wretched sleeping conditions continued once the human cargo reached the New World. The privations of enslaved people on what historians now often call forced labor camps. You know, it used to be called plantations. That sounds kind of pleasant, right? So forced labor camps, these privations are well known. The killing hours in the field, physical punishment to the point of torture, rape at the hands of enslavers, forced couplings in the name of breeding, systematic breakup of familial bonds, lack of access to education, and even penalties against learning to read, and the daily humiliations, both large and small, that came with being marked as a permanently subservient class. But nighttime brought new terrors and privations. White abolitionists and authors of slave narratives frequently described rough sleeping conditions, like being made to sleep in groups on the bare floor. Middle of the night interrogations by suspicious overseers, and if you've seen the movie 12 Years a Slave, there's just an absolutely harrowing scene involving that. And cruel punishments for oversleeping, as among the most excruciating and regular pains of enslavement. So really, if you read the literature of slavery through this lens, it's an incredibly rich record of catastrophic sleep loss. And of something that we call sleep disparities today. The white reformer Thomas Tryon wrote in 1684, sort of ventriloquizing the voice of an enslaved Caribbean man. He said, "We rise early and lie down late, and labor beyond our strength, whilst our luxurious masters stretch themselves on their soft beds and couches." This is an image of slave quarters in actually one of the more privileged spaces one might find. It is George Washington's Mount Vernon. But you can see that the idea of having private space, of kind of being able to, even to have the comfort of a middle-class room, a mattress and a pillow. There don't seem to be any pillows here. It's just sort of not even conceivable, right? And this is one of the better accommodations. So Frederick Douglass, who's an amazing figure, in his 1855 biography, he wrote several versions of his autobiography, but the 1855 one is the most detailed on this, and it includes a section that he called deprivation of sleep, which he believed to be intentionally induced by his enslavers. And here's part of what he wrote. "The sleeping apartments, if they may be called such, have little regard to comfort or decency. Old and young, male and female, married and single, drop down upon the common clay floor, each covering up with his or her blanket, the only protection they have from cold or exposure." He used the word comfort and decency, and these were watchwords of the master class. They were systematically denied to the enslaved, in part because they were deemed inferior. Depriving them of their own space to rest was also an effective method of round-the-clock social control. I mentioned the interrogations that often happen in the middle of the night. Douglass went on to write that the broken sleep of enslaved people produced a chronic exhaustion that was convenient to their enslavers. And hearing this morning's lecture, I'm thinking about what was happening to the brain and how amazing he would go through this and continue on as an extraordinary orator and writer and public figure. After enduring what he described, he wrote about He was so tired during his off hours that he wandered around in a beast-like stupor, unable to follow through on any of his half-formed ideas about escape. And the historian Walter Johnson refers to such tactics of enforced sleep privation as torture, akin to the will-breaking practices used on prisoners in Abu Ghraib or Afghanistan, and Douglas's account is consistent with that. The stupor that Frederick Douglass describes may have been a useful state for slaveholders to induce in their captors if the goal was to keep them down, but it was a problem in terms of economic activity. Chronically exhausted enslaved laborers lacked the energy to work efficiently. They were prone to accidents, and they could be irritable or lethargic. Yet slaveholders and their apologists explained away the effects of exhaustion as if they were a matter of innate biology. They didn't see racism, they saw race. In 1794, Thomas Jefferson, there's an amazing section of his book, Notes on the State of Virginia, about his thoughts on slavery. Not for the faint of stomach to read it, but he did talk about sleep among enslaved population, and he said, these are his direct words, blacks require less sleep than white people. And he observed, though, something puzzling, which was that enslaved people tended to drop off to sleep as soon as they were done working. But he explained this not by saying they're exhausted, but because of what he considered to be their animal-like constitution. And again, these are his words. An animal whose body is at rest and who does not reflect, engage in high philosophical discussion and so on. An animal whose body is at rest must be disposed to sleep, of course. And so there's no interval. So basically what that meant is work them till they drop. That's how they're built. A half century later, the notorious Louisiana physician Samuel Cartwright went even further, explaining that chronic exhaustion and the propensity to drop off to sleep in the middle of the day were symptoms of a special black disease that he called dysesthesia ethiopica. The cure he proposed, here's the cure for dysesthesia ethiopica: hard work in the open air and sunshine. I think we can find in the ideas of Jefferson and Cartwright one important starting point for the stereotype of black laziness, a trope that spread through the 19th and 20th centuries through popular and political culture alike. Under this quasi-medical rubric, the depressing, exhausting, and soul-killing aspects of enslavement, disenfranchisement, and poverty could simply be interpreted as an aversion to work, inability to control the body's urges, and was evidence of a need for even more discipline and work and labor. So exhaustion due to lack of access to the conditions necessary for sleep were interpreted as a natural propensity to be lazy. It's easy to see from these stories why dramatic sleep disparities opened up between blacks and whites, especially as more white workers attained middle-class status and could afford the comforts of homes with private bedrooms and all the stuff that went in them. But why did the disparities persist even after the abolition of slavery? And that's a big question, and I have maybe one part of one answer. Certainly access to healthful and restful sleep environments continued to be unequal as generations of legal segregation and more insidious forms like redlining perpetuated a divide in access to safe, restful, comfortable, and private sleeping conditions. Living in impoverished neighborhoods also leads to safety risks, difficulty in securing nutritious foods, and proneness to noise pollution, all of which can lead to poor sleep outcomes. Sleep schedules are also disrupted by unfavorable or intermittent work schedules, which also often correspond with racial differences. But I want to suggest that history can teach us about one other possible factor for the persistence of a structural sleep gap, and this one is sort of more of a psychological one as well as a historical one. And a key is in what sleep researchers, which I've learned about, call hypervigilance. And we all know that sleep is an elusive prize when our minds are racing, when we're worried or stressed about an upcoming event, or we can't shake memories of trouble from the day before, or even from years before. What does this have to do with race and with history? In a 2013 article, epidemiologist Margaret Hicken and her team linked poor sleep among black people to a state of heightened vigilance, which she defined as the anticipation of and perseveration about racial discrimination. To be black in America, their respondents report, means mentally preparing for the possibility of experiencing racial discrimination on a day-to-day basis. Not exactly conducive to falling asleep at night. And such racism-related vigilance, Hicken writes, creates, in her words, stressor results in poor health through the overactivation of the biological stress system. Hicken and her team cited one black woman who poignantly summed up a common set of worries. And here's what she said. One problem with being black in America is that you have to spend so much time thinking about stuff that most white people just don't even have to think about. I worry when I get pulled over by a cop. I worry when I walk into a store that someone is going to think that I'm shoplifting. And I have to worry about that because I'm not free to ignore it. On the basis of such reports, Hicken and her team theorized that what they call racism-related vigilance may result in poor health by activating the physiological systems associated with excessive wakefulness. Another of Hicken's respondents made a powerful reference to the history that I've been sketching out when she linked this chronic vigilance to a cultural memory of slavery. And here's what she said. Blacks can't sit back and relax at all. You have to be vigilant at all times. If you don't, you'll be back in chains. This comment was made over 200 years after emancipation. Imagine what it's like to be thinking that way, feeling that way. You make a false move, and that history all comes back to you. But it reflects a painful proximity to that deep history in which even freedom from bondage couldn't produce rest. Frederick Douglass actually talked about this after he escaped. After all the pains in sleep and waking endured during slavery, he probably didn't sleep much better once he escaped to the supposedly free states of the North. The Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 incentivized so-called slave catchers to track down anyone suspected of the crime of liberating oneself from captivity. And here's a poster that is typical of what they would post. It warned black people from to avoid talking to police who they thought were likely in league with kidnappers and slave catchers. And if you can see on the bottom few lines, it says, keep a sharp lookout and have top eye open, presumably even during sleep. Douglass explained what it meant to sleep with top eye open. He said, I've been frequently asked how I felt when I found myself in a free state. I felt like one who had escaped a den of hungry lions. This state of mind, however, very soon subsided, and I was again seized with a feeling of great insecurity and loneliness. I was yet liable to be taken back and subjected to all the tortures of slavery. I was afraid to speak to anyone for fear of speaking to the wrong one, and thereby falling into the hands of money-loving kidnappers whose business it was to lie in wait for the panting fugitive. The motto which I adopted when I started from slavery was this: trust no man. I saw in every white man an enemy, and in almost every colored man cause for distrust. To combat distrust, this kind of distrust, and to protect the fugitives from captors, free black Americans and their allies formed groups called, appropriately enough, vigilance committees, which provided a network of safe houses, assistance with escape routes, alerts about suspected kidnappers, and political and legal efforts on behalf of accused fugitives. The term vigilance means a state of heightened alertness. And these vigilant societies were famous for 24/7 watches, as slave catchers often seized their victims under cover of night. Indeed, Douglass's protector, who was a man named David Ruggles, who's head of the New York Vigilance Committee, suffered severe health effects from his stress and chronic lack of sleep. And after he stepped down from presidency of the Vigilance Committee, he opened a health retreat in New York, in upstate New York, where he promised restorative rest and care to those who fought the good fight. I'm going to just jump over toward the end because I know I'm running out of time here. I did have a poem that I wanted to dwell on by an amazing African-American poet of the 19th century, Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, in which she talks about not being able to rest while she imagines that injustice is going on. And it sort of captures this ruminative quality of like, there's so much trouble in the world, I can't sleep, I can't rest, I can't sleep. My only rest is going to be in the grave. And it seems to me that she's describing very much what Margaret Hicken, when her team would analyze a century and a half later. Ida B. Wells also alludes to this state of mind in her famous quote, the famous anti-lynching reporter. She said, "Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty." So by that measure, the inequality of sleepers is evidence that the price of slavery and the fragile liberty that followed has not yet been fully paid. When Hicken's respondent discussed her sleeplessness and thought that it was produced by worry about making a false move and winding up back in chains, she may have been voicing an intergenerational trauma rooted in the history of Black vigilance. And I'll just add that when I shared this presentation with my students, I'm teaching a class on sleep in science and literature, a student said to me afterward, that explains something that I've heard among older people in my family, which happens to be African American, which is a phrase that they use is, I was born tired. I was born tired. So returning to the Whitman poem I mentioned at the beginning, for all of this history, sleep does have a leveling or democratizing effect. Part of that leveling is that we are all made vulnerable by our passivity and immobility during sleep. We all need protection. We all need to be safe. And not just humans, every species has its ways of defending against the dangers of predators, whether they are slave catchers or lions. Here's one of my favorite strategies, and that's the parrotfish, who spits out a bubble of toxic goo and then sleeps blissfully inside it as sharks and moray eels glide by. Where humans may be unique is in the degree of inequality we have created in distributing our protections during this vulnerable time. What would it take for us all to sleep with the same level of safety, privacy, comfort, and freedom from fear as the parrotfish does? We'll never know unless we face the history of inequities, as well as the present circumstances that reinforce them. Thank you.
We'll be going right into our last lecture. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Professor Marsha Bunge, my colleague in the Religion Department, to introduce that last speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an honor and delight to introduce Tricia Hersey. Hersey is an activist, a multidisciplinary artist, and a theologian who radically expands common conceptions of rest. Known as the Nap Bishop, she is the founder of the Nap Ministry and author of the New York Times bestseller, Rest is Resistance, a manifesto. Her work has gone viral. Her book is being translated into multiple languages, and she has become a global leader of a growing rest revolution. Hersey's work builds on a wide range of life experiences and disciplines. She is a native of the South Side of Chicago and now lives in Georgia. She earned a Bachelor of Science in Public Health from Eastern Illinois University, and a Master of Divinity from the Candler School of Theology at Emory University. Hersey's groundbreaking work has shown that being well rested is not just a matter of personal choices, but rather deeply connected to larger issues of social, economic, racial, and environmental justice. She links being tired to systemic inequalities, to widespread forms of dehumanization, and to the oppressive grip of what she calls grind culture, where the pace of work is exhausting and a person's value and worth are measured by productivity. Hersey's writings and ministries emphasize the liberating power of rest to heal body, mind, and spirit, to resist structures of oppression, and to reclaim our sacred humanity. We are deeply grateful to Hersey for her contributions to this year's Nobel Conference and to the growing worldwide conversation about rest, healing, and justice. Please welcome with me, Tricia Hersey.
Wow. I feel like we need to really sit with Benjamin's conversation. I'm so grateful. I'm deeply grateful for your work and for that presentation. I'm so grateful for history. I'm so grateful for the truth. That makes me so happy. And so I am here, oh, there's the pictures, to talk a little bit about what I've been learning over the last 10 years with this movement called the NAP Ministry. Really wasn't meant to be a movement. It really was me as an exhausted, sleep-deprived artist, trickster, Black woman who decided to make a way out of no way, who decided to go within the depths of my own history to solve a problem. And the problem was I was deeply sleep-deprived, sleep-restricted, and in a place of deep, deep stress. So I am an activist. I'm a proud activist, born and raised by an activist, a theologian, and an artist. I was raised by a Pentecostal, fire and brimstone, Holy Ghost preaching Black man from the Church of God in Christ in Chicago, Illinois. He was also a union organizer, a proud union captain of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Union Strong. Anybody Union Strong in here? Yes. Yes, Union Strong. Clap it up for the unions. And he was also a railroad carman and yardmaster for Union Pacific Railroad for over 35 years. He believed deeply in the care of communities and the resurrection of souls, and the resurrection of life, of communities, of us being able to make a way out of no way. He also worked himself to death and died an early death at 53 from complications from diabetes, heart disease, and obesity, all diseases traced to sleep deprivation. Grind culture, my definition of grind culture is a deep collaboration, a brilliant and sinister collaboration between white supremacy and capitalism that makes us internalize our own worth by how much we can get done, how much we can accomplish, how much we can produce. And from that, we find people who have very, very ways of pushing their bodies to the brink of exhaustion. These systems have sized us to believe that resting is lazy. We talked about laziness. And while Ben's presentation was really on the historic, I want us to really sit in the idea and the understanding, the truth, that the same engine that drove capitalism back during the transatlantic slave trade is the same engine that drives it today. It is the exact same engine. It has shifted, it has morphed, but the same energy and mindset that makes people believe that they are not worthy of rest, that they have to earn rest. that they're lazy if they have their day off and they decide to not do something. So much of our labor in this country is really simply just to survive, let alone thrive. The pace that grind culture demands is unsustainable. Yet we push our bodies to violent levels of exhaustion. We burn the midnight oil. We sleep when we are dead. We push, we ignore the cues from our own body to stop to rest. So we need deep societal change. Capitalism has traumatized us. It's traumatized us. And from what I'm understanding and learning when I listen to all of the beautiful sleep science and all of the sciences, I'll be processing the information from this conference for months, probably years. But what I really learned is that what we're doing to our bodies is really damaging it at the core level. This morning, I'm learning about literal brain damage from not sleeping, from pushing our bodies, bringing our bodies to the brink of this deep exhaustion, all for the cue of doing more, to produce, to pay bills, because of corporate greed and capitalism making it very, very, very hard for us to survive and thrive in this culture. Over my time with the NAP ministry, these are some beautiful fine art photography. As throughout the presentation, will be beautiful photos that have been taken by my friend Charlie Watts. She's a fine arts photographer, and we have a durational photography project where it's pictures of me and some of the NAP ministers who are helping me with this organization sleeping all over Atlanta. And what she did in this one, I love, she placed in, with her magic that she does, cotton fields. So there's cotton that I'm laying on, and there's cotton from a farm in North Carolina that's owned by a black family for 4 generations. And so a lot of my artwork as a installation artist, as a theater artist, really looks at the idea of cotton, of the labor of cotton, of plantation labor or forced camp labor. And I do a lot of really examinations with that. And so this is a piece here when I was in Atlanta sleeping with cotton around me, this idea of reclaiming my body, reclaiming my time for my ancestors who couldn't. And so this work really deeply comes out of my ancestors' reverence, giving deep reverence to them for what the rest that they could not get. And in this world, I want to reclaim that rest in real time for them. But capitalism has traumatized us all. And white supremacy has also traumatized and brainwashed us all. This is not just a black understanding. My work is deeply centered in black liberation and black scholarship, but I believe as a theologian, as an artist and as an activist and as a human being that both of these toxic systems have created such violence in us, has created the thinking of this superiority, and it has really traumatized us and taken away our dignity and our divinity. So capitalism allows us to ignore the cues from our body to rest. We have over 1 million people following us on the NAP Ministries social media. I was in Australia last year, Amsterdam, I'm going to Dubai, I'm going to Korea. And so this is a worldwide global movement that comes in centers, that comes from a black thought. Because black liberation is a balm for all of humanity. Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, one of my favorite activists, no one is free until we're all free. No one is free until we're all free. And so if one person is suffering, we all are suffering. So this black liberation, this idea of freedom and liberation is for us all. I've worked with millions of people around the world, and they feel so much guilt and shame when they rest. They don't know how to slow down. They don't know how to take a break. They don't know how to rest. There's this unraveling from a lifetime of programming that has told them they are lazy if they even attempt to rest. There's this crippling need for productivity that leaves them traumatized and burnt out. We all have heard about burnout. I'm sure if you work in corporations, they have days where they try to help with burnout by doing yoga and have pizza parties, and it's burnout time. And during the pandemic, I was hired by a lot of major corporations, Google, Twitter, when it was called Twitter, large corporations, they wanted me to come and talk about corporate burnout. I'm like, oh, you picked the right person. Because I would come and talk about burnout, then I would come for 45 minutes and just rail against their hours of time. Why don't they let people off longer? Like, I would just really do a little trickster subversion and say, I'll come talk about burnout, but actually what burnout really is just trauma showing up in our bodies from a lifetime of overworking, from a lifetime of worker exploitation, from people pushing and pushing, corporate greed, wanting people to be able to work like human machines. Forced to work 2 or 3 jobs like my father and my grandmother to keep up with the demands to put food on the table. This call for capitalism for us to do more, be more. You're not doing enough. Keep going, work more. Even when people are off work, they still feel like they have to be doing something. My brother works in a factory in Tennessee making tires, and he has a day off, and I'll call him and say, what you got going on today? You know, you off? I gotta do something. I feel like I gotta be doing something. He can't even find a moment to relax. And so this is very much a spiritual, a mental, a psychological understanding that is deepening in us. I call it a deep socialization that has taught us that we aren't enough unless we rest, unless we do more. I want to move on. So these are some great questions that I always ask people when I'm doing our collective napping experiences. So our work really is this signature program called the Collective Napping Experiences, where I actually go and lay down yoga mats and blankets and pillows all over the world, and people have collective rest together. And then there's education around the idea of resting. And so these are questions that I've asked thousands of times to people to begin to understand that this is a deep psychological, spiritual movement that is happening. And I believe all political work is spiritual work ultimately. There's so many people. I just met a therapist here today. I signed my book. The therapist community and the mental health community has been pushing my work. Most people learn about my work from their therapists. They're in the therapist's office because they're overworked, they're burnt out, they're traumatized, they don't know how to stop, they're killing themselves from overworking. And so maybe we can just slow down and have a moment right now to kind of really think about some of these things that really deepen into us as human beings. As a theologian and spiritual leader, I really feel like it's important that we dig deep into what is happening from the spiritual sense. That our body has its own spiritual technology that guides us, these cues to know what is right and what isn't right. You know when you're exhausted, but you have to keep going, burning that oil, pushing and going. How is your heart? Who are you being? What are you holding? What story are you telling yourself? And what is a more liberating story you can tell? How can you create rest for yourself and others in this moment? And are you ready for change? These are not questions that you'll answer probably for the rest of your life. You'll be working with them and examining them and feeling them. But I love this question of what story are you telling yourself, and then coming with what's a more liberating story you can tell, because there's an assumption that based on the culture, based on patriarchy, and ableism, and capitalism, and white supremacy, telling us all these things that we aren't enough, that we already are telling a story about us that's not liberating, that we're believing things about ourselves that are simply not true. So these are some really beautiful questions. I like to take a slow approach. It would be a blessing if someone fell asleep during my lecture. I would really, I would love that. Like, you would not I would not feel bad about that at all. I've done thousands of collective napping experiences, and people fall asleep all the time. We wake them up. We've done virtual ones during the pandemic where people would be asleep on Zooms, and they will be it will be done. Like, I'm done, and then we'll be 2 hours later, they will email me, is it over? I fell asleep. I'm like, that's what I want. I want you to find a moment to slow down, to feel yourself, to connect. The rush of capitalism doesn't allow us to do that. Some more questions that are not up on the board. How can we be more human when capitalism attempts to degrade our divinity by seeing our bodies as mere machines? How can you resist the constant pull of grind culture in your life? How do we reclaim our time? Can you slow down more? Can you do less? How do we resist the violent systems that are embedded into our entire culture? I want to tell a story about my grandmother, Aura. She's the muse of this work. Here's some more photography. My friend in the front, that's Shanti. She's one of our NAP ministers. She's a trained midwife, and so she births babies. And then the young woman in the back is Andrea, and she's a doula. So it's interesting that these women are women who are bringing to life and supporting people in their health. But this is in Decatur, Georgia, in the backyard. We're resting all over the land, reclaiming the land, because also the earth needs to rest. The earth is being plummeted by corporate greed, the climate crisis, and we're ignoring the cues from the earth that allows us and tells us the seasons and when we should be resting. And so this is one of the photos. As an artist, a lot of the work is coming through like an examination through art. So we do performance installations, theater installations, photography, sound installations. I did a large sound installation in Australia last year, while 500 people did a huge rest and sound installation. This picture was actually up in the Atlanta airport. It was a 100 by 100, and it was up there for like 2 years. So people would pass by and have a moment to feel rest. These are the tenets of the NAP ministry. You know, the tenets that I've created, that we've created to help people to settle and to really get this message. Because when I first started this work, people were like, what do you mean? What does capitalism, white supremacy have to do with the fact that I don't sleep a lot? That I don't rest, that I don't take naps, that I'm really extremely tired. The connection was really hard for people to get to. And so rest to me is a form of resistance because it disrupts and pushes back against capitalism and white supremacy. This work is simply a disruption. It's a pushback. It's a counter-narrative to the dominant culture's call for us to continuously be productive, to keep going, to go and do, to do. You know, I had a story of a woman who I was doing chaplaincy work, and I was doing some counseling, and she was telling me that she was so sorry that she had to miss her appointment because, like, she literally had a heart attack the day before. And she was like, I just can never miss, I have to work. It's like, people are so traumatized by the idea of this pace of culture we're trying to keep up with. It's simply not sustainable. It's just not. I believe that our bodies are a site of deep liberation, that wherever our bodies are, we can find rest, we can find peace, we can find healing. And naps, to me, provide this healing portal to imagine, to invent, to heal. I love the quote that I heard earlier, I believe it was from Robert, that sleeping and dreams is the poor person's therapy. You know, this work came to me in a dream. I was sleeping and exhausted and began to experiment with rest and naps and sleeping on my own body. I began to sleep when my body said it was time to sleep. I listened to the cues. I was in graduate school. People were staying up late to 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. The pace of trying to keep up with that academic schedule was literally killing me, and so I began to just say, let the chips fall where they may. I just had deep faith that things would work out, and I began resting and napping when my body told me to. My teachers didn't like it because I wasn't turning in papers on time, but we got through it and I graduated, so that's what's important. And then the final one is our dream space has been stolen and we want it back. We will reclaim it via rest. I believe deeply in the idea of a dream space, that we go deep into the portal of rest and into the portal of dreaming and quality sleep, that things begin to make sense, that we can tap into worlds that we can't tap into in our awake world, that we can make connections, that we can hear a word from our ancestors, that we can begin to be human again and not machines. This is my grandmother Aura. It's so interesting, it's Every Shut Eye Ain't Sleep. That was the title of that. But every elder Black person I know has said this. And my grandmother was a refugee of Jim Crow terrorism. She's from Vicksburg, Mississippi. And like millions and millions of others during the Great Migration, she fled to the north. They fled to Chicago, to California. But mine's landed on the south side of Chicago. And I really honor her because she told me the reason she left in the middle of the night with $20 in her pocket and a card with her aunt's name on that her aunt had left the year before is because she had unfortunately saw a lynching. And she said that would never be her or her children. So my grandmother raised 8 children. My mother is one of her 8 children. She has dozens and dozens of grandchildren. I, of course, am her favorite. She told me that, so she told me I was her favorite. She has like 30, so I'm the favorite. And so Grandma Aura, here's a picture of her. Grandma Aura would tell me that she needed to rest. She worked 2 jobs. She worked at a psychiatric hospital cleaning, and then she also cleaned homes. And she would come home every single day and sit on her yellow plastic-covered couch. So anybody know about the plastic-covered couches? Okay. They don't do that no more. It's like these couches last forever, but this plastic-covered couch with her white uniform on, and she would close her eyes, and she would just sit there. And I always thought she was so strong. I was like, what is she doing? Is she asleep? But eventually I began to want to protect that time for her. And I would tell my cousins, don't run in and out, be quiet, grandma's sleeping. And she would say, every shut eye ain't sleep. I'm resting my eyes. I'm listening. Sometimes she would say, I'm listening to God. Sometimes she'd say, I'm listening to the universe. But in these moments, watching her reclaim her time, watching her honor a rest practice, watching her sit and connect when all of culture around her was trying to crush her, when she was suffering from deep poverty, working 2 jobs, coming to Chicago, leaving her home as a refugee. It's so important that we actually say that these people were refugees. They did not want to leave. She never wanted to leave Mississippi. She owned land there. She loved Mississippi. But the violence of Jim Crow terrorism made her leave, and like millions of others, in this mass migration all over the country. And so my grandmother would say, let's listen, let's rest my eyes. And I really feel like she taught me how to rest. She taught me the power of resting and what it means to actually rest. I'm going to save this collective rest moment for the end, but we will rest together. There's Grandma Aura. She's an ancestor now. She passed when I was 16 years old, but she has been in my dreams. She has been told me the name of this ministry. We connected deeply in this dream space, and she is the muse of this work because raising 8 children, suffering from what I believe was PTSD from seeing a lynching, working 2 jobs, she still was able to honor herself and honor her body via rest. And she's my favorite. So the NAP Ministry's work is grounded in a couple different things, a lot of different things actually. It's like a cocktail of all the things that I really love and what I've studied. And so these are some of them: Black liberation theology, what I was studying at Emory, womanism or womanist theology, racial justice, social justice, Afrofuturism and imagination, American history. I love that Benjamin just brought me on up with his, he just set the stage. Community care, spiritual care, somatics. I'm really into the idea of somatics in the body, and then sleep science. It's a lot in there, but at the end of the day, it's all built towards justice. It's all built towards uplifting humanity. This is really human rights work, to encourage people to rest, to encourage people to reclaim their time from a system that doesn't see them as full humans unless they are producing and creating and making more money. can't talk about all of them, but I would love to uplift womanism because it's one of the things that many people have never heard of unless you went to seminary. People have heard of feminism, but womanism is a little bit of a different play on it. It actually came outside of the feminist movement when the feminist movement was leaving out black women. They were leaving out their issues. And so this is one of the many definitions of it by Layla Phillips, one of my favorite womanist scholars, from her book, Womanism on Its Own, a womanist reader. And so womanism is a social change perspective rooted in black women's everyday experiences and everyday methods of problem solving in everyday spaces. And this is the key here, why this work is a global message for all, why me saving my own life via rest, I had to share it with others and make it possible for others to possibly tap into this work, is that it extends to the problem of ending all forms of oppression for all people. It seeks to restore the balance between people and the environment and nature, and reconciling human life with the spiritual dimension. And so this work exists because of my scholarship in womanism, my belief in the idea that no one is free until we're all free, and that our divinity, who we are as humans, our deep divinity is not connected to how much we can accomplish, what we can do, what we can produce, our to-do list, how much money we make, how many jobs we can have, that it really is a deep spiritual divinity that just comes from us being alive. And that's not what capitalism or white supremacy or ableism or patriarchy says. It says the opposite. That's actually my husband. I volunteer him for all of my art presentations. Like this was an art installation we did in Atlanta at a place called Pond City Market. It was a 3-day durational art installation where we built a bed on top of an historic train platform. This train platform was built over land that back in the day was a hot springs that actually was so healing that people from all over the country came to it to dip in the water and heal themselves. But of course, during Jim Crow, black people weren't allowed to get into this spring, this beautiful hot spring that was healing people. And so we reclaimed this space, built this beautiful bed, and for 96 hours we had black people resting on it all day and night with a soundtrack of beautiful music playing that was created. And so one of the people couldn't come. All the people were also Atlanta natives. So they were natives of the state of Georgia who possibly, maybe their families were denied the opportunity to go be in these healing springs. And so when someone couldn't come, I volunteered my husband, here's your white, let's get down there. And so that's him laying there. I appreciate him being a part of all my art installations and experiments. And this is where we get into the justice piece. When people say the name of this is called, my title for today is Rest Being a Portal for Justice. This is kind of the meat of it, the idea that these two toxic systems has brainwashed all of us in very unique ways. And so for me, within this reality, sleeping, quality sleep, resting, daydreaming, leisure, who will believe in me? I asked some of my friends, like, do you have any hobbies? What are you doing for leisure? And everything is being monetized right now. My sister is a beautiful fiber artist. She makes beautiful crochet. And people have been harassing her to sell it on Etsy. She's like, I don't want to sell them. And so this idea of always monetizing everything. And so it becomes a third space to me, this portal for healing, this opportunity for us to reclaim the dream space that was stolen from us. It disrupts, it pushes back, it says no to a system that wants you always going, constantly moving, on the go. I think it will take enormous effort in the form of radical healing, change, redemption, and deep collective care. This work is really rooted in community care, the care of communities. In my book, Rest is Resistance, a Manifesto, it's 60,000 words, and I didn't say self-care once, and I was very clear to not name self-care. We need deep community care. It won't be easy. It'll be a lifelong unraveling. And I believe resting and quality sleep and pushing back against systems that want us always going, this history of labor in our country, it'll be really something that will be a lifelong practice of unraveling, healing our ancestral, our individual, and our collective traumas. I'm naming grind culture as this collaboration. And when we align with these systems via our refusal to make space for ourselves and others to rest, we align with them and we become agents of this. So we are the portals. Rest is our foundation in a spiritual practice. And I believe rest is deep, deep justice work. I want to read an excerpt from my book that she mentioned. I'm working with Korean translators right now to translate into Korean. It just came out in Portuguese last month. Spanish is coming next year. And so when I first started this organization, I just wanted it to be something that one person felt, that I can take one yoga mat downtown and lay down and someone would lay on it and rest with me. And so for it to be this movement that has taken over, it tells me that we're such in a crisis of our spirit. We're in a crisis of heart. We're in a crisis of our mental health. People are suffering deeply under these systems. People are so exhausted. They're so tired. They're sleep deprived. They're sleep restricted. All of these things that it's happening for them. And so this is justice work. As an activist, it's deep justice work for me to be able to say to people, you are enough now. You can rest. You deserve rest. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to push yourselves. And I really want to speak to the students who are here, that grind culture headquarters is really academia. What's happening right now is, clap, somebody, okay, clap. Yes. This is the place, yes. Somebody tired, like I got a paper due right now, like yes. This is the place where they begin to, you begin to push your bodies, you begin to experiment with staying up late, pushing, trying to fulfill every single thing that you have to do, readying yourself to get out into the new world. And so I want to speak to them really deeply right now to say, you don't have to suffer and push yourself to these places of exhaustion to be able to be successful. You don't have to do that. There are ways for you to be able to balance, for you to be able to see yourselves as more than just someone who can put output out. That your productivity is not attached to who you truly are. This work is a battle cry for being sick and tired of white supremacy and capitalism. A resting place. A temporary space of joy and freedom. The way both systems view human beings is evil and unsustainable. No one is being clearly seen within them, and instead are viewed as less than human and a machine to be used and abused and overlooked. Resting our bodies and minds is a form of reverence. And when we honor our bodies via rest, we are connecting to the deepest parts of ourselves. We are freedom making. What stories are we holding deep inside that are untold and uncovered because we are too exhausted? This rest work is holding space for our memories, our micro histories, and all the things that make us human. The idea of rest as resistance can be challenging to distill in a few lines when I'm asked to do a quick take. It's counterintuitive to believe that rest is not a place to just waste time, but instead a generative place of freedom. We have never learned this in our culture. The thought of not doing, even for a short time, is seen as lazy and unproductive. So an explanation for rest as a form of justice is very, very layered. I have learned that one of the most concise and true ways to share this message is to say, rest makes us more human. It brings us back to our humanness, to be more human. Oh, this is another great photo. kudzu. You guys have heard, that's the kudzu plant. Yeah, I crawled into the kudzu plant in this dress. That was fun. That was another beautiful one, all over Georgia, resting on the land. And I guess this really is the thought that really holds the thesis of this work. And when I began researching it in seminary, is from M. Sean Copeland. She's one of my favorite theologians, and her book is called Enfleshing Freedom, Body, Race, and Being. And this is just a question that I always, an inquiry that I sit with forever, that I hope to rest in forever. This idea of how do we care for our own bodies as sacred? And how do we cooperate to craft a world in which all bodies can thrive? This is the question. This is the idea of seeing our bodies as sacred. You wouldn't, when I think about not sleeping, 4 hours, I think it's the 5-day, 4 hours, where it's like it begins with the diabetes and all of the stress and everything that's happening to your body. Why are we allowing ourselves to be so violent towards our own bodies? Why are we pushing ourselves? Why are we believing that that is okay? Who has taught us that? Why do we think that it's okay to push our children, to do more, to be more, to really see ourselves as machines? And I wonder also about the societal issues that make it so hard for people to thrive, that make it where my grandmother had to work 2 jobs, or people right now are working 2 or 3 jobs and cannot pay rent. I just read an article about there's nowhere in the country where you can work a minimum wage job, even if you work like 80 hours a week, where you can afford any type of rent. The housing crisis is really hurting people. And so how do we, as human beings and people who are in humanity together, how do we care for our own bodies and begin to cooperate to craft this world? And I believe it's through science, it's through the humanities, it's through deep care work, it's through the truth, it's by telling the truth about what's really happening. And so I love this quote, and I think it's really what really grounds this work to create it so that it is a justice movement. Here's another one of us sleeping and resting. She was actually asleep, my friend Andrea, in the blue. She has 5 children, and so she's a doula, and she also is a farmer in Georgia, so she has a farm. And so she was very tired, so she actually fell asleep during this shoot. She looked so peaceful there because she's actually sleeping. We're both fake sleeping, but she's asleep. She's gone, she's knocked out. And then to imagine a new world that centers liberation, I believe rest must be our foundation. It must be the foundation for us to invent, for us to restore, for us to imagine and build. Exhaustion will not save us. It just won't. It won't save us. I want to go back and go to this. I want to see if I can go back. I want us to do this collective rest moment. I think this is a beautiful way to end the sleep conference, is that we sit together and have a moment to process and download. I'll be downloading the information from the sciences this morning. The Alzheimer's, what is her beautiful name? Yes, that, I can't stop thinking about that whole, I can't wait to tell people about it. It was so beautiful and so powerful. Here we go. Can I play this, you see how there's audio embedded in here? Am I able to play it? So my grandmother taught me this idea of resting your eyes. And so I do collective rest events all over the country. But people, you can just sit. You don't have to have a yoga mat. You don't need a pillow. You don't need a yoga blanket. You can't do it. Okay. He's so nice. He's like, you cannot. Okay, that's fine. But I want to just have a moment where we can just close our eyes. And maybe I'll read a short poem. Yeah, I'll read a short poem while we close our eyes and honor my grandmother Aura in the idea of resting our eyes at any moment and breathe in, have a moment of collective rest together. Go to your beds. Go to your couches. Find a hammock. Go into the portal of naps. Go there often. You don't have to wait on permission from dominant culture. Your body is divine and sovereign. Go to your spaces of rest, joy, and freedom. Create them in your imagination. Create them in your communities. Create them in your homes. Create them in your heart. Daydream collectively. Do all these things with others. We will not heal alone. We will not thrive alone. Community care will save us. It is already saving us. We must be more human. We want to bathe and soak in our complexities. We want to take our sweet time. We want to tap into the bottomless well of wisdom and surprise waiting for us inside the portal of rest. Go to the water. Go to the depths of the ocean inside of you. Float there. Rest there. Imagine and dream there. It is game over for the lies of white supremacy and capitalism. We know better. We are more than what we have ever been told. And we must continue seeing each other and ourselves no matter how distorted and exhausted we show up. Take to your beds. Accept all you have ignored and then rest more. What does your body want? What does your soul need? What are the whispers that have been silenced by the cranking gears of grind culture? What have we missed in our urgency and in our rushing? This is just the beginning. And for this truth, we must be grateful for the awareness, for the information, for the reclaimed power and time. This is a transmission, a manifesto for the rest pilgrimage. Come back to it often. Keep it close. The messages will keep repeating. View it as evidence that you are not alone in your desire to be liberated from exhaustion. Our battle cry and our mantra: we will rest. Say it in your hearts. Whisper it aloud. Repeat it as you fall asleep. Tell your neighbor, we will rest. We will rest. We will rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I'm sad to say I must invite.
Hey,
our
everybody.
panelists.
Tane Danger here.
Maggie Kurth.
We are just doing a little bit of interstitial, I think that's the right word, as they turn the stage over for the final panel conversation. So don't go anywhere. Again, I'll just say one of my favorite parts of this, especially considering the last two talks that we had, to bring all of these people back up on stage together, bring them some of your questions, as well as some things that they want to ask each other in order to close out this conference. I'll just do the plug right now. If you've got questions, one last chance for either the last two speakers that we heard or anybody from Nobel 60, send them in now. You can email nobelconference@gustavus.edu. I sent in a question. And you can also do it on social media using hashtag Nobel60. But Maggie Kurth, we just heard two pretty powerful talks.
We did.
Reactions, thoughts. What do you want to start with? The first one, the historical one?
Well, what I want to start with is the concept: exhaustion will not save you.
Exhaustion will not save you, which I feel like I am testing.
I said that specifically to you.
Yes, I know.
On behalf of your husband.
Yeah.
I've actually been called in.
Yeah, that's funny. My husband absolutely would agree that burnout culture is not ideal. But
no, and I think like that is such a powerful statement, though. I mean, like, everything that she had to say, I think, was really powerful, and it reminded me a lot. I was kind of telling you about the experience of I've had COVID once now, as of last October, and having that experience of realizing that when I am so tired that I want to do nothing other than the stuff that I consider what I do when I am being lazy and bad, made me really understand that, like, oh, but I don't actually like doing that for long periods of time. And whenever I am now feeling like doing that, I have this understanding that that is because I am tired. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't just like laying around watching TV.
Yeah.
But if I want to just lay around and watch TV, there's probably a reason, and it's probably not that I'm a bad person and need to be prodded into doing something productive.
Yes. Yeah, the idea that you've reframed that as productive, almost like
almost that it is productive, but like, let's not reframe it that way, because that's not the point, my friend.
My Protestant work ethic is going really hard right now. Yeah.
Like I trigger it a little.
Yeah. No, I absolutely. I mean, our last speaker, is a theologian, was sort of speaking from that perspective, and I think, though, that it's valuable to like note, like, what she is talking about is something that theologians, like, we have had literally wars over the idea of whether you are saved by good works or grace, right? Like, this is like a very fundamental sort of Protestant kind of a thing.
And I thought the connection between those two talks was really interesting, because he was sort of talking about the history of the wealthy accumulating the idea of comfort, and creating the idea of comfort, and then creating the idea that that is how everyone should live, and if you aren't, there's probably a flaw in you. And that connection between, like, that and that who deserves rest, and how we've sort of created this idea in our society that, like, deserving rest, earning rest is a function of, like, your wealth and how well you've demonstrated whether or not you deserve to not be tired. Sure. And, like, the connection between that history and sort of like how she's framing, like, now I got to get away from that. It's this really lovely history to the future kind of transition, and I thought that was just a really nice way to end things.
I'm gonna just to prove how thick I am, and like my challenge in like actually absorbing the lessons of this, which is like I hear, like, I listened to our last two presentations about these tremendous inequalities historically we're living with today and whatnot. And my reaction to that is, well, who the hell am I to rest then? Like, when there is so much, like, problem in the world that needs working on, right?
Well, I mean, the way that I think about that is I look at, like it or not, Tane, we are elders now to some degree. We're not elders, but we're elders. And there are...
Walking around a college campus for 2 days,
we'll remind
we are
you of that.
we are elders.
And there are young people who base what they think they have to do in their careers by looking at us. Like, we are setting that culture. And by giving yourself that grace, you are also giving that grace to the people coming up behind you.
I think you're a better student than I am. This is good. But these are good questions. We're going to go back right now to Christ Chapel, where they are getting started with our with our panel discussion following these last two talks.
One of the sessions that I was most interested in hearing, because with the scientists, I know they're all great speakers, and I know their work, or I'm familiar with their work. But with essentially the humanities session, I was interested in hearing that perspective, and I will say that Benjamin and Tricia did not disappoint at all, at all.
One of the things that I saw as a similarity between what several of the scientists said, in some way, prioritize sleep. Right, the most important thing we can take away is make sleep a priority. And I couldn't help thinking, as I listened to both of this afternoon's talks, about the ways in which there might be other allied systems in the fight. So I hadn't thought of it when Tricia was in my class yesterday, but about the possibility that much of the same language you're using is part of what the environmental movement is telling us. It's part of what a lot of therapeutic movements, I think you mentioned that, are saying. And this whole idea of, are there multiple different ways in which there are other allied systems that could be working in this? And one of the questions that came through the chat was asking another question about AI. In other words, I think, Benjamin, your section about kind of how, more in your book than in your talk, but about how industrialization is pushing us towards this productivity culture. Is that a way to reduce the work week? Are there ways in which we can collectively reclaim issues? Consume less, produce less. So I don't know if anyone can have a reaction to that, but...
Well, I don't have a simple answer to that, but I think one of the things that we can learn from the humanities is that there are multiple contexts for every phenomenon. And that's sort of what we specialize in doing, is looking at either a text or an experience and saying, what shapes it? And it's never one thing. And I learned something about this. I mean, you know it. They don't really teach you in grad school that that's what you're doing. But I learned from teaching with a scientist on the first time I taught this course on literature and science of sleep. And he talked about the ways in which, in his studies, he really tried to isolate out all the variable factors so that he could understand the mechanism. But in the humanities, we don't isolate out the factors, the context. That's what we're interested in. That's where the meaning resides, is an experience in its context. And so, broad kind of forces like the economy, like historical ideology and cultural belief systems shape everything that we do. And finding the ways, finding the joints is part of the job of the humanities. So that's a very broad way of, responding to a kind of specific question. I don't know if you have thoughts about it.
Was the question AI, about AI?
I mean, that and also other systems that might be helping us in this struggle.
Totally.
And, things like unions came up also in the live stream, or things like reducing the work week, or capturing finding an ally in the environmental movement.
Yes. Yeah, when I first started the work, I was getting a lot of people from the 4-day work week were reaching out to me, overseas. They don't have it here, but it was a movement happening around getting a 4-day work week and thinking about labor laws. And I'm a big union supporter, because I was raised by a union organizer. And so I look at those things and think about the idea of work and labor, and also I think the education systems, because I talk about in my book how I believe that this idea of ignoring your body's cues for rest, ignoring your body, becoming disembodied and disconnecting begins to be trained And you learn that really early in schools. When I was teaching and working in schools, you know, a big example would be working in the second grade classroom, bathroom times at a certain time, but if a child has to go to the bathroom, they have to wait, and I watch the child use the restroom on themselves. And this idea of beginning to teach people to ignore their body, ignore the cues, just become disembodied, disconnected, begins really early, you know, when you're really young in public schools. If there's some teachers here, they know, maybe they have taught a long time, they understand, like taking away recess and playtime, taking away music and all those things in schools to just get to this like cookie cutter idea of how to educate a person, making children sit, you know, for 8 hours, and when they don't sit, they're labeled as disruptive, or they have behavioral problems. So all these things that kind of begin from a very young age for people to begin to start to disconnect with their body, to be disembodied, to not listen to the cues when your body is like, I'm tired, but instead we just ignore, we're taught to ignore that. And so I'm really interested in those things and think that working in schools, education, working with unions, really deepening into the idea of like fair labor practices is really, I think those are two of the main ones that really I'm curious and really have light about. I'm really interested in.
Labor unions have really been one of the most powerful forces arguing for sleep health. Right? The slogan, the galvanizing slogan of the labor movement in the early 20th century was 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what you will.
Yeah.
And the story I always like to tell is about the Pullman porters, the Pullman sleeping cars. The big industries, long-range train travel became more prevalent in the late 19th and early 20th century. Most of the porters who had to sleep in these terrible conditions on trains, they would travel sometimes 36 hours, and they would have just a tiny little cot without any guardrails, and maybe an hour or two to sleep here and there. And these were often, the descendants of enslaved people. It was almost entirely black workforce. But they got busy and they unionized, and they formed a union that testified before Congress about the health effects and also the labor effects of these wretched sleep conditions.
Yeah.
And they made some change.
Definitely. I want to shout out Chicago South Side. They were Pullman, Chicago Union Strong. So I love the story of the Pullman. There's some really beautiful archival photos of them that I was able to uncover when I was doing research. When I first started to do research, I was really looking for photos of black people resting, and it was really difficult to find any photos of black people resting. I think all the ones that are out there I have found, and they're out somewhere. I put them up in a lot of installations, but I went deep into the archives as an archivist to really begin this work. This work really did start with my work in archives. It started with me being exhausted, and then studying cultural trauma in schools, and then working in archives, and then it just became this mix that came together. So I really think this is an historical examination of what has happened and what labor and resting has meant to bodies. And so there's some really beautiful photos of Pullman porters, that black and white, showing them on trains, showing their sleeping conditions and the whole history of them, right from the south side of Chicago.
Here's a beautiful question that might reframe this in a way for the scientists also. What is made visible and what is obscured if you call sleep a resource? If you think about sleep differently?
That's a question.
Well, I can talk about, there's a really interesting book by, he's an art historian, but he's really kind of a cultural theorist named Jonathan Crary. He wrote a book called 24/7. And it's about the ways in which our particular version of a high-tech, highly connected, global capitalistic system that is feeds on information technology is promoting a nonstop culture of buying and selling, and there's an attention economy that's always on, always pulling it into it, and it completely disrupts sleep. But he says, sleep is a natural resource that is very hard for big corporations to commodify in the way that they've commodified oil and clean air and water. This stuff is just flowing on all around us. Here it is, in a bottle form. Sleep is hard to commodify that way, but they're chipping away at it,
Yeah.
So that's one way of thinking about it, that it is a sort of a renewable energy source if we can just tap into it.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that question is getting at, though, if I can just push it a little bit harder, is we don't use the language of resource when we're not within a capitalist economy.
Maybe.
So I'm wondering, I think I heard a little bit of a disparity between the way you, Benjamin, used the word resource, and Tricia, I don't think you do use the word resource to describe sleep.
No, I can understand it, though. Yeah, I definitely, as he's speaking about it, I get that, but I think my concept comes out of more of a spiritual lens, a wholeness lens, a lens of, I didn't get into it, but Afrofuturism and imagination, understanding that I believe rest to be a portal, a literal portal that you can go into, like things happen there that can't happen when you're awake, that you can work things out, that it becomes a deep, deep gift and a blessing for us to be able to find quality sleep. And so I think my work as an artist and as a theologian and then being an activist, I see sleep as a deep, I really call it a portal. It's another place to go. It's a place to go to be safe. It's a place to go to renew yourself. And so whenever I'm speaking to people and they're like, oh, you kind of going too far with that. Like, I'm like, okay, well, I'll come back and I'll bring the science. And I'm like, well, actually, if you can't drop in that way, you can drop into the idea like you literally are really putting damage on your body by not sleep. And I'll bring in the science of sleep and the ideas around like all of the researchers. I don't know as much as them, but I do love neuroscience and I love sleep. And when I first started the work, I read a book that I love called Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker, I believe.
Postdoc of Bob Stickles.
I love that book. That book was really one of the beginning books of me really developing and kind of playing around with the ideas. I really wanted to settle in that idea of what was really happening, the way he speaks about dreams, the way he speaks about what happens when you don't sleep, really stay with me.
I think resource covers a lot of things, but maybe what it obscures is that it's a resource, an essential resource, but it's also a state of being.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well put.
Yeah, resource would imply something outside of us.
Yeah. That's good.
That's interesting.
Okay. I'm brought back to some of my radical youth by your talk, so thank you. And if I can go to the terminology from the 60s.
Yeah.
Do we have to smash capitalism if we really, really want to achieve the goals you're after, or are we just chipping away without it?
I don't think so. I don't think capitalism will ever fall in my lifetime, so I'm not waiting on it. I come from that idea. I'm not waiting on it. I'm really saying that the time is now to have quality sleep. The time is now to encourage justice movements, and so I'm not waiting on it to ever fall. But I actually love that I'm able to make the connections between it, because when I first started the work in 2013, and I would tell this to someone, it was like, nothing you're saying is making sense. What does capitalism have to do with me not resting? I like to grind. I like working a lot. I got to make money. I love it.
That's exactly what capitalism has to do with it.
Yes, that's exactly. So it was like, that was the education piece, is that I was like bringing people and they were like, they would cock their head. Like, I get it now. I never saw it. And so that's what I hope my work to be, is that it is just a light. It removes a veil from an eye. It helps people to begin to tap in and see the connections that are happening around them, because I believe in the divinity of humans and in the power of a human being when they are illuminated with an idea and with something that really affects them. They can make a way. They can work around it. I go back to my ancestors, thinking about, my grandmother and my great-grandmother being a descendant of enslaved people and what they did. I'm reading about Harriet Tubman right now. The new book I'm writing is about, that's coming out next month, is about the idea of escape, the idea of fugitivity and maroonage and what we have to do to escape the systems. We don't wait, it can stay, you can do what you want to do, but we're gonna still build and craft a radical way with each other. I'm really deep on the idea of deep community care, subversion, flexibility and imagination. So, yeah.
Can't wait to read that. And I'm also working on a little something on Harriet Tubman as well, involving dreaming. And so we got more to talk about. But in terms of ending capitalism, since you got, there's a famous literary theorist, Marxist literary theorist named Frederick Jameson, who passed away a few days ago. And he invented the term late capitalism to describe our moment. And when I first heard of that, I thought, oh, how does he know it's late? How does he know it's not, we're not early? But I do think rather than, is it going to end? Is it going to be, is there something else?
Right.
What is it? At least describe it, like what it is and what effects it's having on us and on our social relationships, on our daily rhythms, and on our beliefs. And I think a lot of us go through our lives and we're sort of not aware of how big economic forces are kind of constraining us in a way. And so description first. And sleep too, right?
And maybe this goes back to the 60s too, but yesterday in the class visit, they mentioned the idea that there are personal things you can do too. You don't have to wait to grapple with big systems. If you think it's unjust for a worker at 7-Eleven to have to be there at 3 in the morning, don't patronize that place at 3 in the morning. And gradually that will work itself out within capitalism. The idea that there are things you can do to remove yourself, I thought was interesting from our class visit yesterday. I've got another one that's for anyone. Are there societies and cultures that we wish to model? And historically, or I would say presently, what cultures and societies are the most well-rested? They always do the happiness index, and I think Finland is always way up there, but are there other places? Sleep well. Yeah, they probably do sleep well. Are there other places whose practices we should be actively adopting?
There was, I think it was in Danish, there was a 3-part way of life they had. And I'm going to mispronounce it. It was like rust, regularment, and something else. Rest, regularity, and health. And so when the parents in there, if there was a play or something in the evening, guess what? School would start later for the children the next day. So it was sort of all put together. I mean, this may be mythology, but it was a sleep guy who had gone there with his family for a sabbatical, and he said, wow, this really felt different in important ways. So, and I think they're still getting more sleep than the rest of Europe and certainly North America. So it's a cultural thing for them.
So I wrote a little piece about a town in Germany called Bad Kissingen, which is a health resort town. It had a health spa going back for centuries, and they decided that they were going to run a chronobiological experiment on the entire town. And they got a big grant and a small enough town that they could do this. And they tried to adjust all the work schedules and the school schedules to optimal circadian conditions in the hospitals as well. So monitoring the lighting and the external lighting, the street lights would sort of, dim or use a much less harsh light at a certain hour, and experimenting with, trying to get patients access to natural daylight, and I found that really fascinating. The problem, though, is that when you have a lot of sort of experts trying to run and design a city and then telling people you have to show up at this time and do it this way, it creates friction. And it's not exactly a sort of naturally occurring. And so I don't know if people's sleep patterns fell in line with the way that they were supposed to. But,
tried.
Yeah, there are people who are trying.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up something related to the cultural difference, and that is, this issue of privacy that you brought up. So to what extent is privacy important for sleep? And because I always think of privacy as being a mixed blessing, right? I mean, there are good things about it, but there's a fine line between privacy and loneliness.
That's good,
Yeah, I mean, it's culturally variable. in some societies, sleeping in public is not such a big deal, and for us, it's kind of shameful. And especially when it's the wrong kind of person who's in public, if it looks like somebody who's, unhoused. There was a famous, episode at Yale University where there was a black student who fell asleep in a lounge, and somebody called the cops on her. And so we have this kind of taboo against public sleeping, which is especially harshly enforced for some people who look like they don't fit, or there's something suspicious about it. But in some other cultures, it's kind of common for people to, in Japan, for instance, to.
But also multiple people sharing a room.
Yeah, multiple people sharing a room, and I think that is more the norm of human history than our very peculiar way.
But also, when I was an undergraduate, I did tutoring in projects in Roxbury in Boston. And I was stunned that when I visited the apartment of the young girl who I was tutoring, she had a bedroom. The next room over was the living room with the TV. There was no door, there was a curtain. And outside her window, it went down to a concrete yard where the kids, the teenagers, would be playing and shouting until 1 or 2 in the morning, she said. So there's a kind of privacy is not my suburban privacy, where I don't want to be on the same hall as my parents. Right? It's just being able to have sound privacy.
Yeah. Right. I mean, certain kinds of, reductions of noise and light are important for achieving and maintaining sleep. But, I gave a talk a few years ago about childhood sleeping and the rise of the ideology of the private bedroom for children. And a guy came up to me afterwards and said, I immigrated to this country when I was very young. My family came, I think it was from the Philippines, and we all, all the kids slept in one room. And when I went to school, and I had a friend come over. He looked at that and was like, "Where's your bedroom?" And I felt ashamed. I felt ashamed, and then I wouldn't have friends come over to the house anymore. So, that gives you a sense that we have this particular way of doing things that isn't really all that widely shared, but we treat it as kind of natural and normal. There's since the late 19th century, all the pediatric and psychological advice about childhood sleeping involves getting them, at least in the U.S. and in much of Europe, involves like
getting them out.
Separate space.
Getting
get
them
out
immediately out. Yeah, like they're 2 days old. Get them out of your room. It's like 2 days.
Well, out of the parents' room, but also, you have to have your own. I never had my own room growing up. Never.
Yeah.
Always shared with my sisters.
Yeah.
Yep.
And my father says, that his 2 brothers and he shared a bed.
Yeah.
My 2 brothers and I shared a bedroom.
Was your father an immigrant?
What?
Was your father an immigrant?
His parents were.
His parents were, okay, yeah.
And he says he figures that my kids will be lucky if they share the same house.
Right, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I was going to say, thinking about what you were saying yesterday, Mariska, about the collaborations with HUD, thinking about capitalism, houses need to be bigger and bigger and bigger, which is another manifestation of capitalism, right? Like my house at 900 square feet is infinitesimal, right? And if everyone needs their own room, suddenly we have we need a bigger salary, right? So there's ways in which these things escalate. I'm thinking about a very interesting conversation I had in my class. We were discussing Benjamin's book, and a student from India talked about finding our conversation about single bedrooms very odd, and he said, in my family, depending on which house we were living in, different groups of us lived or slept in different rooms together, and there was no sense of like my room. In fact, he said my room was used for other activities altogether. It wasn't a sleeping place at all.
So I guess from a historical perspective, I'm going to ask, Benjamin, because I don't know and I'm quite curious, and I don't know if you know the answer, but could certainly probably enlighten us with your thoughts. This idea of the privacy and not having a shared space. it seems to be relatively new,
Yeah.
maybe, because when I think about the culture that I'm from, and when Tricia said she was from the south side of Chicago, I was like, oh, her people are from Mississippi.
Yep, they
They're from
are.
Mississippi.
They call it Little Mississippi.
Yes,
Yeah.
I knew exactly. But, you know, growing up, it was, you shared space.
Yeah, everybody.
You did. When you had a child, that child slept in the bed with you, and then transitioned to sleeping with siblings
Yep.
if they had them, or cousins. And when we would go to grandparents' house, you would have all the cousins
Yes.
with pallets and pillows in any space that they can lie
Everywhere,
on.
yeah.
Right? And that was common.
I will tell you, Mariska, that when I talked with students about this in my class, and I asked them, how many of you had your own bedroom by age 6? And I would say about 3/4 of the hands went up. And I said, how many of you had it by age 10? And, you know, a couple more hands went up. All those whose hands didn't go up were either African American or were from another country.
Yep, makes sense.
So and I'm not saying there were no people in that group who didn't have their bedroom, but when I talk about this as a sort of Eurocentric ideal, that's what it means.
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's.
Well, one of the other questions, this is a variation of something that's been asked in a couple of sessions. So there were a number of clear disparities indicated between men and women in terms of sleep. And I know in another context we talked about young mothers as the new shift workers, right? They're carrying a lot of burden. Would anyone care to elaborate on other ways in which sleep differs for men and women?
So as far as disorders, we can start with there versus sleep health. Women are about 3 times more likely to experience insomnia. Yes.
Wow.
And as far as sleep apnea, for a long time, the epidemiology pointed to it being more prevalent in men. And that still holds in some cases, but yesterday as I was speaking about pregnancy, it seems that even something that's considered mild in a non-pregnant person can be severe in a pregnant person. And as a woman reaches menopause or transitions into menopause, then that prevalence of apnea seems to be on par with men. So it's something about estrogen or those hormones that is protective in a phase. It's interesting when we talk about, you have, of course, the sex differences or the gender differences, but we also talked about the differences or alluded to the differences across race and ethnicity, and you see stark differences, whether it's African American who experience the worst sleep. But some of those differences do level out a little bit, and this is work with by Dana Johnson and Chandra Jackson, where if you would hear them speak or look at their work, they would talk about its place and not race, or it's your zip code and not your genetic code when you start talking about those differences. But something that's quite interesting when we're talking about sex or gender differences and disparities in sleep health with women, Black women, regardless of socioeconomic status, experience the worst sleep.
Yep.
Do you take anything from the study about hypervigilance as a sort of?
So this is one of the things that we're always saying, well, we don't necessarily know what the mechanism is, but the thought is that it may be this hypervigilance. So say you come from a neighborhood where maybe it is of lower economic status, but it's your community, you feel protected in that community, even if the community may be violent or it may not be violent, right? Because every community, just because it's poor, doesn't mean that it's violent, right? And I think sometimes people confound those things. But if you, and I'll just use this as an example, say you are a person who comes from maybe a community that doesn't have a lot of resources, but you go up and in socioeconomic status, and you are surrounded by the best security, you have the best things money could buy, but your sleep is still horrible because you're listening for that knock, or you're walking through that neighborhood and you're wondering if people are looking and that you don't belong, right? Or you go to your neighborhood store and you think that the cashier may be looking at you a little bit, you know, like you're going to take something, right? And so you're always vigilant or always changing and shifting. Tanae Lewis, who's also at Emory, I don't know if you know her work, she's actually funded currently for a grant where she's looking, she calls it shifting in Black women. We call it a different word sometimes, code switching. But she's looking at how switching in different environments impacts the sleep of Black women.
Yeah, that's good.
Amazing. Mariska, is there any evidence of differences in basic sleep need based by race, ethnicity, or gender?
So the research hasn't shown any. It hasn't. It hasn't shown any differences in basic need.
Just wanted to add too on the subject of the sex differences. Even, you know, aside even from sleep apnea and insomnia, women have huge changes in their sleep cycles during menopause, pregnancy, puberty. I mean, yeah, there's that as well.
And as children, boys and girls seem to be relatively similar in their sleep, but once you hit puberty, it changes drastically.
This is a disciplinary question, so this is my indulgence here. So teaching in the Department of Communication Studies, we've talked a little bit about the need for better public health communication campaigns, maybe for thinking about social media. We on this campus as a liberal arts college offer the only data visualization course I'm familiar with at the undergraduate level, and we do courses in our department on civic deliberation and dialogue, and we offer a course on scientific rhetoric. Is there something that our field, communication studies or public communication, public health communication, should be doing better or doing more of? Are there courses that are missing? And I was thinking of Dr. Nedergaard's slides and kind of saying, well, she would have probably succeeded if she had a film, but you know, she didn't have a film, so maybe that's why that research got ignored. And as we think about the challenge of moving the work that you all do into the public realm in a better or faster way. So that's part one, is there something we should be doing differently? And how many of your own labs or graduate schools or programs have specific dedicated units that teach how to translate scientific rhetoric into public dialogue, or whatever that means in your field?
That's a good question.
I don't think we do.
I mean, we have it a little bit on the edges. We have, it's in my department, some people who teach technical writing and writing in the life sciences and that kind of thing. But I would say, Phil, you know, maybe one other thing to think about it from the discipline of communications would be not solely about how can we serve, you know, the scientists in getting the message out, but how might discourse analysis, you know, and media analysis also contribute to our understandings of health, you know, because health is also responds to ideology and communication and media as well. So
MIT, my daughter teaches in the writing program at MIT. MIT brilliantly, or obviously, realized that scientists who do great work and can't communicate it aren't all that useful. And so all undergraduates at MIT have to take 2 writing-intensive courses where they're basically learning how to communicate with regular people about complex scientific concepts and results. And I think that's what we need more of. And I feel that that's also only half the problem, right? Because that gets the science out there, and it doesn't teach those students to address also the cultural issues, the socioeconomic, the racist issues in that presentation, and how you can do that.
So I usually don't put a plug in for things, and the only reason for this is because I work for the government. I do not, you know, plug anything, but because I came in through this type of program, I can talk about my own personal experience. So certain societies, and this particularly AAAS, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, that publishes Science magazine and things like that, or the Science Journal. The journal Science. It's getting to be that time of the day, right? They have several fellowships that they have. They have, mass media fellowships for science communications. But the fellowship that I actually came to the federal government through is the AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowship. And so the goal of that fellowship is to make policy-savvy scientists. And so they place scientists primarily from academia, a few from industry, into government agencies, into the judicial branch, into the congressional, you have fellows on the Hill, and it really is to learn how to communicate the science in a way that is effective, whether it's for policy or general communication and things of that nature. And so it's a long-running program. I think it's probably it just made 50 years.
It's a great program.
A few years ago, and it's a phenomenal program.
And I hope they fund 1,000 fellows a year. Is that right?
Yeah, right.
How many?
1,000?
No. They select about 200 a year worldwide.
They do. Okay.
So one other thing I wanted to add was I was talking to somebody at the NIH recently who handles training grants at the Neurological Institute, NINDS. And he said, there are things that they like to see in training grants. These are training grants to support graduate students and postdocs that are different from the norm, right? And one of the things he suggested, which I thought was a great idea, was to train students and postdocs to give short talks that communicate with the lay, non-scientific audience, like how would you explain your research to your grandmother?
Yeah.
And he said, write that into your training grant. So that would be something to think about in terms of what you could implement in a school.
One of the challenges that I have and experience is not being sure that it's quite there yet. I mean, it's sort of this hesitancy to go public while you're still need to do more to make sure that what you're looking, and you need other people, to replicate, and so I worry sometimes when things go out that are seductively presented, but really not quite right.
Well, that's not when we write it. That's when the press writes it. And, you show that the phase is shifted in adolescence, and the press comes out and says, new study shows high school students can't fall asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some of that, but there's some of when do you let the genie out of the bottle?
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if that's a...
You'd think English professors would have an advantage in this regard, but it turns out a lot of us have trouble communicating what we're doing with bigger audiences as well.
Come on, Marx,
academic
structuralist theory.
Yeah,
nothing could be easier.
Well, I think we're nearing the end. We wanted to ask if any of you would like to say any last bit for the conference. We're nearing the end of our time.
Well, I think one of the takeaways that I hope people got from the conference was that, sleep is this ubiquitous behavior as well as underlying biology, right? And that is not just for the brain, it's for the entire body.
Great, thanks. No pressure here, but you're welcome to say something.
Well,
in closing,
from my perspective, I mean, the best thing about all of this is all of this.
Yeah.
And thank you for putting all this together. I mean, everyone who's here are just, so touched by the science
Yeah.
and the social needs.
It's beautiful.
You guys rock.
You rock.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
So all of you who are present should become advocates and spread the word and tell your families and your friends and even get a little bit pushy.
Right. One thing that I want to be an advocate for is for events like this that are central to the life of a college and galvanizing and bring alumni back and bring in community members to really get their minds around important issues from a variety of perspectives. And I can't figure out why my own university doesn't do something like this, to put it at the center of, and I'm so impressed, so many classes are diving into this material. The students I've talked to have just been so engaged and so informed. And this is really a special thing. So I feel, just incredibly privileged to have been part of it.
Indeed.
Thank you all. Thanks for those of you who have held on till the end, whether you're online or in person here. And just a reminder of how, yes, just as Benjamin said, how important these kinds of conversations are. So please go home and be confused and talk to each other about your confusion and Google it and write to Nobel Conference and we'll pass on your questions to others. But really, what we are hoping you've learned here is how important it is for us to be curious with others together because we're animals. And we need each other. We need each other to understand things. You have an opportunity to do it next year. This was fabulous, and next year is going to be as well. And that is going to be sugar, bringing sweetness to light. October 7th and 8th.
Wow.
Here we're going to look at sugar in all the ways, from the click chemistry of Carolyn Bertozzi, who won the Nobel Prize in about 2019 for her work about how giant sugars do things in our cells. It's being explored as a possible delivery system for drugs in the future. Really fascinating, cutting edge stuff, all the way down to the World Cup in pastry winner who will come and talk about the joy of sugar. So all the waterfront of sugar, so to speak, including sugar as a part of the global slave trade and global colonialism. So it's going to be a really wide-ranging, broad-ranging topic that will be challenging for the speakers to engage with each other. And I think that is another thing about the Nobel Conference that's special, is that people are straining to understand each other and to ask each other a question. For our students, that's an amazing experience to watch that. Oh, you mean English professors don't automatically know how to talk to neuroscientists, that we actually have to learn how to do that and that we study. So thank you all for playing along so nicely with that. And thank you all. Please drive safely home and get some sleep.
Yes.
Hey, hello everybody. Hey, that's it. This is the end of the show.
Thank you all for it.
Tane Danger, one last time.
Maggie Kurth.
Thank you all so much. This has been Nobel 60. This year, all Sleep Unraveled. Wow, what a couple of days.
This has been such a great conference. I learned so much science. I learned so much about history. I got some really good insights into how I think about my own sleep.
Yeah.
And we're just incredibly grateful to all of the speakers, to all of the organizers, and to our viewers, like the good folks at the Vine Adult Community Center.
Yeah, thank you to everybody watching. We know we got folks all the way in North Carolina watching. Yeah, we got this nice note from folks just over in Mankato as well, from the Vine Community Center, who are tuning in. But everybody who's tuned into the live stream, whether for a few minutes or the whole time, really appreciate all of you.
Yes.
This has been great. A reminder, you can see everything that happened at the Nobel Conference that we recorded in the videos that are on the Nobel Conference website. Those are up, they're free, so if you missed anything, if you want to see something again, if you want to share something with a friend or with a class, like all of that is a resource for you at the Nobel Conference website. And then we're hopefully going to do this again next year.
I hope so. We've got the new topic for next year is sugar, and there's going to be history, there's going to be sociology, there's going to be science. You're going to learn about the ways that sugar helped create the transatlantic slave trade and benefited from that. You're going to learn about the role that sugar plays in society today. You're going to learn about what it does to your body.
Yeah, how sugar coats your cells and what that does. But there's also
there's pastry.
We are going to talk about the joys that sugar does bring and why it has been something that we care about so much.
Intellectual nuance is what I believe that is called. Tam.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really good conference next year, October 7th and 8th here at Gustavus Adolphus College in St. Peter, Minnesota. Yes. Really encourage you. Think about coming and making a trip. Come say hello to us. We're here. It's really fun. There's a lot of energy and activity on campus, and it's a beautiful time of year to be in southern Minnesota. So, but you'll also be able to tune into the live stream once again, and we'll be here for that.
We'll be here for that too.
So with that, I'll just say one last time, thank you all so much, and thank you, Maggie. You're amazing.
Thank you, Tan. You are as well.
All right, that's Nobel 60. Very grateful to everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day, your week, your 2024. I had to screw up at some point. It may as well be at the very end here. A great part of your 2024, and we will see you next year at the next Nobel Conference.
So many of the different fields in science, most people aren't exposed to in their day-to-day life. The more you can get out there and communicate to the young people coming up that are the future of science, the better. You never know what's going to grab one individual, and so that's vital to inspire the next generation.
The Nobel Conference brings together students, faculty, and members of the general public to explore revolutionary, transformative, and pressing scientific questions and the ethical issues that arise alongside of them. We bring leading researchers to Gustavus, including nearly 100 Nobel laureates. We're trying to explore the ideas of science using all of the liberal arts, so the arts, the humanities, the social sciences, all of them working together.
There are a lot of people who are not scientists who like to share in the adventure of discovery and to be able to share that joy with people who also get it, that there's something really exciting and cool going on. It just makes it just an enormous amount of fun.
There's sort of a festive atmosphere, which makes it part of a broader experience.
There aren't that many forums for us to have the discourse at that level with that sort of range of expertise, yet still focused on one sort of overarching topic.
One of the wonderful things about the Nobel Conference is it does give people the opportunity to ask people questions in an informal way. And you never know what statement somebody makes or what interaction that happens will make a change in somebody's life.
It's always very, very encouraging to see other colleagues of yours who are at the top of their game, and it makes you want to lift your game.
As you can feel the audience, and you can really feel when you've helped people to know something that they never knew before. It's really a feeling of discovery that you share.